Yo, we are here, and this just went crazy when we went live. I don't know why you're seeing a double dose of Doodle right now.
I sabotage the situation.
Apparently,
This is my moment with you guys, and I want to have a one-on-one. You know what I mean?
Don't know what took
So-
place here. This is wild. Yo, it just happened for no reason. Give me
Guys,
1
bear with
second.
us just 1 second.
1 second.
Well,
You guys,
the love is back.
you guys can keep talking for a second. But I have to.
We're here. We're here. It's okay.
Keep talking because I'm sorry.
I- How's everybody doing? I am having a fantastic Saturday. Hope you guys out there are too. I see a lot of you guys in there in the chat, and we are super grateful that you guys have joined us today. I got a little caught up with the situation over here. You caught on to what I was trying to do, so that was a fail. But maybe next time I'll get this set up, and you guys will just have Doodle, one-on-one.
I mean, who doesn't love Doodle? Let's be really honest.
Oh,
I love
thank you,
Doodle.
Madman. I love you too, sweetie.
Well, it
Bye.
looks like the situation was figured out.
I won't do it again. All right.
Oh, you did
Okay.
nothing wrong.
That was wild. I don't know what happened, guys. I don't know. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know. I'm flabbergasted.
Full screen Doodle. That's right, G baby.
Definitely got full screen Doodle. I mean, that's the way I live my life.
Ah,
How
But
cute.
that- You know what's wild? Like this was all set up.
What?
Way early. I don't know.
It was.
Literally, as
Oh my
soon as I
gosh.
went live, the camera changed.
Seriously, it was
That was
that was a rough
That
joke.
was epic. You know, I think we should start every show in chaos this way.
In chaos?
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Listen,
It makes it a
I
little
like
funnier.
I like chaos,
make it
not just the
interesting.
video games.
You know what I'm saying? I think it takes it to another level.
Yeah, new heights.
New
We're
heights.
always
Very
trying to
nice.
keep it hot and fresh. And that's a good approach. I'm digging it.
He maybe says, "What a suck up." Yes.
What is-
Oh, yeah. That was something.
Always sucking up to the Doodle. Okay. Always sucking up to the Doodle. All right, let's get the show started. Guys, I am CMoney.
Yes.
Over on the side, you see the very lovely Doodle.
You guys, welcome.
And
Thank you
in
for being here.
the middle, you have
Yeah.
my boy, Madman.
Man, and I'm mad for some topics.
Mad for some topics. So just a bit of housekeeping before we get in. I'm so excited and so happy and thankful
Yes.
for our boy Jacob
Jacob.
in the chat
Thank
right now,
you.
who was kind enough to be our very first Patreon member.
Oh,
Thank you
yes.
so much, Jacob. That
Thank
was
you,
super
Jacob.
cool. Much appreciated.
Thank you
As you
so
guys know,
much.
YouTube has a beef with us.
Yeah,
They
they
don't
don't like us, you
Nah,
guys.
they don't like
I
the
don't know
fact that
what's
we
the
do
problem.
other things.
Nah, they're anti-Mario Kart Madman. Oh, sorry. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. Please. On point for gamers.
Yeah, so they have a beef with us, so they won't let us get monetization. So we have to we're gonna try again in November. That's when they are letting us. But for now, we definitely have our Patreon. So if there's if you have any desire to support us in any way, we really appreciate it. You could just the link is pinned to the top of the comments. So thank you guys very much in advance for that.
Thank you so much, you guys. Jacob. Thank you. That was
Very
freaking
kind,
awesome.
very kind.
You guys so excited.
All right, and I just want to shout out Hacker. He was first in the chat today, so thank you so
Woo!
much. Thank
Hacker,
you to
hacker.
everybody who is stopping by. I know it's a new time today, 3 o'clock. This is the way we're gonna do it going forward. So
That's how we
3 p.m.
rocking.
Eastern.
Yes.
All right, so we're gonna be doing it this way for going forward, which is dope. Also, guys, remember this upcoming Tuesday we have our her, him, and a guest. And that
Mm-hmm.
guest this week is King David.
Yes,
Ooh,
baby.
King
I'm so
David.
excited.
So it's super
So
exciting.
excited.
So it's a good time. It's a good
It's
time.
gonna be awesome. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a great time.
It is going to be fun.
Absolutely, we are. So that's gonna be dope. If you didn't catch the first one we did which was last Tuesday, and that was Mr. Boomstick XL himself.
Yes.
What awesome show that was.
Yeah.
If you haven't, go check it out. It's on our channel. So for sure, we got some fun things coming on. I just want to do a quick mic check. Okay. Make sure that we all sound good. We've been having funky things, but supposedly it should be all sorted out right now. Jacob says, I thought you had other Patreons before me. No, you're number one.
You're number one, Jacob. We had
numero uno
for a little bit because YouTube said we can set up our stuff, and then they were in 24 hours, they were like, psych.
Yeah,
so we had, what is it that they do?
Who's a bit echo? Which one?
Or all of us?
Well,
echo? Is it me?
Check your gain on your thing. See how high this is.
There we go.
No, the circle thing.
Yeah, that's what I checked. Is that good? Is that better?
Yeah, I look fine.
A little bit more.
I think it look a little fine.
Yeah.
CMoney is here with the echo. We all know that his ego makes him want people to hear him twice.
That is interesting. Yeah, I definitely don't want to have. Okay, seems like we're here. Let's see this.
Yeah, it was the camera the last time
for you guys
that was doing this.
Let us know because we want to make sure that it does it.
What's up, John Wolf? Welcome.
What up?
Hello,
Wolf?
hello.
What's up,
John Wolf.
Yeah.
All right.
Ooh,
So,
I like that madman.
Listen, we've had our introductions. Now it's time to get into the meat and potatoes.
I like that.
The thumbnail. Man, Starfield's out here smashing, and smashing. They're everywhere. And they have completely destroyed the idea of Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate was everywhere. And now
it's faded into obscurity once again.
It's been very silent.
History has repeated itself.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and go right into the topic of our show right after this. We are back. We are back.
Yes,
music. You know what I'm saying? It was like it was kicking. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Shit was dope. All right.
He was giving us a little bit of seasoning.
A little bit of spice.
A little bit of spice. John Wolf says the wife is doing her hair and nails. Waiting for her so she could take her out for a fun afternoon.
Oh, that's awesome. Date time, baby. Yes.
You gotta get in where you can.
Yes.
Right,
so
Starfield is killing it out in these streets. The haters, they didn't think it was gonna happen.
They didn't.
They didn't think it was gonna happen. They thought Starfield was gonna come out, be a flop. But I gotta say, they're breaking all types of records. They literally put up the morning after that they've already had 6 million players play this game. 6 million. Now,
that's a lot.
Say 6 million people, but they're not paying. Do me a favor.
Me like
if you don't have a Game Pass subscription, I want you to log into Game Pass, okay, and try to play the game.
Or just pay
$60
to get it.
It doesn't work.
It doesn't work. If you don't have Game Pass, you can't play the game.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
and if you don't
Game Pass
pay
exclusive
for Game Pass, you guys understand what's happening here.
Money.
You're still paying.
This guy, he's in the stars. You know what I'm saying? Starfield, he's out there.
I'm sorry, I get it. So you're still paying money, even if you're playing for quote unquote free, because Game Pass costs money.
It's not free. You're paying for a membership. You're paying for a service. A lot of people that did play it on Game Pass, a lot of people did they pay the extra to go ahead and get the game early. So listen, let's not forget how much some of us paid for that collector's edition. This game is been anticipated and we've been waiting for it. So it's finally here. The question is, okay, and I'm hearing this all over the place. And listen, if I am misunderstanding the situation, I need somebody to clear this up for me. When is it coming out? on PlayStation? Because I'm hearing the question all over the place. I was under the understanding that this game was Xbox exclusive.
Oh yeah,
Okay?
they have this
So am I
thirst.
misunderstanding
The thirst
something?
is real,
Thirst is
fam.
real.
Shintaro, what's
Let
good,
me
my
get some
man?
water, bro.
Suction.
John says, you mean the
Suction.
same people talking smack about Starfield while they play the game nonstop and are
Exactly.
wearing the watch and underwear?
And underwear. You were using underwear.
Listen, it's
They're selling Starfield underwear.
these are the people
I'm
out in
you
these streets.
ASAP.
For who?
For you.
For
Would
me.
you want some
Your underwear?
Starfield tidy whities?
Listen, that'd be a bit much for me. That's a little bridge too far. But yeah, so they announced it right in the morning, and that's one of the fastest amount of players that any game's had this
Yeah.
generation, which is phenomenal. Okay, we're talking every platform. Nobody has played that much of a game in the first not even 24 hours.
Instantly, because the game was
That's
released at
wild.
like 8:30 p.m. for
That's
us,
wild.
right?
Yeah,
Or 8 o'clock. Was
absolutely.
8?
Absolutely. It was 8 o'clock.
So by the morning, they were already with reports of this game.
It's
hitting
wild. It's a whole
6
nother
million. That's ridiculous.
yeah, it's a
Honestly.
whole nother
That's insane.
beast.
And listen, you forgot about BT3 a week before Starfield came out because you were done with it.
Oh,
You were anticipating Starfield and you kind of just dropped it.
okay.
It was gone for you. So much for them having it, having an early release for PlayStation.
Yeah, that's
did
literally what
not
happened.
last.
Literally what happened. Baldur's Gate 3. Don't get me wrong. Great game. Great game. I enjoyed it. I
Yeah.
loved it, actually. I was like all in. And then Starfield didn't even come when I dropped it, to be clear.
The atmosphere felt like it was around.
Gamescom came and completely crushed everything.
Yeah.
And Starfield was just all in my head. And it's still now. Like, I haven't
I'm thinking
played
about
it as much
Starfield
as I
right
have
now.
been able to, but this is the only game that I'm playing at all.
Not even like, taking breaks, a palate cleanser.
Get it away from your mouth a little bit. Right there.
There we go.
Jacob says, did y'all hear that to get back all the money they spent making it, GTA 6 may cost $150,
Oh,
not
damn.
$70? That would be wild.
I don't think they would do something silly
They
like
better
that.
throw something in there.
They wouldn't do something silly like that.
Just also a mic check on me. I think I fixed the problem, but let me know if I haven't.
Look, just don't expect GTA 6 and Game Pass. That's all.
Well, they don't own it. Why would it be?
No, but like I'm saying is that if you like, oh, maybe this game will come to Game Pass 3 months later. Yeah, no, it's not happening.
I mean, that was never. I don't think
To
anybody had that thought.
I don't think they need the promotion
No,
to like
not at all.
throw it in Game Pass. Yeah, I think that they
Yeah,
don't
look,
need
to
that.
put it into perspective, Hi-Fi Rush was a smash hit, and it's reached 3 million players in like 6 months.
Yeah,
Right? Jacob says that.
that's true. That's true.
Absolutely. And John Wolf speaking the facts out here again. They damage control to 6 million by saying that it's not sales. These people obviously don't know math when you consider early access purchases, Game Pass subs, and full game purchases.
So that's 1,
Yeah,
2,
exactly.
5, 17.
Exactly.
All right.
Bonzo, what's good, my man? Welcome,
Bonzo,
welcome.
welcome.
Yeah,
Benzo, sir.
it's some clown ass shit, right? So that being said, right, this is not where the demolishment of Baldur's Gate 3 comes into play, right? The biggest one is our boys Starfield
Mhm.
during early access had over 1 million concurrent players across their platforms.
That's crazy.
That's a lot.
Between Xbox, Windows PC, their Xbox version, and then the Windows Store version, and then Steam. Yeah, over 1 million. And people said it couldn't reach the heights. It couldn't reach the heights of Baldur's Gate.
That's funny.
Obviously, for Starfield, Steam is not going to be as big of a role here, right? Like Steam. Obviously, we know that Phil keeps mentioning it every time, where he keeps talking about the growth of the PC.
Yes.
For him, PC Game Pass, because it's more and more where people are coming over and realizing, yeah, I like Steam, but I also like money.
Yeah.
So pay $15, I get all these games.
It's a no-brainer.
It's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
Welcome, Sith Lord. How you doing?
Welcome,
my
Sith
man?
Lord.
What's up,
Hello.
baby?
Shintaro.
Yes.
How am I doing? I'm doing very well, Shintaro. Thank
Happy
you
to
so much.
have you
I'm glad
here.
you guys are here. I really appreciate it. So 1 million, okay, 1 million people, over 1 million. And just to be clear, this is during the week, right? That this game came out.
Mhm.
This is not even including like what I can't even imagine what numbers they're gonna tell us.
Oh my gosh, it's
after
gonna
this
be
weekend,
ridiculous. And
Like,
this
what
is
we're
for terms
having.
of physical
also-
units, because
No,
remember
no,
collector's edition.
in terms of how many people are playing at the same time.
Oh,
Yeah.
same
Concurrently.
time.
That's the whole big thing, right? So Baldur's Gate did all this great stuff, and
It is impressive.
Starfield destroyed those numbers.
Yeah.
They destroyed the narrative. Now,
And by the way, it was running smooth. Like we just had trouble getting in the beginning because you had to reset everything. And you weren't aware of
that
the
was my
steps to
that was
take. Yeah.
my problem.
It once you're in there, it was fine. Like it didn't have
Yeah,
any
man.
hiccups or lagging that we experienced at least.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah,
that was
it's
good.
really such a well-made game.
Mhm.
And it's obviously it's just kicking ass,
Yeah.
right? Now this is not where the smashing ends.
Go
okay?
ahead. Go ahead.
Starfield's out here making everybody's day bad outside of our ecosystem.
Of our
Okay,
community.
they're not just going at Baldur's Gate. Okay, they literally came at every single Sony first-party game ever
In
Okay.
history.
because what they have done is they have smashed the record on Switch for the most
Ooh.
watched first-party game ever.
Damn.
Ever. Okay, it beat Spider-Man.
What?
It beat Last of Us 2.
Oh.
It beat God of War Ragnarok. It beat Ghost of Tsushima. Now you may be saying to yourself, man, but those are PlayStation single player games. Man, Starfield is a single player game. Okay. And it is wrecking fools, wrecking them.
Yeah.
Everybody everywhere is talking about Starfield.
Well, that made my day.
It's 100% the game of the generation. We're going to talk about that later too. Okay.
Yes.
So
Okay.
we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, I think a game of the year is basically guaranteed at this point. Or something.
Yeah, I can't even imagine anything less because the conversation was all about
Tears of Kingdom.
no
Baldur's Gate 3.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Mhm.
Right? Like, I even forgot the name already. It's fucking gone. Ain't nobody thinking about Baldur's Gate 3 anymore. But that was the big talk. Right? Oh my god, Baldur's Gate 3 is gonna do this and that. Nah, man. The air is gone for Baldur's Gate 3.
Listen, the moment we had them release it just for PlayStation and didn't want I still feel like they partially just didn't want to release the game next Starfield.
Of
I
course,
mean,
of
we
course.
knew the moment that they
Absolutely.
were shook like that, it was kind of like, okay, we know what's coming. If they're scared, like imagine what they really were expecting. You know what I mean?
Yep, absolutely. Jake says when Starfield reached 239K players on early access on Steam, people said on Twitter, well, counting Xbox Game Pass numbers, but fails to understand that ain't Game Pass, it's only Steam. Like, yeah, that's not even considering that. That's just the Steam numbers.
So
And again, it's even gone higher because I didn't put it in here, but it actually already passed the highest concurrent amount for Skyrim,
Mhm.
their other game.
Yeah.
It was so they're at their last Steam update, they're like 288. So that's a big deal.
So my problem is that they don't. It's like obvious that there's a problem that they have, right? And to hear the numbers, to see the facts and what's happening, they still can't acknowledge the game, right?
Yep.
That's ridiculous. That's when it becomes a
Right?
situation,
People
right?
who this like means their like livelihood, like the people who feel like this is them.
Yeah.
Like if Starfield is good, they're getting hurt.
Which
are the people
it
you see out here
shouldn't. It's
crying
not that
outside.
personal, you guys. It's a freaking video game, and
Really
what we
not.
should be doing is like Jimmy should be out here trying to figure out how to do the same thing, how he can level up.
Well, he did try to do it.
And
Remember? He was trying to get Starfield exclusive.
He
But
did
Philly Phil
try.
said,
Listen.
nah, dog, you can't write checks like me. You can't
Check
write
it out.
checks like me. son.
But that's the problem, right? That's the situation. And Starfield, and thank goodness that happened, right? Because Starfield would not be what it is today if it wasn't because of Phil and that check that he wrote and what he made
And the
happen.
time he
The
gave
time
them.
that they took, the money that he spent, this all played into Starfield being what it is today. Because remember,
Absolutely.
it was supposed to come out, what, a year, 2 years ago?
Well, 11/11/22 was
Yeah.
like the updated release date, but it was actually supposed to release the year before. But
Yeah.
Xbox gave it another year, and then they gave it another year.
Exactly. So we wouldn't be
They
having
gave
what
them
we
the
have
time
now
for sure.
if it wasn't for that.
Shintaro's, and we're actually going to hop into that exact topic for a second.
Perfect.
But Shintaro says Starfield is beating up every other game. Facts.
Tekken style,
for
baby.
sure.
Let's go.
And
Let's go.
John Wolf, I feel you. John Wolf was like, he says, I was bringing groceries yesterday thinking about encumbrance. Starfield on the mind 24/7. He
Holy
was like,
cow.
man, I'm going to be out of breath if I carry too much of these groceries. Babe, you're going to have to hold
Listen.
some of this for me. Because
Help me out real quick. Listen,
got nothing
I gotta
out
take
here.
care of my health.
Oh my God.
I don't know what's gonna happen.
I didn't get my weightlifting up. I didn't get my weightlifting up. That's hilarious. So speaking of that exact thing, Todd Howard had an interview where with Games Radar, where he literally said that the game was better because it was exclusive on Xbox.
Yes, I agree with
Factual.
that.
He actually even talked about like the brands, like when you think of Zelda, you think of the Switch. This is like he's essentially acknowledging that it's going hand in hand. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like Xbox is going to be Starfield,
Mhm.
bro.
Yo, but
As
look at
sad
what
as it
he's
is for my
look
boy,
at what
Master
he's
Chief.
showing.
I feel like
Yes.
Master
Go ahead.
I feel like
Amanda.
Master Chief and Halo is slowly fading more and more away from the Xbox brand. Like people don't think Halo since they think Xbox anymore as they used to.
Well,
don't-
I think that what he did was saying what he said. It's kind of like, you know, we're the new face of Xbox, right? You think
Yes.
of Zelda, you think of Nintendo, you think of The Last of Us. For me personally, you
Yep.
think of PlayStation.
you think
Now Starfield
you think
is Xbox, and
It's a
you
beautiful
know
thing.
it was smoothly said, but what he's saying is very powerful. To become the face of freaking Xbox, that's, you know, and kind of knocking, and it's never going to be gone, right? Master Chief is Master Chief, right? Especially for players like you who love Halo
Yes.
and have been with it since the beginning. Because you picked
course.
up Halo when you picked up your Xbox, and that's been like the OG. However,
Over 20 years of love. right
yes.
there.
So what this has done is kind of, it's just evolution, right? We've evolved. This is now the new thing. We can only bring Halo so far, right? Even if it's an amazing Halo game, we can only bring it so far. They're limited by the story, the people, and like how they started the game. And the beauty about this game, Starfield, obviously you don't need to refresh it every 2-3 years, right? To bring out a brand new game.
Agreed.
But what this is going to do is like, imagine when they do make that next game.
Yeah.
And they have so much to work with.
Phil
And-
Spencer specifically said on the interview with we're actually going to talk about them in a little bit, but on the interview with it was like the news outlets, they were interviewing him and Todd, and he specifically said a new franchise,
Mhm.
which means
This bounds to be a Starfield
2
sequel.
is going to be coming.
There'll
and
be more.
It's going to be on the next gen or whatever it is.
Pony up,
But it's
baby.
coming. They're not stopping.
Pony up.
Oh, ponies. Oh, snap. Somebody got hurt somewhere. Shintaro says Jim Ryan is the funniest and the most goofy clown ever.
Yes,
These are
he is.
facts.
He is.
Bonto says it's the beginning of the decline for PlayStation 5 this gen. Sure, Spider-Man will be awesome, but PlayStation Plus subs next year will fall
Oh
off
my
a cliff
gosh. Oh
because
my
of the
gosh.
price hike,
It
unless
will.
they provide day one first party. Absolutely.
I think so. I mean, people are so stupid. Like, you're not getting the hottest games at a good price. You're getting older games for like more than Game Pass costs.
You're getting old games. Yes, you're paying more. And as like at the same time, like Jimmy, where's your lineup? Like, get me excited for something for me to feel like a little more compelled into giving you my money. Like, not only are you neglecting, your fans, and you're neglecting your people and anyone out there who wants to know what's coming, right? You are also saying now you're gonna pay more, and you're not even giving us something. Like, throw something in. Like, give me a reason. Like, I don't want, I don't want them to continue in this stance where they feel so freaking entitled. It's annoying.
Even if they tried a little bit.
Yeah.
It's disgusting.
They need to be a bit more like connected to people, to the fans, to they need to connect a little more.
Well,
They've been able to not have to for a while. And I think that time has passed. It's time for you to evolve and let's go next step.
I agree.
Yeah.
100%. I think it's almost embarrassing that
It is.
they're letting it go this way. So John Wolf says Jimmy only giving his people gas.
Yes.
Game as a service, baby.
Shoot.
That is
Such bullshit.
So funny.
Yeah, it's wild. Jacob says I saw a few people review bombing to user score of Starfield, taking names of Xbox peaks like Game on Daily or Gaz on Daily. If they only knew the impact of this, that they were to face court. I mean, listen, I think the problem with this is that they're just so jealous. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're so jealous of this game that like they don't know what to do with themselves. And that's sad,
Yeah.
It's
Because
sad.
listen, jealousy's a bitch. That shit will make you sick.
Agreed.
You should be happy for, if you love the gaming industry, you should just be happy with how far it's come, right? And there's
Agreed 100%.
nothing wrong. Instead of letting it out the way that they are, right? Just say, damn, good for you guys. It's a great game. Let's start a new freaking path. Yes, it's something that they're never going to do, but maybe somebody will hear it and say, you know what? Maybe I should be like cleanse my soul and just give them props for the freaking game that they have and how, I wish I could play it someday, or good for you. Xbox is not my thing, but damn, that's a good looking game. You have to be able to acknowledge shit so that you can move on and kind of be happy with what you do have, right? That bitterness and selfishness and nasty, it's not going to get you anywhere. It just says a lot about who you are as a person.
Or just buy an Xbox.
You can't change it. You can't change the fact that Starfield, we talked about IGN, they gave it a 7. Yes, it's not a 7.
Definitely not.
So
It doesn't even qualify for the Game of the Year standards, which is like, it's not going to be a Game of the Year.
Yeah, so it did cause problems. It did have consequences, right, for the game. However, the people are talking, and the people are going to play it. The people are paying money.
Yeah.
We're out here supporting the game, and the amount of love that it's receiving on Twitter, people posting clips, videos, just talking about it, putting others on blast that think that this game is coming out on PlayStation, or that it's I forgot the other crap that I've been seeing, but like, just give it up, just support. Hey, great job, good for you, and move on.
Yeah, no, for sure, 100%. John Wolf says, bingo, Starfield broke the fanboys and buys media. There's no going back.
No, yes,
100%.
thank you, John. It
100%.
exposed the crap out of them. And that's the thing. Like, before, obviously, you're like, okay, well, they gave it that review. Obviously, with the come up that they had that entire week trying to kind of diss Xbox and the little things here and there. And it's like, we can't unsee what we've seen. You guys came in too hard. If you go ahead and you make a situation happen and then you apologize for it, it's like, okay, you got away with it. But now we saw you. We see you. We can't unsee.
100%. 100%. What's wild is when you see some of these guys who are holding on to this narrative so hard, like where they still want to act as if, because in their bubble, right, like the people who follow them and their stuff, they're right.
Yes.
Right. And they have their
They're
flock,
consumed by
right?
this.
But like they say the most ridiculous, stupid ass shit.
Ignorant.
Like King Thrash. Like, I never met the dude. The only time I The only reason I heard of that guy's name before right now, and that's why he's out here so much talking shit, because people keep quote tweeting him,
Yeah.
which what people don't realize is that there's no such thing as bad publicity. Yeah, to us, he looks like a fool. But when you quote tweet that, there's some PlayStation pony out there who's going to see it, who wouldn't have saw it,
Yes.
and you just gave him a new member to his flock, right?
Exactly.
So you shouldn't do this. The last time I heard of this guy, or the only time I heard of him before now, was when he had David Jaffe on there, when Jaffe told him, like, said that he didn't like God of War Ragnarok or God of War, or whichever one of them.
Oh, like
he went. David Jaffe's the guy who created God of War.
Yeah.
He went on their show and they were going at him live.
The man who created God of War,
like he was some fucking piece of shit because he didn't like the game that much.
2018.
That's the only time I heard of him, and then he faded away. And like now he's taking advantage of it to try to be out there again. It's like, fam, it's like, come on, man.
You have to respect other people. You have to respect their opinion, but their opinion has to be valid. When you know that it's being used maliciously and it's doing, trying to affect other people, it's not cool.
Yeah, it's fair because like the first 3 God of Wars were bipolar different, like super different from what the 2018 and Ragnarok are now and stuff like that. So one does not mean you'll like the other automatically.
That is true. They're very different games.
Yeah, for sure. Especially he didn't make these. He made the first set. But Jacob says, I have already predicted PlayStation's future. After the Games as a Service releases 2026, PlayStation won't be doomed, but they'll be hurt, very hurt.
Yeah.
And it'll take more than a year to fix that. A lot of time.
I agree. And I'm
man.
hoping, like, I'm waiting for them to give me something. Like, I'm sitting with like some sort of hope that they're coming out and stating, I don't know, we have this for you guys. We have that they have something planned. As much as they came out and just made a fool out of themselves, it's sad to see how low they've gone, right? So I want to know that they're working on things, that they're still going to give us those games.
Yep.
Like I'm waiting with hopeful.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that as much as I'm waiting in theory, I honestly can give a fuck what they come out with, because we got nothing but goodness on this side coming hard every day. That's right. Pause. Okay, that's right though. Unpause. They is coming hard every day, baby. Every day. Listen, you know what's wild? You know that they just like reaching for shit, because normally in the beginning, like leading up to the game coming out, people were talking about like the NPCs or like their eyes bugging out and not looking great or whatever. But that narrative kind of died down because people stopped talking about the graphics, because Digital Foundry did their big, deep dive into it. Now, guys in the chat, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do not remember another time that Digital Foundry gave an Xbox game the documentary style reveal, where it's beautiful images and he does this soliloquy before,
very sexy,
and then it's
like a National Geographic sort of
honestly,
video.
like he had nothing but praise about it. Like he was ringing his praises. Obviously, he talked about the quality of the NPCs a little bit, but that's like a little tiny bit versus this big ass video he did. He was enamored with it, and you don't hear anybody talk about it.
No,
right?
because
Nobody wants to talk about it because they know that this game looks amazing. Plus, the photo mode on here is blowing minds.
It is.
Like, I can't, like, scrolling through Twitter has just become a Starfield screenshot gallery. You know what I'm saying? I just keep scrolling.
It is. That's what I'm saying. It doesn't matter how much they've tried to knock it. Yes, it's had its effect, but we've lifted up the game. I feel like everyone who's bought the game, who's posting about it, who's having their fun, and I said it from the beginning, the most that can happen in the most damage you can do is enjoy the freaking game, have fun, and just like live in it. Because that's what they're trying to keep from happening. They want people to be affected. They want the numbers to be affected. They want to make it look bad. And you can't give into that.
Yeah.
Obviously, no matter what, they'll find something to talk about. They'll have something to say, not in a good way. So at some point, you have to ignore the ignorance.
Agreed. John Wolf says God of War 3 was the GOAT. Yeah, that was a really good one. I think that was was that Ascension or was
No,
or
no,
was
it was
Ascension
just
4?
no, it was just 3.
Yeah, the
I
one
think
before that.
Ascension was like a
That was-
spin-off.
Yeah, that was good. Shintaro put Starfield is a wallpaper simulator.
It is.
Yeah, it's every moment. It's just like you could take a screenshot and it's just so stunning. It's
And-
insane. Even outside of photo mode. Like even if you don't use photo mode,
Mhm.
you just line up the shot right.
Yeah.
Stunning.
Stunning
Breathtaking.
pictures. Yeah.
The biggest kind of I don't know, the biggest endorsement you can give for Starfield
Mhm.
is the fact that such high profile, quote unquote, PlayStation people are loving it.
Yes.
The biggest one, Greg Miller from Kinda Funny.
Yeah, he's a
Yeah.
PlayStation
Greg
boy.
Miller is a PlayStation boy. He's been a PlayStation boy forever. He doesn't, hide it. There's no confusion. And I don't think I've seen anybody, PlayStation or Xbox head, as pumped about this game as
See,
Greg
and
Miller.
that's beautiful to see. That's all I'm talking about. Speak your truth.
So his character's name is Becky Lynch. So he always makes girls. He normally call him Taylor Swift. I don't know.
I
Wait,
like,
isn't
I like
Becky
the
Lynch
name.
a
I like
wrestler?
Becky.
I think.
Yeah, I
well,
like
Becky
the
we
I like the name.
Becky Lynch is the name. I don't know if he's doing that going forward, but that's the name. And he says, for those following Becky Lynch's Starfield journey, we've made it to New Game Plus 5.
He played this
rolled
game
credits.
5 times.
5
That's
times.
crazy, dude.
He says, this will be the one I make a life in with a heart.
That is border.
That's
So,
awesome.
Bro,
That's
What
cool.
the hell?
that is
Almost
crazy.
scary.
That is
That's really cool.
crazy. Now that's one guy. Okay, he is. This is amazing that he's been so forthright about
So
it, right?
open,
Like,
yes.
he's not trying to appease anybody. He's talking his truth, and that is awesome. But the other guy is David Jaffe, again, creator
Of God of War.
Now, to be clear, David, if you follow his channel, I've watched his stuff,
Yeah.
for whatever reason, if it's on, I'll hop in.
Mhm.
I do like his takes on things, even though sometimes he's really wrong. But I just like him as a person. I think
Yeah.
he's funny. But he is he's given Xbox so much shit. Leading up to Starfield, he thought that it was gonna not be good because of the delays and Phil not he was one of the people who wanted Phil to be gone. He said Phil can't do his job, Matt Booty can't do his job. They can't get these games out
Yeah.
on time and well and all this shit.
And listen, to a certain extent, it's slightly valid to question when it's been delayed so much. But once you see what
Until you see the final
yes,
product.
then you have to kind of take that back.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he did,
So
but
this is the
you
thing.
know.
So David Jaffe tweets, and that's Starfield. I've only completed the main quest and touched a bit of the side stuff. So who knows, New Game Plus could destroy my sentiments. But at the moment, it's the best single player game I've ever played.
that's
Damn.
dope.
Ever played.
That's pretty dope.
The PlayStation dude
Who made God of War
who
and
made God
Twisted
of
Metal.
War thinks that this was the best single player game he's ever played.
See, and respect for saying that.
That's
That's
the thing.
it.
The reason why you got to take this for real is
Yes.
because he has nothing to gain and everything to lose
Mhm.
by
By
writing
saying
something
this,
like
yes.
this, because predominantly his followers, quote unquote,
Or
followers
PlayStation
who follow
fans.
him on YouTube and things like that, they're PlayStation heads.
Yes, and they can look at this
And
as
they're
a
gonna get
betrayal and have a problem with it.
Yep. So that's wild. And it's not done. He says, everything I was hoping for and more. So excited to go live to talk about it tomorrow. Thank you, Bethesda, Starfield, and Xbox. This had to be a hell of a boulder to push up the hill. But y'all made a damn classic, and it touched my soul.
Aw,
I'm so appreciative later on. That is wild.
that's
bro.
awesome.
That
That's
is wild.
really,
And
really
he
That's
cool.
did it
wild,
in
bro.
61 hours, almost 62 hours.
Okay.
That's a big
So
deal. See,
that
and
is a big
this
deal,
is
dude.
kind of like what I was saying to you, that there should be PlayStation people reviewing Xbox games like clean, right? People who are not gravitating towards these type of games, and that should be an honest, clean opinion. And it's sad that that can't happen. So it makes me very happy to hear them speak like this. I said the same thing should be done with, the other way around. We should be able to speak about this honestly and be able to lift each other up. That was awesome.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's really, this game is, again, it's not just a game. It's
A way of
bigger.
life.
It's bigger.
Yeah.
Jacob says there's a new rumor about a new state of play, but it also was a rumor for a showcase happening in August for that month. We told fanboys that it probably was false and not hype it. Well, August came and went. Yeah, they're still holding on to this idea.
Surely something will come to combat Starfield.
At some point, they're gonna get the secret showcase that's going to
change everything.
Give them their year of dreams again.
The Last of Us 3 and God of War 6.
Now, if you didn't think the PlayStation fanboys were bad, like it's everywhere, right? So PlayStation fanboys are everywhere. Like it's like rapists, right? Like you don't know who's a rapist until they do it, right?
Like, it's like a disease.
That's a weird way of going with this, by the way.
I know. I'm what you mean, but I get what you're saying.
Like, you know what I'm saying? You don't know until it happens.
Yes.
So
you never know who's crazy. Let's call it. Yeah.
That was better. That was
You
better.
could call it serial killer, but
that one too. So Phil and Todd have been on like this press tour, obviously, because the game just came out.
Yeah.
And they were on interviews. So their videos, if you haven't seen them, they did one with CNBC and Bloomberg. So just Google it. You'll be able to see. And it's worth it because of the stupid shit that they asked that shows that they have this like bias towards them. So one of the questions that Bloomberg asked, they said from the audience, right? They say it's from the audience. One of the most, asked questions. Why did you not optimize Starfield for PC? Okay. Todd Howard says, well, we did. You might need to upgrade your PC.
Yeah.
And he says it's like a next-gen PC game as well. It's not just a next-gen Xbox game. It's a next-gen PC game. But like to sit there and have the balls to ask that question as if it's like they didn't. Like they just said, it's on PC. What else? You know what I'm saying? Like, get out of here, man. Bethesda's always been PC.
Yeah.
Right? So the fact that they went ahead and did that,
stupid.
Pure ridiculous. Stupidity. Another one, they were trying to tell Phil, like, now that you guys made this exclusive, is that what it is? Is exclusive? So there's no other place.
No, guys.
Can't get it anywhere else. And Phil's like, well, it's on Xbox, it's on PC, it's on the cloud.
Pick your poison.
It's everywhere, right?
Pick your
It's available via browser.
Yes.
Literally hundreds of millions of devices can have access to this game.
Yes.
And then the guy's like, so
no
exclusive, right? So it's exclusive. You're not gonna like. And Phil's like, well, I mean, like I said, all these different places, but when it comes to console, then Xbox is where you're gonna find it, right?
I listen.
Like, they're not gonna say PlayStation. You want them to say the word PlayStation.
Yes.
They're not gonna say PlayStation.
Let me enlighten you. There's a higher chance that Starfield will be coming to Nintendo.
Literally.
And there's not a chance in hell
they
that
will cram it on a Switch and
have
to blow across the nation trying to run it.
That will happen before this hits freaking PlayStation. It's not going to happen, guys. I don't know how to write it, spell it, or say it. I don't know. Like, do your research before you go and interview someone. Obviously, they want to hear it.
Bro, Bloomberg only wants this for them to say something damn so they can have it on the press. Like, man, look at them. They're monsters.
They want them to say something stupid, or they want to bring up the fact that it's not on PlayStation and people want it on PlayStation. The interview is about it not being on PlayStation, which is fucked up.
Actually, there was this guy on Twitter, the Segaholic, and I took a note of this because I completely forgot about this, but this is such a real thing. He puts Starfield running brilliantly on my Xbox One X via cloud gaming. Remember, you have your old Xbox.
That's big.
If you subscribe to Game Pass Ultimate, you still have access to cloud gaming. And on your Xbox, you can go to the Game Pass app and play Starfield on your old ass Xbox.
This is so beautiful because let's go back to Cyberpunk, right?
Yep.
Stunning game. Played it on what? Right? You loved it.
I did.
And what happened? It wouldn't run on anything else. The fact that they were able to give us a freaking game that ran equally as stunning, okay, and smooth everywhere, except for PlayStation and Nintendo. Guys. I don't want you guys running with it, right?
You got to throw in the burn. You know what I'm saying? You got to throw in the burn for ya.
Yeah, clear that out. Yeah, like dude, that's big.
Yeah, play that cloud gaming, man. To be able to access it on your Xbox, you're getting by another system. You're paying your same 15. If you owned a Series X or not, you have Game Pass Ultimate. You're
getting it, baby.
You get to experience it. Plays
That's
great, and he loves it.
There's no bullshit around it.
Exactly. He says, huge thanks to Xbox for finding a way for players on last-gen consoles to access next-gen games.
Yeah.
The gameplay is smooth and responsive too. That is amazing.
Yes, hats off to them because obviously it was difficult enough for, obviously we know what happened with Cyberpunk. They couldn't pull that off. They were out there giving money back. Holy crap, that was a big deal. But yeah, and it was kind of like, all right, cut them some slack. But now that we have Starfield, right? And we know that it's running like this.
Yep.
Fuck what you heard.
Yep.
You know?
Absolutely. I love this right here. Jacob in the chat says, Xbox should release a Game of the Year edition when every Starfield expansion is out. And on the cover, put the text, God of War and Twisted Metal creator approved.
Yes.
The best single player game ever.
If they had a quote, that would be really cool.
Yo, it's technically
cool.
They can put that anywhere.
Yeah.
Because when you write that stuff out in public,
it's for grabs.
It's up for grabs.
Yes.
So they can go ahead and they need to market that.
They do.
Shit.
Jacob, that was freaking amazing.
Jacob, I hope Xbox hears this.
They do, right?
Bro, PlayStation would lose their shit as a company if they saw a trailer and said greatest video game ever. David Jack, creator of God of War and Twisted Metal.
Best single player ever. That's hilarious. I mean, it's true.
Jimmy will pull the rest of his hair.
Yo, did you just? Well,
that's literally what will happen.
The strand of hair on his
head.
I
know the one
that's admitted to being the greatest single player video game of all time.
He did. He said that.
Oh, I thought you.
Shintaro says, a game is legendary and fantastic when a PlayStation fan said Starfield touched his soul.
Yes. Oh my God. Seriously, Shintaro, though. Like
100% facts.
I literally overlooked that. Thank you for saying that.
100%.
He didn't just say it was amazing or a great game or best game. He said it touched my soul.
It
made me feel human.
Yes.
So this is the thing, right? This is why these PlayStation cats don't know. Like they're so afraid in their hearts and in their souls because this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
This is just the game that the vanilla game, the game as is, people are going back and playing Greg Miller 5 times.
Mm-hmm.
People are loving it. I hope I can play it enough to get it at least through one fucking time at this point. But
the way you're playing it, though, because you are going ahead and doing the sides and everything else, for you, it's going to be a different experience. And I said this to you. I said this game is going to be whatever you make it to be.
Yes.
Like everybody's going to experience it differently. Everybody's going to don't even bring it up.
So
I'm going to bring it up.
Okay.
I didn't forget.
I was gonna say we forgot in the beginning.
No, but
I think we all had the same answer, so that's why.
Huh?
Go ahead, tell her. Tell them. Tell the people.
What? Go ahead.
No, you tell them.
Are we talking about the same thing that you're making?
In the beginning, we said we forgot to do the part where we say, "What are we playing?"
Yes, we did forget to say what
because it was a new thing we did last week, and then I forgot it this week.
Well, listen, because of the whole situation going on, guys, I have something to share with you guys.
Doodle,
okay,
share
so this is another thing that I would say. A lot of people are watching other people play, right? It's broken records. Yes, that's fantastic. However, okay, I'm gonna tell you guys from experience. Okay, it's a whole other beast when you're playing the game yourself. Watching someone else play it, watching someone else making their characters.
Hit the like button for that right there.
Yes, hit the like button for that one,
right
you guys.
There, bro.
Guys, I started Starfield. Okay, not only did I start, but it took CMoney, like maybe 20 minutes to make your character.
Yeah.
I was there for like 2 hours, you guys, just doodling around with everything. And listen,
making the perfect doodle.
In the perfect doodle, yes. Dude, like it's a whole different experience to go ahead and play the game. Also, what did you put the game on for me?
Easy.
No. Thank you, man.
That was
so sweet.
The
Steam Deck.
The Steam Deck.
I realized while playing it, I feel a lot more. It's more than just like being able to grab it, put it down, do something, and come right back. It's also for me about this connection, like being close up, being able to like zone out in like one-on-one. Like I love that experience. This is what I have going on with the Switch, and that for me, guys, was everything. So I sat there, I was zoned the heck out. I started the game, made my character play a bit more. Like it's really good when you get to do. And the beauty that I have going on is that those little places where I would maybe get stuck, because you started before I did, I get to be like, okay, so what happened? What do you do here? And how do I get out of this?
Yep.
So it's like, it's pretty awesome.
So you heard her.
It's really, really cool.
The front lines for her. And now I cleared the path.
Yeah.
No,
she's graduated.
Awesome. She's definitely been playing. That's so cool.
Yeah, and you know what I didn't want to do, and you told me that I didn't have to choose the 3 things in the beginning.
Yep.
So I didn't. I what did I ended up? I got the adoring fan, right?
Yep, the adoring fan.
I got the parents and we had to freaking sit there. It's like, it's funny because it's such a big deal to me, and I'm like, you gotta just pick something, all right? What are you doing over here? For me, it was like a whole different experience because I'm reading everything. I'm like, okay, well, if I get this from
see
this,
how she likes to read when it's her own shit? You see that? When it's hers, she wants to read. If I'm playing, it's like, bro, just go. Pick the button, kill somebody, stab somebody. I don't care, just do it.
I want to watch everyone die.
But no, but it's like, okay, so I get this, but then I don't have that. And it's like, oh, man, what do I want? Yeah, it was crazy.
Yeah,
it was crazy. CMoney had to talk me into doing the whole parent situation because I didn't want to do it. And then he's like, but you see them around and they give you gifts. And I'm like, I'm paying for the damn gifts. I'm sending them, what, 200 every freaking week or some crap like that.
Listen,
it was hilarious, you guys.
It's a nice addition.
It was really cool. So
Jacob says, idea, if you're watching Phil, ask Dave Jaffe if you can hire him. I think David Jaffe would be willing to get hired in a heartbeat. I don't think Phil will ask him because David Jaffe's been telling him to be fired forever. So now that he has this game out, he's trying to change his tune, but can't have a snake in
there. Yeah, we cannot hear what we've heard.
Yeah, we already know.
You know?
We already know.
Actually, I know he created God of War. What does he do now for his career?
YouTube.
Like
he advises on different games and things like that, smaller stuff that people ask him for. Jacob says, I have been thinking, we know that Gears of War 6 is in the works. Colt said that Colt Eastwood, by the way, is who he's referencing.
Yes,
the gentleman who has agreed to be on him and the guest show. It's the end of September. He will be our guest.
You actually got him on?
Absolutely.
Let's go.
You guys, you heard it here first.
There you
Look
go.
at that. That's awesome. We haven't said a word till now. Jacob got it out of us. You twisted our arm.
You twisted it. You twisted it. So Colt said that the Gears collection is in the works too, and the Outrider devs are working on an Xbox game, which is a rumor. It's Gears related. Absolutely. Yeah. It's going to be
series for like 5 years.
Yeah, it's going to come. I don't know why. It's no matter how I say this, I always say it, and it's such a pause situation, but is Gears of War is going to come so hard, bro.
Oh, it is.
Like,
all over.
All over. Different games, different everything. It's just going to come everywhere. So
it is.
That's exciting.
Gears is something else. So like I can vividly remember walking through that game and like still feel enamored with it when I think of what the buildings look like in
Yeah.
the details and that. Guys, you know how much I like a shank and that, yo.
That's like the mother of all shanks.
Oh,
Like,
yeah. Back in three, you know, intense. But
Yeah.
that game, it's next
For
level.
sure. Honestly, like this Starfield is not only like setting like bars and breaking records out for everybody else to see, but internally, you know, everybody making an Xbox game right now is like, fuck.
Yes,
We
I
need
need
to raise our fucking level.
I mean, I don't know if
Exactly.
I don't know if Ninja Theory is that worried. Like, I'm sure Hellblade will be its own beast when it
Well,
comes out.
everybody is not worried. Like they're on the same team. You know what I'm saying? So it's like going up to bat. If you have like, you know,
you don't want to be the
what was his
weak
name? Sammy
link.
Sosa back in the day. You knew he was gonna hit a home run.
Exactly.
You want to hit a home run too. If you don't hit a home
Exactly.
run, it's not like people are gonna look at you like, oh, you're trash. But it's like,
But you want to
have to
be
hit
at
a
that
bar.
level. You want to be able to be talked about and in a good light. I understand what you're saying. Like clean, precision. Like we got to make sure that we don't go out there and miss anything. Which I'm not sure that Phil will be okay with, and he will make sure that to check and look back. But them as a team, having this happen, they don't want to be the weak link or what drags or what puts them on a bad light. You know what I mean?
agreed.
So that's gonna up their game, and it should be a lot of relief for Phil. You know?
100%, 100%. Now, again, what we were talking about before was that people are going crazy for this game, and it's just the vanilla version, right? Because official mod support has not been released. So everybody is posting all these things, playing these games, and this is just the vanilla. Todd Howard confirmed that with the interview with Famitsu that mods will be available for Starfield next year on PC and Xbox. And that's the official version. So that's where it's going to be easy to just click in there in the game, look for one, add it, and be done. That being said, that has not stopped people from modding this game. So over at Nexus Mods, right? So the beauty about official mod support is that it's click. Like you just literally go into the mod store in the game, you know, in the start screen or whatever, go over there, pick the mods you want to add, restart the game, boom, it's in there, right? They make it so that the game, the system won't overload or won't be broken.
Yes.
Right? Whereas on Nexus Mods, right, you can go and literally have to go into the file of the game on PC. So you have to like dig into the file. It's not too hard to do because most people will tell you exactly what to do.
Yeah.
But you have to go in there, and that's how you do it. There's hundreds and hundreds of mods right now on PC.
Is there a Master Chief mod yet?
I haven't seen it. I'm sure somebody will.
They just refused.
Yeah.
That being said, there is a lot of guys. I think John Wolf had it, and I think Boom had it, where there's a suit in there that looks just like the Doom guy.
Yeah.
The Doom Slayer.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
So people have gotten it, and I think I'm hoping that I find it soon. I did get the invisible helmet that a lot of people had, so I'm pumped for that. So I have to, you know, I gotta find the other one. I gotta find the other one.
You get there.
Absolutely.
You get there. But I just want to bring up, I don't know if you guys remember CMoney mentioning that he was gonna show me his dragon in the game.
She sees the dragon.
Boss.
She sees the dragon.
In the game, you made a dragon his ship, right? I just figured that out. I heard it and I'm like, wait, hold up. But
I don't even understand.
Like, what?
I don't even get it.
Oh, don't worry about it. Don't worry
about it. So notice that no pictures have. I mean, listen.
I haven't done it yet. I'm still trying to figure it out.
It looks nice, but it's not a dragon yet.
Listen, it's a real dragon, not a dragon mythical. The lizard dragon. I'm telling you, I'm gonna take a dope ass picture.
Oh, the Komodo dragon.
Like, yes, that one. Yes. Okay. You'll see. Show her a picture of the Komodo dragon.
Let's just not use the word dragon.
It's a dragon. It's like from what's the name of that movie? Wedding Crashers. What's his name? Dragon. Is it Wedding Crashers?
I don't know.
Will Ferrell's character.
Is it dragon?
No. Is it dragon?
No.
Komodo dragon.
Maybe it's someone else. It looks just like that.
Yeah, like a lizard.
It has that.
It's a lizard.
Thing.
And
that neck thing is the ramp where you walk in. Come on, man.
Yeah, maybe change it's really green, the one you made.
Yeah, come on,
Like,
dragon is green
but this one doesn't look green.
because it's dirty.
That one,
You taking a
it
shower
throw some dirt
it's
on
green.
it or something.
Maybe.
You know what I
Six
mean?
years.
Listen.
Yeah.
Jacob says, Jim Ryan be like, we now need to make Condor Starfield like game as a service game revealed in the showcase have the same color pattern as Starfield.
Listen, Jim
No, watch it be
Ryan,
called Space Field.
who's can
Yo,
you imagine? Oh my God, Jim Ryan, who doesn't play games, is probably
Nope.
trying to figure out how to play Starfield somewhere.
listen, I believe it 100%.
I believe it too, or watching somebody play it.
I
I
believe
mean, if he
it
plays it on
100%.
PC on Steam, then he's not betraying anyone because it's a computer, so it doesn't matter.
Oh man,
Listen, I gotta say that Jim Ryan, I'm sure there are meetings right now going on right now
About this
where they're
game.
all sitting
Yeah.
together and saying, okay,
now
should
what?
any of these games and the service games we're making be turned single player? Do we have anything in space?
Oh, good.
Anything that we can throw at these people? Okay.
Yeah, I
Or
get
they're
it.
never going to do a space game ever. They're going to take Bungie and be like, yo, take your shit out of space.
Yeah,
Bungie is now on land.
on land.
Destiny is
Walk
on land.
your
only.
ass around. No more
Oh my
leaping.
God. Oh my
Yeah, I
God.
get that.
Jacob says it's very clear that Condor was made to rival Starfield. Same concept, trailer showing a spaceship instead of a sandwich. In the Starfield trailer, Condor had a bunching burger. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They're definitely trying to copy, but listen.
No,
can't
no,
copy
people
The
aren't
crazy.
bar
that
is
stupid.
too high.
way too high.
It's just too
Especially
much.
for some rinky-dink new.
You think?
It's a little ass studio that they bought that just is starting. They never released the game
Rusty-ass.
together.
Yeah,
Come on, man.
I get
That's
it.
some
I get
crazy
it. I
shit.
get it. I
All right.
understand.
So that being said, it's not
Yes.
just our small Twitter space
Mhm.
because it's very easy to get caught up in your bubble, right?
Yes.
Because you
I agree.
you do kind of follow certain people, so you kind of see what
Yes.
you like, right?
Mhm.
So it kind of feeds into it. But that's not the case here, okay? Because somebody posted here that there were over 8,800 articles written about Starfield just during the week of early access. Okay, 8,852. In comparison, that same time frame.
Mhm.
Okay, this is from August 30th to September 5th.
Okay.
1,658 articles about Baldur's Gate 3. 1,444 articles about Mario Wonder.
Mhm.
1,010 about Armored Core. 649 about Final Fantasy 16. 573 about Sea of Stars. 504 about the Lenovo Legion Go, the handheld.
Mhm.
476 about Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. 471 about the PlayStation Portal, and 458 about Liza P. If you add all of them up together,
Mhm.
it's still less
Yeah.
than the amount of articles written about Starfield.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
That is
Telling.
super telling.
Yes.
That is super telling.
Yeah.
That is letting you know where the zeitgeist is. Where are people putting their attention?
Yeah.
They're putting their attention into Starfield. And that's just where it is. And I feel bad for you if you have a problem with that.
I mean, I don't.
Well, this is the thing. Starfield put out this image. I don't know. You've probably seen it, Doodle. It's the review image.
Yes.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So
Beautiful.
on this here, you
It is.
have rows of 4, and you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you have 14 rows of 4. Okay. So that's 56 reviews. 56 reviews, and they're all 9 and above. Almost half of them are 10s.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So when you think about that for a second, right? So Mav over at Fun Speculation,
Mhm.
which might as well throw it out there now. He is gonna be our next guest after King David.
Yes,
So
baby.
not
Let's
this
go.
Tuesday, but
Let's
next
go.
Tuesday, our boy Mav will be joining us for her, him, and the guest.
Woo!
So Mav put a tweet, quote tweeting the picture that Starfield put out with all those reviews. Mav says, worthless trolls keep saying only sites that have the word Xbox in them were giving Starfield 9s and 10s. I only see a few in this group that are Xbox focused sites. That's a lot of 9s and 10s. Game of the generation, gaming bliss. I love Starfield.
Yeah, it's definitely game of the generation. That's the thing.
Oh yeah.
It's just like next level.
Yeah, I mean, and that's really the thing, right? Because, you know, there's a lot when you think about the kind of idea of game of the generation,
Mhm.
right? And when I look at this, right, I was on the Fix on Thursday, and we were like the four of us were talking about what we've done so far, and we're
Yeah.
all, 20 plus hours, right? I'm
Yes.
like 19, right? And we all talked about what we've been doing, and all of us have done completely different things.
Yeah.
And we each love the game.
Yes.
Right? So if you think about, I mean, Danny barely he just started, but everybody else each loved the game so much,
Mhm.
right? And it's like it's almost like they made multiple games in the same game.
Exactly.
In one game, everybody's having completely
Different experiences. Yeah.
all based off of how you're playing it, right? How you choose to go, like what
Mhm.
direction you want to go, what mission you think is
What
the
draws you? What do you want to do?
Yep.
And yeah, they showed it that you can take different paths, but I didn't know that it would be that different.
It's
Where
so
the
different.
complete experience is just
100%.
day and night. Yeah.
And it's like we were talking, like we'll have the same path for a little bit, and then
And
it's
then
like, well, I
yes.
talked to this person and I just left. When I'm like, well, I talked to this person and I finished that mission, went back to
Yeah.
that person, and started a whole nother
A
saga
whole
that
other
has
line. Yes.
literally taken me away from the main story, right? And I stopped that mission halfway
Yeah.
because the Crimson Fleet mission started, and it took me further.
Yes.
So I have like levels of missions to get back to,
Mhm.
and I'm just like, it's not even in my mindset because I'm like fully invested
It's
in this new
seamlessly
line.
happening, and it all comes down to your own choices, right? You make
Absolutely.
a choice, you get drawn to something, you go and explore somewhere, and that leads to something else. So that's the big deal. Like, it's not the same game for everyone. It's not that dry and cut. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
it's a full different experience considering what you like and what you're drawn to when you're playing the game.
Yeah.
You
Yeah, I
know?
really like when games almost like the side quests are so meaningful that they almost feel like the main game, stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of big thing with this game, right?
Mhm.
Like it literally has so many different side quests that feel honestly, if somebody told me that what I was playing was the only storyline in the game,
Mhm.
I wouldn't
Be upset.
bat an eye.
Yeah.
I would believe it. Like in any other game, if I didn't know that there were so many branching paths and that this was it,
It would frustrate you.
I am saying that I really, really enjoy the way that they handle this. They
Mhm.
just let you be you, and that's a good thing.
Agreed.
Welcome, Maria Smith.
Maria
Maria
Smith, what is
Smith,
up?
We have
welcome.
a lot of interesting stuff going on over there. But
Oh,
thanks for
yeah.
watching. I feel like it's just there's no limits to what can happen, and obviously there are limits, right? Because they're making this like
Mhm.
it's human made, right? But they just put so much into it, so much energy,
So much love,
effort.
time.
Exactly. Like you can see where they spent all these years, right?
Yeah.
Like they needed that extra time because there's so much in the
They
game.
did. They
It's
did.
so packed. So when I think of what I would say a game of the generation, if you can't look at this and objectively say, "Wow, I played the game and I loved it," and that experience I had could essentially not have been done by
Mhm.
anyone else. You know
Exactly.
what I'm saying? Just the obvious pivot points that have to be there. If you
Mhm.
do everything, you will eventually have seen everything.
Of course.
But I mean, that is like wild. Like boom, he just got into the Crimson Fleet storyline. towards the end after he got married to Sarah and he's like played the game for like
Oh my
40
gosh.
hours or 50 hours. He just got
Guys,
into Crimson Fleet.
okay, we're
All right.
CMoney had a little bit of a situation.
I didn't have a situation.
Listen,
you put me in a situation.
apparently
Hey, yo.
it was because of me. Okay, so he had Sarah was a little hesitant, all right, about CMoney. All right.
I don't know about this.
So it turns out, and I'm gonna put up a short about it. Turns out that I may have had a little bit to do with that, because when he was playing, I talked him into shooting these what are these gas containers?
Yeah.
And she
almost
kind
killed
of
her,
caught on fire and got knocked back
because he was standing right next to them. You're like, shoot the containers. Like, I don't think we should. She's like, shoot them. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, she looked so mad.
That was a fun time.
She looked so angry.
Nice going,
That
Doodle.
was a fun time.
So yeah.
That was a fun time.
Sorry, see,
it was
I've interfered, but that's his love life in the game. I've interfered with it
a little bit. We'll see. I don't know. There's another person that I'm hearing thrown around. That's
Listen, maybe I just think there's someone better for you.
Maybe
Sarah's not the one for you, and that's what happened. You know? Yeah.
Shintaro says CMoney Sony Santa Monica is working on a sci-fi game like Starfield that looks insanely breathtaking. I don't doubt that they were making something beautiful, especially Cory Borlaug is we're making it, but it still won't be at that scope. It'll be a more linear experience. You know,
like we'll be lucky if it's similar to Mass Effect.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be Starfield level, but I'm sure it'll be beautiful. And
I think okay, so this is the thing, and I knew that they were making 1,000 planets, and then we see the game running smooth and so much to explore, and everyone is having a different journey and experience. And so when you take all these things into account and you start thinking of this is all happening in the same game, right? And then you start thinking of the linear games, right? And you're sitting there and they kind of keep you in place. Even if it's an open world, you can only move so far or do so much. And it's all kind of structure. And then you think of these games, like then you think of Starfield, right? And you're like, okay, this is like a game within a game within a game within a game. These are multiple freaking games put together, running smoothly, high quality, beautiful graphics. It's insane when you really sit there and you analyze what you're working with and what you have and what they've given you. Understandable why they took 8 years, understandable why it was delayed, understandable why so much money went into it, and obviously why so many people are loving it, receiving it, and playing it. And hard to swallow the fact that it's being knocked, because regardless of what you feel, you can acknowledge the fact that this is a freaking stunning game, and they went above and beyond with the content that they've given you. Considering the fact, and Game Pass, obviously we pay for Game Pass, so you don't pay for Game Pass, you don't get Game Pass next month. That's still paying for the game. It's paying for a service that gives you the game. So when you think of that and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm getting this game in Game Pass, or I'm buying this game and I have this game that I can play for what? 5, 10 years, 15, that I could never stop playing if I don't want to stop playing. There's so much to do and explore. You think of that and you're like, they weren't even trying to break up the game and say, next game we have it here. We'll release it in 2 years. You'll be giving us another $300. We'll throw in another watch. Like, that was not the route that they took. And it was a route that they could have easily taken, and I can justify. That's the bigger thing. I can justify them doing that, but they didn't.
They gave us one humongous big game. You pay once or you pay for Game Pass, and you have access to the whole game. There is going to be an expansion. That's what's blown. Like they're coming out with an expansion for this game. To expand to what? Everything's an expansion to me. Anytime I stop doing what I'm doing, I go do something else. It's like a brand new game I'm playing.
Any other planets than the one I started in is a freaking expansion. Yeah,
Dude,
it
wait
is.
till the
It's
mods start. They're next
crazy.
year, bro.
Yeah.
Next year,
Yeah.
official mod support is
It's
gonna
gonna
be
be crazy.
crazy. People are gonna be making whole new storylines, making whole new worlds,
Yeah.
making whole new environments. It's gonna be
Mind
Ridiculous.
blowing.
blowing, bro.
100%.
Do you think you'll
It's
ever finish
crazy.
Starfield at a reasonable time?
I don't know if I don't know what game is gonna make me stop playing Starfield.
Halo
That's
7?
I don't think I'll stop playing. I think I'll also play.
Woo!
I think he
I
will
think I'll
add
play
to it, yeah,
Halo,
and
but
continue
then
to
I'll
play.
just like
Yeah,
you
do
know what
your
I'm saying? Like I
journey.
can play whatever and then just stay up a little later and play another hour or so of
Yeah.
Starfield, you know, get some more shit done. Like
Yeah, I
I don't
get
know.
that.
I don't know if I'm gonna stop ever playing it. I don't know when I will. Especially this type of game. Like it's stunning, dude. Like
So-
it's stunning.
I want to bring something up too, because I forgot to mention this when I was talking about, I started my own like journey on Starfield.
Yep.
I don't know if you guys remember how my journey started with Animal Crossing as well. And I
Yes.
was obsessed, and I still am. I still pick up the game and I still play it.
Yes, you do.
And I've put like over 2,000 hours into Animal Crossing, and that's like with not playing it as hardcore as I used to play it.
Yes.
But I never played any other Animal Crossing game. Animal Crossing New Horizons was my favorite, my
Your
first
and favorite.
Animal Crossing game that I've ever played. And you bought it for me. See, I didn't ask for this game. I wasn't trying to play it. And I wasn't planning to buy it. And so CMoney was like, you should try out this game. And it literally sat there for a month where I didn't even touch the game.
Yep.
And you actually went ahead, you put in the game for me, and you were like, okay,
Play
so
it.
you got to try
Now.
it. Well, no, nobody can talk to me like
I
that.
did not talk like that.
I'm kidding.
But he went ahead and he said, you should try the game. Let's see if you like it. Anyways, I was hesitant. I went ahead, I played the game a little bit. Next time, picked it up again. So it was like a soft step into it, and then I was obsessed with it.
Yeah.
So it's
we'll see what
funny
Starfield
that,
goes for you.
yeah, because it's funny that it's the same hesitant approach. Like that's not my type of game, and then
Start playing
it's
it,
been
it's like, oh,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah, it's a different
Breed.
We'll see. We'll
breed,
see. Well,
yeah,
next week we'll
different
update you to let you know
Shin-
how they gone.
yeah,
how
Shintaro
that
says
goes.
that he thinks Gears of War 6 will make you stop playing Starfield.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I think stop is the problem. I don't think I'll stop. I think maybe the ratio of what I'm playing will change, right? So, like if I'm playing at night or some crazy thing, maybe I'll play, some Gears of War 6 and then swap back over to Starfield. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going to have to happen to make me want to stop playing.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Maybe
Maybe
think-
say, okay, I'm done with Starfield. I
Mhm.
don't know. I just feel
Starfield
there's
2?
so much.
So I
that's a
honestly,
long time.
so this is the thing, and this is because this is how I feel with Animal Crossing as well. It's you want to check in. You
Mhm.
want to check in, and that feeling doesn't go away. Because even if you're like, let me play this, because I've been there, I'm like, let me go ahead and play this. And I'm like, but first, let me go
try
ahead
some
and
Animal
check
Crossing, and then
what
you
my
stay
villagers
there,
are doing.
and you
And
forget what you were gonna go do
exactly,
outside.
That's the
of it.
story
it
of
happens
Yeah.
so much.
Yeah. Jacob says, I hope Starfield gets an expansion like Skyrim that added vampires. Well, this is the thing.
That's pretty cool. I
Um,
love the idea of them adding certain things,
think they
especially
will.
with like the seasons and stuff like that. I saw the one for Diablo 4. Oh my God. Like
Yeah, that's
it looks crazy.
See, like
so
that
it's
game
perfect.
was great, right? And
Yeah.
I also, when I was playing that game, that's the only game I wanted to play,
Mhm.
and I played it and I beat it. But that was that.
Mhm.
I beat it, and I'm like, I don't need to do anymore. Like
Yeah.
I've done enough.
Yes.
I've done enough.
I get
I
that.
got to where I needed
Yeah,
to
I
go.
rarely do the new game plus thing where I play
Space
beyond the
Fires.
credits.
Jacob says. Go
I
ahead.
rarely play beyond the credits and stuff like that. Like that's usually where the game ends for me.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Even Mario Odyssey, I think. I think
Mario
maybe you
Odyssey,
did
that
a
was
little
one of
bit
the
more.
few- Yeah, that was one of
Yeah.
the few that I kind of played a bit
Okay.
more because I did the Darker Moon.
Grab it. Up.
The microphone.
Sorry.
Yeah.
So I want to make
Oh.
sure the sound is good.
Yep,
Okay.
got it. But yeah, that was kind of the only time where I like one of the few times I played beyond the credits.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got to what, the Dark Moon or
Darker, I think.
darker.
Yeah.
You didn't get to the darkest.
There's no
I
proof
knew
that you did
I knew
anymore.
that was
Damn it, there
coming.
is no proof that I did. I can't believe it. I can't
That
believe
you
I
have
did.
played with that Switch. Let's hope you don't have the same situation
With the
happening
next
with the
Nintendo
next.
console?
Yep. Because it's coming.
Yeah. Yeah. Shintaro says, if CMoney was on My Strange Addiction, I'll be like, I'm CMoney and I'm addicted to Starfield. Yeah. Yeah, for real. So the Black Viking over on
That would
Twitter.
be a big group, by the way, right
Yeah, there are a
now.
lot of
That would
people
be
who are
a
addicted.
big group.
Greg would be up there
I
leading
know.
it. So Black Viking over on Twitter brought this up, and this is a big problem because Starfield, as you know, I predicted it would be like a 98 Metacritic.
Yes,
Okay,
I
because
remember.
I thought that they would not be biased to the game. I thought they would say, even though Xbox owns them, we'll just let Starfield be its own thing.
Yes.
and be fair.
I
Clearly, the majority of people were.
Yeah.
But the problem is that the people who weren't have tanked the Metacritic. If I'm not mistaken, it's like 85 or 86 now.
That's
It was
that's
up at
crazy.
88, and it could have been
So
higher. But the Black Viking on Twitter, he says reasons you should not trust Metacritic scores. Starfield Metacritic scores went down to 86 today due to the So Video Games podcast review. They gave it a 65.
oh my
Now,
God.
That's a good
They
one.
played 5 hours of the game,
5 hours.
one main quest line, and 1 to 2 side missions, and called it quits with some of the worst takes I've ever seen. For context, they scored Everspace 2 a 70. So
Wow.
they gave a 65 to
Wow.
Starfield. They barely played the game, and they
Holy
went ahead
crap.
and they got put on Metacritic to impact the score.
That's crazy,
Another for context,
dude.
these same people gave Forspoken, which is wildly believed to be like a
Abysmal
horrible
game.
game.
Yeah.
They gave it an 85.
What the hell?
Oh
But they
my
gave
God.
Starfield a 65, and that's okay to put on Metacritic,
Yeah.
which tanks the score.
That's pretty bad. There's
That's
gotta be
really
some sort of
bad.
control over these reviews.
And you know what?
That's
Being
wild.
Starfield being the type of game that it is, you should not be allowed to review it if you can't play enough hours of it. Meaning it has to be like checked. How many hours did you
Yep.
actually give this game? And like, dude, it would just the graphics alone that you get to see in the beginning and the presentation and the fact that they give you so many options and so much detail to build your character, it's insane. Dude, you can literally, okay, so as a female, you can literally do like your eyeliner. You can do like the top, the bottom. There's so much detail that goes into just making your character. It's ridiculous. That's
Yep.
crazy.
It's so wild. Like, I can't even
Wow.
wrap my head around it.
The stupidity.
That they go ahead and they let this go. So, people are questioning whether or not the game can win Game of the Year with a lower score like
It
that.
should not be based on the score. It should
I don't
not.
think it can be, because I think the problem is that people are still people, right? Greg Miller, and Kind of Funny, when his team gets to go vote for Game of the Year,
Yeah.
what do you think he's going to be voting for?
Yeah.
Starfield.
Now, mind you, Paris Lilly, who's on XCast, which is Greg Miller's, he
Xbox
owns
skill
Kind of
team.
Funny with a few guys. That's their Xbox show.
Okay.
And Paris gave it a 4 out of 5, which,
All right.
I like Paris. I think Paris is a cool dude.
I guess that's fair.
I think he's wrong. I think it's not a 4 out of 5. I think he knows that it's not a 4 out of 5. I think he didn't want to give it a 5 out of 5 because he feels like people would have thought of him as like an Xbox stan. Like, it's an Xbox game, so you gave it a 5 out of 5.
Yeah.
I just don't think that. And the other reason I know that, and again, this is not coming after Paris or coming at him, because again, super cool dude. I like following him and stuff. But he wrote, if I'm not mistaken, it was him. But he wrote, now that I'm not reviewing the game and I've been just playing it on my own leisure and doing more side quests and doing this and doing that, that he's like really falling in love with the game and all this stuff. And it's like, well,
Wish you noticed that before you
why
gave it
like
a
that
number.
kind of messes us up, Paris.
Yeah.
Like you're basically saying that
It is a 5 out of
if
5.
you played it more
Mhm.
and gave it more of your time and did more things in there, then you would have rated it higher.
Yeah.
So
It's kind of like, I did this, now I'm back, guys.
Yeah, like,
You
but,
know?
like, now it doesn't count. You know what
Mhm.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
It counted before, now it doesn't.
It
So,
did, yeah.
like, why would you
Say that.
why would you do that? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand that.
I just feel like it's, you know, he's doing it now in the quote unquote safety of he doesn't have to give a score for it.
Mhm.
I still don't think I think he just didn't want to come off as like an Xbox shill, you know, so I
Yeah.
gave it a 5 out of 5. No, you know, so it's just I feel like it's kind of like unnecessary.
I
We
think
could have added
5 is too
point
small of a
something.
scale,
We could
honestly.
have done
It
point
is.
something, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it should have 10-point scale is the only scale that makes sense. There's too little nuance in a 5-point scale. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's too little because Metacritic doesn't convert that to, you know, what your words are saying. They convert it by the numbers. So 4
Yeah.
out of 5 is an 8, not a 9.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's closer to a 7 than it is a 10, right?
Yes.
So like I think that's not
Good.
I don't think that's what his intent was because I think the way he looks at it is you got to listen to my review.
Mhm.
But you know that's not how Metacritic works.
That's
you know
not
what
how
I'm saying?
things work. It's a number, that's it, and, you know, the details of the review should reflect the number that you gave. That's it.
Agreed.
So, if
100%.
you don't mean for it to be an 8 or a 4, then that's not the number you should give out.
Agreed 100%. Yeah, so that's a you know, it's sad, but at the end of the day, everything is speaking for itself. Like
Yeah.
nobody, like no one's
I
stopping
think
talking about this
that
game.
what Xbox needs to do is Philly Phil Steakhouse needs to do his own Game of the Year announcement.
Oh, that's not
You
biased.
know what I mean? Like, in the Game of the Year goes to Starfield. You guys don't want to recognize us. You guys don't want to see the time and money that we put into this game and the efforts. We'll give ourselves the crown.
But at
We
this point,
won.
it's not even that. It's more so look at the narrative out there. Look at
Yeah.
what people are saying. Look at the zeitgeist. Look at what people are feeling. Like Starfield is everywhere, and like this is like the fourth. I thought after the
Yo.
game released, we weren't going to be talking about Starfield anymore. I figured the game will come and be great, and it would
It's
just
not-
go away.
see,
There'll be
and-
other news,
okay.
but like news is not even popping
This is the
around this
thing.
game.
And that's the situation. I thought that the scores were going to be really high. In the 90s, I thought.
I was
The
thinking like a
moment
97 or something like that.
And just, yes, and just like you did, I didn't think that they would look at the work that was done, the people that worked on it,
The quality of the game.
quality of the game, and say, I'm going to crap on this, you know,
Yep.
for a lack of better words. I didn't think that anybody would have the audacity to do that.
Yep.
And then weeks before with IGN, the little jabs started to happen, people talking crap. And I'm like, uh-oh, maybe, just maybe, things are not as kumbaya and people are bitter, you know, like something I couldn't see, right, taking place. And then they didn't even apologize. They kept going with the stuff. And I was like, yo, not looking good. So I kind of felt like I'm one of those people, look at the coups around you. So for me, I was prepared for what was coming. Didn't think it was going to be a freaking 7 and that other people around it were going to do the same thing too. But I also, like, I was expecting something to happen.
Agreed.
You know,
100%.
a 65. I'm like, what the hell? That's crazy.
It's true.
Disrespectful.
Now, talking about these haters out here, right? This was wild. So there's this guy, we've used some of his stuff before, Derek Strickland
Yeah.
on Twitter. And now this is the new narrative that they're trying to create. So I'm going to read the tweet. Now seems like a good time to remind everyone that ZeniMax is a limited integration company that develops and publishes its own games. ZeniMax, which is Bethesda, ID, Arcane, etc., are not part of Xbox Game Studios, but they are part of Xbox. They are owned by Microsoft. Unnecessary. First of all, what he's trying to do is say everybody loves this game, but it's not because of Xbox. Xbox has nothing to do with this, right? So first of all, everybody is talking shit about this immediately, because it's like, shut the fuck up. Like you're so stupid. So
the moment they spend that money, the moment it was theirs. Yes, they went out, they bought the stuff they wanted.
Well, they did.
Honestly, the thing is, Jimmy had their last 2 games exclusive. What did you think was going to happen to Starfield? Be grateful that this happened. It wouldn't be the game that it is today.
150%.
Blank. There's no
Absolutely.
discussion about that. And then to take it even further, it's not their game, but the game did take their money. Meaning Phil went ahead, he spent the money, he spent the time. Exactly. When you want to think about it, like if someone else made my shoes, but I paid for them, so they're mine. You know what I'm saying?
Well,
like you can't say it's not their shit.
It's not even somebody else made your shoes, because Xbox sent their engineers over to Bethesda to help them make this game.
Yes.
To help the last 2 years since
they're trying to claim because the game was already being made.
But it's false. It's not. It's no, he's trying to claim that they don't actually own, that this is not part of Xbox Game Studios. They're not considered a game studio for Xbox.
It's their studio.
They're just owned by Microsoft.
Point blank.
But it's not.
They bought it.
Tin Dogs put ZeniMax games are Game Pass day one, right? That's the first sign. Like, bro, the games are in there. But if you go to Xbox's website, okay, Mav actually put this up there, and he quote tweeted it. It says, "Welcome to Xbox Game Studios. Our 23 game development studios, now including the studios under Bethesda Softworks, focus on delivering great games for everyone wherever they want to play on console, PC, mobile PC." Okay. So when they talk about it, we're responsible for developing and publishing some of the biggest franchises in history. Age of Empires, Forza, Gears of War, Halo, Minecraft, Fallout, Microsoft Solitaire, Microsoft Flight Simulator, Doom, The Elder Scrolls, and many more. We believe that play is the thing that unites everyone, because when everyone plays, we all win. That is on Xbox Game Studios website.
That's beautiful.
That is directly from them, and they say right there, black and white, Bethesda is part of our game studios. We own them. They're part of us. We share technology. We work together. This is part of it.
Yeah.
It's been since 2021, fam. It's been 2 years. They're integrated. They're working together. Phil is literally sending people over there to help them with this game. This is what took place. That's why Todd was so happy with Phil, and why he kept bringing up the fact that how great it's been working with Xbox. How they helped them make this game and all this fun stuff. So it's just a stupid ass narrative to have, which is wild. I mean, to even take it further, somebody tweeted underneath him, just to clarify more, yes, the term limited integrated is 100% false when it comes to ZeniMax and Xbox. There is no such thing as a limited integration company in the video game industry. ZeniMax Media is fully integrated into Xbox Game Studios, meaning that Microsoft owns all of its assets, intellectual properties, and employees. ZeniMax Media is no longer an independent entity that develops and publishes its own games. It is now part of the Xbox family, and the studios will collaborate with other Xbox studios to create amazing games for the Xbox and PC players. I hope this clarifies the situation for you.
Yeah.
And it does. That's exactly what it is. The fact that this was even a thing is,
I think it's acceptance. CMoney, it's acceptance, and the thing is that they're gonna keep fighting it, and listen, it sucks, but that's also, it's okay. They'll come to terms with it at some point or another, and taking the time to explain this, it's great. Yes, let's put this out there, but after a while, we're gonna have to stop before they do, because you can't go, you can only go back and forth for so long, explaining something to little kids at this point.
To the dumbasses.
Yeah,
Yep.
because it's like, you know, you go to school, you hear it, you understand it, you learn it, but you know, there are those that just can't and won't.
Yeah.
That's it.
Jacob says the problem is that Jeff Keighley, host the Game Awards, is biased towards Sony. That's
Whoa.
true.
I mean, God of War did beat Red Dead Redemption 2 at the
which
Game of
was
Year.
a travesty because
Yeah.
Red Dead 2 was by far way better. Shintaro says Jim Ryan is hella jealous because he couldn't have Starfield to be a PlayStation exclusive. Yes.
Yeah.
Those are facts. 150%.
Agreed.
I
didn't know, and now it makes sense. Why God of War won. I was very confused about that. This clears it up.
Now,
So
now the funny thing is, we were talking about mods earlier.
yeah.
So some PlayStation fanboys have also figured out how to mod the game, right, on PC. So
Not
two
Kratos,
things have
okay.
happened. One, this one's not like I wouldn't say this one's that bad. But they did mod the PlayStation controller buttons into the game.
Yes, I remember you telling me this.
So if they wanted to play with their DualSense, they can have matching buttons. Right?
Guys, that's a lot of love.
That's like okay. That's
yeah.
fine. But this is the bigger one. Somebody modded the PlayStation Studios intro into the game. So when you turn on Starfield, it does the same intro that like God of War does in the beginning, where it has like the PlayStation sign and that music,
where like all the
and it shows
all the games
buttons and all the games are in there.
Damn.
It does that, and then as soon as it finishes, the game is started. So they literally took out everything before that. How thirsty do you have to be to say to yourself, "Oh, I'll show them. I'll show the shit out of them."
You're playing the Xbox game is not
at that
going
point, who
to
cares?
change. If your if your conscience messes you up that much, don't play the game. Like if your conscience is not allowing you to play it, unless you hear that PlayStation sound or you see those the marks for the letters, or actually they're symbols, right? The shapes. Sorry, thank you. I said it myself.
You definitely thanked yourself.
Thank you, Doodle.
I get that.
Whatever the heck it is on the PlayStation control, if you have to freaking be able to see that, to not feel messed up or bad about it, like maybe you shouldn't be playing it. Just saying. Shit.
Agreed. But they play it.
They play it.
Just like John Wolf said earlier. They're out here talking shit. Meanwhile, they're talking this shit on the internet, and then they put it down and they're playing Starfield. Happy as shit,
it's like, yo, what you doing? I'm playing Starfield on my PlayStation. This is like the thing that they're spreading, though. That's crazy.
All right. So the last thing we're going to talk about before we finish up with topic of the show, and I don't think we want to go too deep into this, but I do want to bring it up because it was pretty wild. So I saw the video. So there's a YouTuber. He has a meltdown before playing Starfield.
Okay.
He screams in anger as Bethesda game allows fans to choose their pronouns.
Like, do you want to refer to as they, them?
Him, her, they, them, she.
Because
I don't think screaming in agony is necessary.
So basically, if you pick a girl, you can then separately say your pronoun is a he, her. Or if you pick a guy, you can separately say she, her.
You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand.
But he lost his shit. Like, he lost his mind. So I'm gonna read what somebody wrote it down, right? So he writes, and he's screaming, mind you, at the top of his lungs.
So someone watched this happen.
Yeah, we all saw it. It's
really
out there.
I haven't seen it.
He says, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every effing conceivable opportunity so that you can effing current day us. Sorry, you wanted to get immersed in our world? Guess what? Effing pronouns, effing gender ambiguity, effing current day California shit, because that's what we effing know, because we are boring. We're so effing boring. We can't see past our own effing reflections. That's the level of our narcissism at Bethesda Western Gaming Company.
I don't see how
F
this is
your immersion. Wait. F your immersion. F you having a good time. F you falling into a world and getting lost. No, no, no. Current effing day. F off. You're boring. You're effing dull. You have nothing to say. You are one hive mind twat waffle. That's all you effing are. And you wonder why people are getting effing sick and tired. You take everything we love, all our immersions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit effing crap ideology into everything. Every single solitary effing thing.
Bro, he roasted the entire fucking community. Shit.
What is wrong? This guy
That was
is psycho.
hard.
Yeah.
Literally because
Pronoun
it
options.
lets you select the
Who
option.
cares?
Okay. But this is a big deal. Like
They could.
It's wild,
this
dude.
breaks my freaking heart. Choose what you want and move along. Leave it alone. You do not come. This
Bruh,
is
this man's
really messed
confusing
up.
woke for diversity. There is nothing wrong with having the game ask for pronouns. Like, it's silly.
You choose what you want. You do what you want. You live your life. And these options are freaking fantastic for those who want to use it
Yeah, man.
in a different way.
There's really
That's
no reason.
it.
There's no
That's
reason
it.
for the attack. There's no reason
No.
for the tirade. There's no reason to make such a big deal. This is ridiculous. It's to each its own.
don't
If
even
you
see how
have
it's
your life
offensive.
and you want to have to be that option available to you, you should have that option available to you.
You should have the option in your game. You should have that option. Like in life, you do what you want with your life. Your life is yours to live.
Yep.
That's it.
It's not like they're screaming at you like pronouns are important or making like a beating over your head about a
But
big message.
it
Like,
doesn't-
you
That doesn't
literally,
even
you know what
matter.
I'm saying? Okay, don't like turn
Put it
Don't
put
turn
it on
yet.
you.
Like,
Put
I'm
the
just,
mic up on your
all I'm saying is that even if it bothered him that much, it's just, do you want a pronoun? And it's like, it's
Even
so
I
stupid.
get
It's
what you're
stupid.
saying. It's not something to throw a fit about. Even if it
Nothing.
bothered
But
you,
even if
it
they were
shouldn't
plastering it
bother
everywhere,
you.
it's not your
Even
issue.
yes,
Just don't worry about it. Just do
I'm saying
whatever
for
you
him,
need
who
to do.
apparently is so bothered by
Yeah.
it, like even if he's so pissed off by it, just the fact that it asked you shouldn't be a big deal. It just asks, do you want this pronoun or that pronoun? Why is the rage, the screaming and agony?
That's what I'm saying.
Because
He's
he saw a
obviously-
menu screen.
He's obviously triggered, and it's just unnecessary.
yeah.
Like, just get out of here with that shit. So, I mean, look, that's it. I don't want to give it more burn
No.
because
Yes, I agree.
we already talked about it more than we needed to with
Yep.
this nonsense. But that's it. That was the topic of the show. We're gonna go
Woo!
into our gaming news block right after this. All right, we are into our gaming news block.
Right.
And the first thing that I want to just kind of touch on, and it's exciting for me because it's gonna something I'm really looking forward to. We got another update on Indiana Jones from Todd
Ooh.
Howard himself. He says the game is obviously you're exploring stuff. It's about him. So if you're playing the game, how do you feel that you are indeed playing versus just watching? So he is essentially, and he said we'll talk next year. Okay.
Interesting.
So obviously, that's if you're talking next year, the only place you're going to talk next year is
E3. Or,
E3.
well, that
Well,
Summer Games Fest now, I guess.
whatever during Xbox's showcase, right?
Mhm.
So this is what I was thinking was going to happen. I thought that we were going to be getting into Indiana Jones next year,
Yeah.
and it was very cool to see that. Like, this is the thing. This game, I'm really excited for it because I feel like again, after Starfield, you kind of get the idea that Todd understands what it means to be an Xbox game studio.
Yeah.
Right? Like that the bar is high.
Mhm.
And I also think he's aware of the view that Xbox has and what people think it's missing.
Mhm.
And I think when you have the character Indiana Jones, right? And you know that Uncharted exists and Uncharted is based off of the adventures of Indiana Jones, right? Like the idea of somebody like him who's going in there and hunting these treasures in these lost worlds,
Real
right?
quick, sorry.
Go
I
ahead.
need pinned Shintaros. I love that energy, baby. Yes.
This one here?
Yes.
Ooh, gaming news, baby.
Let's go.
Let's
Yeah,
go.
absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah, this is a good reminder to watch the first two Indiana Jones movies.
Oh yeah, it
Oh.
is a good reminder. Doodle, that needs to happen. Listen,
What?
I think at this point we've said it enough.
Is that the beat? Dun, 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 dun.
I
I'll
don't-
try,
Oh, how
guys.
cute.
I'll try.
Okay.
I'll try.
You heard it, guys. She says she's guaranteed to watch
See,
it.
this is why I never
Just
say
playing.
anything.
Well, you literally said that before. But
all right.
you guys
all
saw
right,
it here
all right.
first.
We'll see. We'll
okay?
see.
We're
Yes.
gonna watch it.
Before the game comes out. Is that good?
No,
What do you mean?
way before the game comes out.
But the whole
Like-
point is to watch it before
like
the game
tonight.
comes out. What?
Damn.
No.
Tonight?
See, before
Okay.
the game comes out, it's guaranteed that we will watch it.
Mhm.
That's a lot of commitment right there.
It is a lot of commitment, but
I'm changing
this
a lot.
game, I think what makes me excited for this game is I think they understand it, right? So the fact that he said that it's about him, right, and you're exploring stuff,
Yeah.
right, that leads me to believe. Like at first, I thought maybe it was really like a linear narrative, and it can be. But when he says, exploring after
Yeah.
you make Starfield,
Yes.
right? Like you have to be talking about a sense of freedom,
Mhm.
right? There has to be a sense of freedom where you can kind of have a semi-open world
Yes.
or something like that where you have to navigate. I mean, at the same time, Starfield is immense and
Mhm.
it's not open world, right? They're open areas and they made huge, humongous areas. So you feel like it's,
Mhm.
you know, this open world scenario, but you're really, you know, you fast travel to different places and you keep it moving. So maybe
Yeah.
maybe that shows us that you can make something humongous without it being open world. I don't know. But after being bought, again, they've had years to work on Indiana Jones under the Xbox label. And I
Yes.
don't think the game is coming out next year. I think it's like that first reveal. So
Mhm.
if you figure, look at that as if, you know, when we first saw Fable 2 years ago, right?
Yes.
And it's like, okay, 2 years ago, game's still not out. It's probably coming out next year.
Yes.
So if we're first seeing Indiana Jones, like we're gonna start seeing the roadmap of what's to come in the following years, right?
Mhm.
But I feel like with the knowledge that Uncharted is PlayStation's, you know, big game outside of The Last of Us, even though they're kind
Yeah.
of sunsetting it, this is actually
Yeah.
a perfect opportunity, right? People who are thirsty for Uncharted are not getting one.
Mhm.
Here comes Indy.
Here we
I mean, it's smart.
Here
They
comes
confirmed
Indy.
Uncharted is basically dead for now.
Well, Naughty Dog doesn't want to make it anymore. They feel like
Yeah.
they told that story.
I mean, it's fair.
Somebody else needs to make the game with the daughter.
Yes.
I think they need to keep the story going. You got a new adventure. What better way than to have the daughter be grown up? She's been following the dad for a long time. Maybe start the game. Dad's dead. You know what I'm saying?
Died or something.
That would be wild. You know what I'm saying? And
I don't
that
know.
kind of starts her on her path. She says, I've always wanted to do this. My dad was trying to find this thing.
Yeah.
He couldn't find it.
I'm gonna do
find
it. Yeah. Do it
That
for
would be-
I mean,
him.
I'm glad they're not beating Uncharted to death and stuff like that. In the
When did
meantime,
Uncharted 4 come out?
like 2016.
Okay.
It's been a while.
It's been
but
7 years. What are they beating to death?
no, I'm glad I didn't decide to.
You were
Oh my
you
God!
were
Stop
not
it,
even
stop
double
it,
digits.
Just
stop.
to make
Right
it.
in the meantime, like they didn't just say 2 minutes after it can launch, like 5 is coming out. Like if there's a good amount of distance, like even if they said now that they're making a new one, it will be like cool. It's been a while, and it'll be a cool return to form. Like it'll make it more exciting.
Yeah.
And if they don't have the story to tell, or they don't
I mean,
feel like they
They
need to see.
They set it up.
They need
right?
to see it.
I
though,
think
right.
Naughty Dog did a layup, right? They finished their story with him
Yeah.
and they brought the girl up. Why did you show us the girl? Right? You did that so that you gave it an easy place for somebody else
To
pick the
continue.
game up, continue it without having to worry about Nathan Drake. You have the young girl, and good news, she doesn't have to sound like the young girl because you grow her up,
Mhm.
and now she's an older, 20s,
Agreed.
and you're gonna have a different actress do the voice that's just similar, and then you're good to go, and you start the adventure. And we all love Tomb Raider, so it's not like there's a again
Discrimination.
you're talking
Yeah.
Uncharted that again
Actually, Uncharted is
was
based off of Laura Croft.
Yeah, based off of Indy and Laura Croft, right? So that's Laura Croft was based off of Indy, right? So
Mhm.
it's like that is the next step, right?
Mhm.
Take Uncharted to the next place, clean the slate. You have her, and start from there. Have an old ass Sully funding her trips and shit. You know what I'm saying? He outlived Nathan Drake. But yeah, I mean, it's the perfect situation, and I feel like, again, Indiana Jones, Todd knows what this game is going to mean, and I think he's going to knock it out the park. I think
I think so
give
too.
us
I think
our Uncharted,
yes,
but better.
Yeah,
take it to the next level, because we all know Indy. Well, we all don't know Indy. You will know Indy. You know what I'm saying? See how I brought that back, guys? I brought that back to remind her
what a
that she's going to watch
genius.
Indy soon. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I mean, what about you guys? You excited for the idea of Indy coming and being shown next year?
Yeah, I'm down for that. I think that is cool for. It's worth Xbox having a major IP on there, like that's exclusive to Xbox, that it's outside the gaming sphere. So I think that's a good way to do it.
Yeah, they need something that's pop culture related.
I agree. And the game needs to have the essence, but different enough from Uncharted. And I get what you're saying. I think Todd is going to be able to handle that just fine. I have
Wawa.
Thank you.
No problem.
Oh, delicious.
Yeah, I think this is good. They need to tackle all those things that without losing the essence of like Xbox and what they're known for, because obviously they have the fans from having these awesome multiplayers and everything else. They are, instead of shifting, which is what normally PlayStation does, they kind of drop and move on to what they feel works, is incorporating all those missing elements. So as a whole, they're kind of reaching every player and have something for everyone to play and enjoy. So this is something that is missing, that needs to come in, and I think that's the right team to do it. Like, they need Todd on this. ASAP, let's go.
I agree. I mean, Machine Games, they're amazing. Like, they make amazing games. The last game they made was the Youngbloods. That was Wolfenstein Youngbloods, and they got panned for that game because they made it a multiplayer game, and they don't make multiplayer games like that. But they did it because the old Bethesda was desperate and they needed things that.
So they were trying to be cute about it, and they were like, "Oh, we want money, so let's bring the whole family together for a Wolfenstein experience."
I mean, twins in the game or whatever, but they were trying to get like that game as a service type vibe.
And they need to go ahead and explore and see if they can do other things. We all know, and we've said that we want these experiences from Xbox, right? We want them to give us these characters that we feel connected to, and it's like a one-on-one experience and story, right? That we can get kind of lost in and captivated by, and that is heart-wrenching. And that's what they're doing. That's what they're working on. That's what they're trying to give us. So good. I'm excited about it.
Absolutely.
I agree.
Absolutely. I agree wholeheartedly. I think this is a big deal. So I cannot wait to see it.
Without a shadow of a doubt.
Next year. All right. Next up, the Switch 2.
Oh my goodness.
The Switch sequel that we've been waiting for.
So things are heating up with the Switch because obviously Jez cracked it back after Gamescom, saying that he heard that they were Nintendo was meeting with developers and publishers behind closed doors, showing them the
next gen Nintendo console.
The Nintendo Switch 2.
That's what he called it.
Yeah. That's what everybody keeps calling it.
They won't stop calling it Switch 2.
Because it's going to be.
What are we going to do to know that it's the next one? We don't have a name. Even if they choose a different route with it and they decide to call it something else, in order for us to know what we're referring to, instead of saying Nintendo's new console coming after the Switch, like, it's just the Switch 2. So naturally, that's what we're going to gravitate to let everybody know what we're talking about. We can't be like,
spend 16 words to try to explain the fact that it's the Switch 2.
It's simple. Nintendo's next gen console.
Yeah, too many words. The Switch 2. So they've been showing it, but Eurogamer, jumped in and wrongly took the idea that they broke this, which obviously
it's false.
Jez did. But this is actually a really big big situation. Tom Warren actually jumped on it as well. So there was reportedly 2 different things that Nintendo was showing running.
Okay.
Okay. One of those things was a behind closed door tech demo of Zelda Breath of the Wild hitting beefier target specs. Okay, so better resolution and better
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
specs.
I've heard about
Okay.
that.
Which tells me
A Breath of the Wild remaster?
remaster incoming.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, apparently I heard about that though, and apparently one of the sources were saying how like it doesn't confirm a remaster is on the way.
Well,
But
they're
to be
saying it doesn't
fair,
confirm, but why would they spend the energy?
that's the
And why
thing.
would they not when it's right there?
But that's
right?
the thing. Like they do this all the time. Do you know when like the GameCube back in the day they revealed it? They had tech demos for games that were not in development, and they showed Luigi's Mansion and Metroid Prime and Wave Race Blue Storm or some shit like that. And guess what? A year later, they're real. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
So
Listen, where there is
smoke, there's fire.
there's fire.
Yeah.
I was like, wait, hold up.
Ooh.
Is that
Jacob says back compat.
Oh,
Yeah,
That's a
happened.
good question.
That-
That would be a big deal.
that
So
would be
Jacob,
huge.
that's dope that you just said that, because maybe if they finally try not to mess their stuff up, maybe they pull an Xbox, and if you have Breath of the Wild on the new one, you get the upgraded version automatically.
That's
Instead
Nintendo
of
wouldn't do
trying
something
to
that
sell you
generous.
another copy. Obviously, if you don't own it, then you have to buy it.
You have to
right?
buy it,
But
yes.
if you already own it, you put it in, it downloads the upgrade. That would be wild.
I don't think Nintendo would do that.
Yeah, I don't.
That would be wild.
That's not very Nintendo.
This is
Yeah,
not.
but I think we're not. We
They
can't
sell you-
compare the old Nintendo, because you know what?
Old
As much as you're
Nintendo,
saying
more
that,
like the
hold on.
last year, they remastered Skyward Sword HD for $60, even though
Yeah,
the game's
but you know
originally
what they-
50 and
you
came
know
with
what they
bonus
didn't
features
do?
and shit.
You know
What
they
did
didn't
they
do?
want to?
They didn't make you buy Mario 3 again. They didn't make you buy
Switch
all
Online.
the old classics. They have Switch Online. You pay for the service. You get all of the games
That's true.
in there on top of multiplayer. Okay. So remember, we need to pay for multiplayer. Switch is not immune to this. Xbox, PlayStation, if you want to play multiplayer, you got to pay.
Yep.
Switch, you got to pay. But guess what happens when you pay? You get online, the Nintendo Switch Online, which you get all those games that they used to make you buy. Everybody who has a DS or had a DS knows that every time a new system came out, they went back into the store and they bought Mario 3 and Yoshi's
It's factual.
Island and
Yeah.
Super Mario World
all this stupid
over
shit,
and over again.
And it worked every time.
But it's done. They're not doing that anymore. They already said that their online structure is moving forward.
Yeah.
So Nintendo Switch Online is going to keep going, and that's what they're waiting to do. GameCube games and everything on the new system.
Yes,
On
I
the
do
new
believe that.
system, you'll get GameCube games and the bigger games.
But
from
I
them.
heard a
I would
rumor
love
that
that. I'm
Nintendo's
ready
gonna have
for
a
some
direct this September, and GameCube games would be a focus. What that means, we have no idea. So,
Well, are they preparing us for the fact that remember, Switch is next year. So whatever they're doing now is getting us ready for next year, right? So I think that's what they're going to do. They're going to show us the next evolution of Nintendo Switch Online, their next gen. Remember, even though we're still in the middle of our new gen, they're just starting their next gen. So they're going to have a bunch of new stuff that's going to be coming out. And
I'm excited. I'm excited to see the changes. I want them to move on. And give us. They have been working with the online. They've released some of them. We did nights, remember, playing some of those old games.
Yeah, we did classic game night.
Yes, and that was a lot of fun. But yeah, I want them to evolve and give us more, a little bit less greedy. You know, that'll be great.
Oh, Nintendo, yeah. I don't know. They're not PlayStation bad, but they can still be pretty greedy at times, especially with their trend of releasing half-baked games, but updates on the way to make it kind of complete by the end of its run. So, you know.
I don't know. The point of what I'm saying is that is a new Nintendo, right? They're doing things that they never did before. And so I feel like we need to stop wasting our breath continuously saying that, well, that's very un-Nintendo. Like, they're not going to use a Nintendo Switch 2 because they always call it Jemima's Switch. Like, no, they're not going to come up with a stupid-ass name. They're just going to call it a Switch 2.
Free syrup.
Also, their other stuff, like the remaster, it could be. Maybe they want to follow Xbox's lead. They've been working hand in hand with Xbox
Yes,
with a
they
lot of stuff.
have.
Maybe they're seeing that they don't have to keep forcing people to buy the same games over and over again, because everybody
That'll be
sees
dope.
that PlayStation sucks when it comes to that, and Xbox is obviously the leader with it.
Yeah.
Right? So, oh my God.
What happened?
Oh my God. Jacob says, tune in next January to see an in-depth reveal of our new console, the Nintendo Switch
my
U.
God.
Oh my God.
Yo, if they,
I would
If they-
laugh.
If they
did
make that mistake again,
they deserve to go out of
The
business.
Nintendo Switch
Yeah.
2.
Yeah.
They deserve to go out of business after that one if they did the same stupid shit.
yeah.
All right,
That'll be
so
fun. I can't wait for when you're wrong.
so this is the thing. So they went ahead and they showed it behind closed doors, okay? And they were able to really, show that there's more specs to this thing, right? But this is the bigger one. Tom Warren, he broke this, which is exciting.
Okay.
Okay?
Excited. Let's go.
Are you ready?
Yes.
I'm ready. I don't
I
know if
am.
you're ready. You guys ready? I'm ready.
Let's go.
Wow, that's hilarious.
That's not ready. Okay. Oh my God. Yep. You didn't see that coming. That was a trick, everybody. Give it up for
You like
CMoney.
that? I do magic tricks on the side.
Yes.
That's how I do.
There we go. That
Okay.
was beautiful.
You
Let's
ready?
move on. Let's get back to our topics,
back.
okay?
Okay. So Tom Warren says another Nintendo Switch 2 report claims devs at Gamescom saw a Matrix Awakens demo using NVIDIA's DLSS upscaling technology with ray tracing enabled.
Bro, I heard about that. That would be insane.
Bro,
It's supposed to look like a PS5 or Xbox Series X game.
bro,
That would be crazy.
Yeah.
I told you
Now here's a real
that
question.
they were coming with power.
Yes, you
Well,
did.
They were
here's a real
coming
question.
all over
Oh my God,
the
what would
place
Breath of the Wild have
with
looked
their
like?
power.
With that chip in there.
So much power, the
Almost.
most powerful of Cummings
Mario
that
Kart
they've
9
done.
gushing everywhere, drowning in
Listen,
it, drowning in
they
it.
are. I'm telling you, I think NVIDIA specifically, okay, I think NVIDIA is going to use the new Switch to flex its power.
Yeah,
They're going to use their software to boost it.
I like
Bro,
that. I like that.
they are going to be, I said it last time we talked about this, that they're going to have DLSS in there. I know it. They have to. And they don't have to have heavy power to do that. They only need just enough power so that they can take that and upscale the shit out of it. Right now, they could take a game that's 1080p and upscale it to 8K.
Yeah.
Damn.
8K. Actually, I think you can go as far as down to 720p and get upscaled to 8K.
That's
And
crazy.
NVIDIA's technology is top tier, is way better than anything AMD got going on. Unfortunately, AMD's in bed with PlayStation and Xbox, so we don't get that level of quality on the upscaling.
Can you imagine if you get Nintendo games that look better than Xbox?
I don't doubt it.
PlayStation?
I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it, because at this point, the only thing that would be limiting to Nintendo is if they don't put a big enough CPU. They need a big enough CPU in the Switch to make it happen. But these consoles that we have now, the ROG Allies, all the stuff, they have the power. So
Yeah.
if you add NVIDIA on there, even again, all these, they're all based off of AMD, all these fucking hardwares,
Yeah.
these handhelds. So you take NVIDIA's stuff, put it in there with their upscaling technology, it's crazy. Yo, people, my 4090 can run all this stuff in native 4K. NVIDIA's upscaling, I still turn on DLSS quality mode.
Yeah.
Because DLSS quality mode is taking images and using like real world data that it knows to fill in the gaps, right? So it's like you see a tree, it's like running through what trees are supposed to look like, and it just enhances it so that it actually looks better than native a lot of times.
Yeah.
So I always turn it on, even though I can, my system is, fully capable.
Well, I think this would be like super unexpected, and it'll be a good move for Nintendo. A big change.
They haven't had a graphical flex since the GameCube. That was the last time they actually gave a shit.
Hold the fuck on. Wait.
I
Jacob
guarantee you
says,
he's
hold
joking.
on. Jacob says, nah, it's real. Nintendo of America just tweeted this 10 minutes ago.
What?
No,
Wait,
man,
what?
he's
He says,
joking.
nah, JK. God damn it, Jacob.
damn
You
it.
actually believed
Yeah, I
him?
fucking believed it.
I saw it like 10 minutes ago, and I'm like, oh, funny.
I did not
funny
see
Jacob.
that. I was in the conversation over here. God, yo.
You
Damn
got
it,
him.
Jacob.
You got him.
Can
You
you
got me
imagine
so
Nintendo
good, bro.
Switch U?
I was like, yo,
They
that is trash.
lost their shit.
That is so trash. Yo, you got me, Jacob.
I still
You
want the
got me.
Nintendo Focus.
You got me. But not, man. Like the idea that there's not only going to be upscaled,
Yeah.
but remember, ray tracing.
Yeah.
Ray tracing on the Switch, fam.
That is like
This is going
unheard
to
of.
be crazy.
Yeah.
Nintendo and ray tracing just don't go together. But
Bro,
now
you know
they'll
what's
prove us
funny?
wrong.
I don't even give a shit about like the regular games that they're going to make. I just can't wait to see
The
what
third
they do
parties.
with their first party. I don't care
Yeah.
about
Oh,
third party stuff.
Oh, yeah, it's just-
regular. I thought you were talking about.
no. I meant like the third party stuff. I don't care because I'm still gonna have my Xbox. I'm still gonna play on the ROG Ally.
Bruh.
All this shit.
I
Unless
do-
the Switch
I
is more
wanna
powerful
see-
than
yeah,
a
oh
ROG
my God.
Ally, then
Can
that
you
might change
imagine?
things. But no, I can't get Game Pass on there. Nah, Switch came with Game Pass.
They have a 10-year contract
Yo,
with
That'll
Xbox.
be crazy.
We don't know.
Jacob, I appreciate it, my man.
Oh,
He needs
Jacob,
sleep. I
thanks for
know
stopping
you're.
by.
I know
Thank you
you're.
for hanging out.
You're
See
6
ya.
hours in the
Bye.
future from where we are.
Yes.
So I appreciate it, my man.
Thank you
so
so much.
Be good, Jacob.
Fire.
Um,
Oh my gosh, that is insane.
but
Bruh.
He got
Bro,
you good.
I feel like
Oh,
the
shit.
idea of
Yes.
King Webb
Zelda.
just dropped in. Sorry.
King
King
Webb,
Webb, what's
welcome.
poppin'?
What's up, baby?
Bruh, I'm sorry. You made me. Were about to say it, but that Matrix demo, being able to run that with those kind of graphics, imagine what Breath of the Wild looked like.
That's my thing, bro.
Zelda's gonna be the
Imagine-
graphical showcase again. Holy
Nintendo
shit!
again. Listen, y'all young heads don't know.
No, I know. They didn't used to be the boss back then.
Yeah, but you didn't live that, right? Where I saw it coming up. Nintendo pushed boundaries, bro.
Yeah.
They were the spot. They had the best looking shit. And it just like they just stopped. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
After GameCube,
Yeah.
they just gave up because the PlayStation and Xbox kind of just smoked
The
it.
problem is that there was always
Um,
some stupid little quirk that came with it. Like when the N64 came out, sure, PlayStation games looked worse, but they held way more data because they were on CDs, and CDs were easier to mass produce and cheaper.
Mhm.
With the GameCube, they're like, fine, we'll do discs,
But,
but
like,
they're
the
gonna
little
be like
mini
2
fucking-
I
inches.
know.
So they couldn't hold
What's your
all
little
these big
baby?
games. Like they were more than capable of playing like Kingdom Hearts or Grand Theft Auto, but they couldn't hold them because they were just too big. It was impossible. And then it was like, you know what? Screw it. Surely it wasn't our fault. It was there. So we're just gonna make it a baby bitch Wii. So yeah, and
Damn.
Well, I think they're back. They realize that now the power's here.
Mhm.
And with NVIDIA DLSS, they don't have to put the hardware in it.
Yes.
They can have the lower quality hardware and have it enhanced. They just need a good CPU.
Listen,
run
with great power comes great
God damn
responsibility.
it. You know,
We
I'm
need-
still
Spider-Man
thinking,
on Switch.
yo, he got me so good, bro.
Yeah.
I got so heated
Hyped, yeah.
inside with the idea
Mhm.
that it actually was called Nintendo Switch U.
You, yeah.
Woo. King
Bro.
Webb, you missed it, bro.
That's the one
Like,
letter
you
that they
just
will
showed up
never
when this
mess
shit
with
just
again.
went down. I really thought that was gonna
Yeah,
be the
you
name.
were
after
in
he
it.
wrote
You
that.
were in it.
I was like, I can't believe that's real.
The Nintendo Q.
Sorry, but I'm glad to see them kind of get back to it. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like get back to the idea of being powerful. Now they're not necessarily trying to lead it, right? They're
No,
just trying to now be current,
kind of
right?
part of it.
And they will be obviously behind
By a
once
little
the
bit,
next
you know.
gen goes to the next gen, right? Like when they
They
move
can't catch a
forward,
break.
you're still going to be a little bit behind. But at that level, it's like
You're close enough. You
you're
can
close
run
enough.
most of the
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
I do think that, maybe these conversations that they've been having with Phil, right? And it's like, let me show you something. And I think that may have led to some of the new decisions that Nintendo has made that we're going to see this upcoming year. I do feel like we're going to understand what that 10-year contract means
I agree, man.
with Xbox and Philly Phil. You know?
So yeah, I agree 100%. King Webb says, "What happened, bro? You missed it." I'm gonna put it back on screen, okay? Because our boy Jacob took us for a loop. Okay,
Well,
Jacob
him
took us
for a loop.
Listen, I'm gonna put it
Yeah,
on screen.
he
see it
got
on
you.
screen right there.
He got you good.
Look what he wrote. Breaking. Tune in to next January to see in-depth reveal of our new console, Nintendo Switch U.
Now,
Bro,
mind you, we're sitting here
we were
talking
talking.
about how
I didn't notice.
Nintendo
It'll be
would
so
not do
funny.
that.
Yes. We
Um,
literally had this huge
I don't
conversation
know.
about how it's going to be the Nintendo Switch
I
2.
don't think it'll be Nintendo Switch 2.
It's 100%.
I still think it's some
will be.
goofy shit for them to do.
How is that goofy?
Number 2,
Oh
can
my
you
God.
get more basic?
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah.
PlayStation does.
Listen.
Xbox
And what does that mean? That's what PlayStation does.
shit.
PlayStation is what? The highest selling console out there.
Bro,
Right?
Xbox is
Nintendo wants to be that.
Xbox is so loose that they call the third system the Xbox One.
Yeah, because they're trying to do different shit.
We're trying to be quirky.
Listen, okay, forget it. Don't worry about that. So breaking news, right? So I turn, I'm like, oh my God, I can't believe it, right? And then later on, I'm like, he's joking, right? He's joking, right? But then he says, nah, it's real. Nintendo of America just tweeted this 10 minutes ago. And I lost my freaking mind. And then he doubles down. I'm serious, he says. Only to then say, nah, joking. So he took me for a ride. All right?
Yeah, a ride of emotions, bro.
I'm not going to lie. The emotions were high. Okay. The emotions were high. I was not,
You were caught off guard.
I was caught off guard. It hit me. And
Yeah.
I couldn't even,
It got you good.
I kept,
It got you
like, it stood in my mind. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'm excited. I think that this is a new wave of what they're going to be able to do, because they're like, let's be real, what they're able to do with such shitty hardware
is genuinely impressive.
Like super impressive.
It is.
Right?
They do what they do very well.
What was the last Nintendo game we just played?
Pikmin. Right?
No, wait.
No.
You mean Tears of the Kingdom? That was the last major game.
Or the gameplay that we actually did.
What are you talking about?
Gameplay or something?
Yes, not Mario Galaxy. That's the last
Mario Galaxy.
gameplay that we
Mario
did.
Galaxy. Okay, well,
I mean,
that looks sharp on the thing, but that was remastered.
Yeah,
but like the games look good. Like you play Mario Odyssey, it looks beautiful
for sure.
Yeah, it does.
But it's like, I can't wait to see what they do when they push it. Because if you guys remember, you probably seen it, but they had that GameCube demo.
Yeah, Zelda and his Link fighting Ganon.
And he epic, bro. I was like, oh my God,
his shield and shit, and then just went with 2 hands with the sword. Yeah.
And then we were nowhere near that, right? Nowhere near that.
Not even close,
that was a hardcore farce.
Because then they revealed the Wind Waker, and they're like, "What the?
Yeah,
that's
showed us
my storybook for my 4-year-old."
But I do feel like they've always been able to work around their limitations.
Yes,
and
very
produce
well.
something that was beautiful and amazing. And now with the power, Nintendo actually has an opportunity to show us what they can do. Like
show us, because I do believe that if they're coming with this, they've been working on what they're going to give us.
Like ever since the Switch came out, they're figuring out what's next, because that's what they all do.
And match that power with their creativity is going to be freaking amazing.
Absolutely.
They are very creative. Look at Mario Wonder. I'm freaking so excited.
Let's use that right there, because that's actually the next thing we're going to talk about.
That's really damn
we're going right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, bro. See, King Web feels it, Brand. If that's the name, Nintendo just needs to die.
Well,
murder into their head.
It will be
how about just a happier ending and have Xbox buy them, and then Mario's on Xbox.
I wouldn't even want them to buy them at that point. It's like, you deserve to die. I'll just be all over their face. Like, this is what you deserve. You know what I'm saying?
300 kick. Get out of here.
Exactly.
Get that kick, from that movie.
And I'll just scream, the Switch, you fucking into the pit. Son of a gun. F that.
Epic fall.
That would be crazy. But we're going to use your thing and talk about Mario Wonder, because I didn't know there was a bit of a like an interview.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard
that was done, and I just saw it. So if you don't know, Mario Wonder is the new 2D Mario game that was just shown off at their Nintendo Direct.
Yes,
a months
it's
ago,
coming out this October 20th, right?
Yeah.
Yes. It was their Gamescom Direct, right?
Yes.
Or was it the one during
no.
E3?
I was like E3 time.
Yes, but they did like a little bit of gameplay and everything else.
The gameplay
a little
again,
more in depth.
So in June. Well, all right. Well, here, let's put this up here, because these are facts. King Web says Microsoft didn't sign that Nintendo deal for nothing.
That's true.
Agree.
Yes,
I agree.
100%.
There was a reason. They're like, beat me in the back.
People think that it was just about Call of Duty, but if you remember, before Activision was even a thing, you kept seeing Microsoft with the Nintendo Switch in the background. Sarah Bond famously doing her little part in the show. Behind her, Nintendo Switch.
I know.
Why would
Like,
you
what does
have
it
somebody
mean? What does
else's
it mean?
console there?
What does it mean? I
Phil
see it.
Spencer on his shelf, Nintendo Switch.
Bro,
Bro,
I just thought that meant Link and Starfield, but I didn't expect that.
No, that was it was
No.
crazy.
There's something
been
brewing,
wrecking, yes,
and
been
I
wrecking my
think-
brain. It's been going
I
on for a
think
while.
Game Pass
I
is
think.
coming to Switch.
Yo, that
I
will
think
be
Game Pass is
insane.
That would
coming
be
to
so
Switch.
That will
wild.
be so big for them too. Like, you
I
know,
think so, man. I think so.
they say all we want is to have the players be able to access
Can
games.
you imagine that they
anywhere.
just box out hard PlayStation? Like they're boxing out the shit out of them.
They
It's
are.
like Xbox, PC, Nintendo, everybody playing Xbox games.
Except for
PlayStation, you ain't
PlayStation.
getting shit. All I could think of was the Eddie Murphy from Delirious.
Mhm.
I got my
I-
ice cream.
Oh my god.
And he drops it. And then he picks that shit back up. God damn it.
Oh my god.
Oh, shit. All right, Mario Wonder,
Yes,
which, by the way, looks amazing.
it does.
All right.
Super creative.
And that is, again,
so
proves your
exciting.
point about what they do. Because if you know, it's not super detailed, but they just got very creative. And
I
it looks
just-
fantastic.
All right, but
Listen,
before we jump into it,
Go ahead.
King Webb says it. Game Pass needs a Nintendo section. Simone.
Yes.
Yes,
What
dude.
the
Yes.
fuck?
Let's just hey, Nintendo has a Sega section.
They do.
That was literally their enemy.
Wait a minute, but
Yeah.
Sega doesn't do
The
consoles. Doesn't
Sega
matter.
does what Nintendo don't.
Bro, they forfeited a long time ago.
Damn.
They're like, we're
But they
bitches. We know it.
came at them hard. You know what I'm saying? They came at them hard.
I can imagine
And they
Sonic
still got in there. King Webb speaking into existence, baby.
Yeah.
We need a little tile that says Nintendo Switch games. Boom. Can you imagine playing Mario Wonder on your Xbox?
That would
Nah,
be
Nintendo doesn't.
insane.
There's a reason why. Because Xbox gamers will get to play out their Nintendo games. Here's the thing: Nintendo gets barely any third parties. Even if they get more with this generation, it'll probably still be less than the competition. The first parties are what keep them
Yeah,
alive.
but what if they
and their
swap?
heart beating.
What if they swap?
What do you mean swap?
What if Xbox says, hey, we'll put our first party games over there?
Show me
Nintendo,
show
you
me
put your
yours
first-party
and I'll
games
show
over
They
here.
you
don't do the
mine.
trade-offs.
Bro,
They
you don't know.
They don't do
See, you
trade-offs.
keep living in this past.
Bro,
You live in
but
the
Nintendo
past.
needs it, bro.
You're
Like,
so
okay,
young. You should be
really?
thinking of the
Listen,
future.
If Nintendo, if
Calm
Nintendo gave
down.
all their first parties to Xbox, and then X was like, well, you got that and Starfield on Xbox, and Nintendo's like, well, we can't run Starfield.
Yes,
It's
they
like, then
can
who's
on the
fucking
new
Nintendo?
system. We
With
literally
the
just saw
new-
the Matrix demo running on
Yeah.
the new Nintendo Switch.
Okay,
And
The whole
guys,
point is that it's going to be
calm
more
down.
powerful.
Everybody chill.
We are chill.
Okay, so this
We're
is the
chill.
thing. For people who wouldn't buy a Nintendo Switch to go ahead and experience these games on
Uh-huh.
Xbox, that will
Yes.
be a big deal, right?
It would
This
be.
is a way, and obviously the cut will be nice and high. The games are here, but you get this cut from it, right? The same thing. The whole I'll show you mine if you show me yours. If they put Xbox has, they're very well aware. Philly, I think, has mentioned before, like the Nintendo fans, like that's what they play. That's what they want. To
You're
get
not
a
getting
little,
those
you're
fans,
not
so
going to
how can
grab
you get
them.
them?
So how can you get them to experience
Join
your
them, baby. You
games?
can't beat them.
Join them.
Join them.
Exactly.
Put Xbox games there as long as we get
Exactly.
Switch games.
And
You know
Here's
what
the
I'm
thing,
saying?
C-Money. Here's the thing, C-Money.
Yeah.
If Nintendo did actually come to Xbox, and there's a bunch of different, all their Nintendo first parties are on there.
Yep.
Would you buy a Nintendo?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's just handheld. That
yep.
would be my Xbox handheld. If they
That's
Listen,
what they don't
nothing
If
want.
they
runs-
put Game Pass on Nintendo and it has the power that you need and want from it, why not? And then
100%.
on top of having Game Pass in there, you also have your Nintendo games. That's a no-brainer.
money, especially with the
that is
new
such a big deal.
level of gaming that they'll
Yes.
be doing on Nintendo side, the
Mhm.
new and improved Marios, the new improved Legend
Yeah.
of Zeldas, making all their shit sing beautifully. Woo!
Listen, that would be
Sign me
a
up,
big
baby.
deal.
Sign me
That
up.
would be a big deal.
100% I would be there. All right, Mario Wonder. Okay, let's
Yes.
get back to what they're doing this generation still. Stunning, beautiful game. We
It
see
is.
it on the stream. Amazingly beautiful. All right, so I'm gonna pick out a few things that were that they said. All right, so they were saying that the challenge became that these kinds of secrets and surprises were more and more normalized. So they were looking at ways to make it new and
Okay.
exciting, right? So they said, so I thought it'd be important to create a side-scrolling Mario that really fit the day and age that we live in now,
Okay.
right? So because you need to try harder and harder to surprise these players. Now,
Well-
players.
as a start, as a sort of a new version of this, we thought if you got a new item, right, you go into separate areas, right? Like back in the day. So basically, you go
Mhm.
take a tunnel and go somewhere else. But when he showed it to the the head of Nintendo, his response was that if you get an item and go somewhere else, then that's the same thing that we've been doing.
Yeah.
Right. So the starting point of wonder, in a sense, was that comment, the suggestion that maybe instead of warping somewhere else, we should create change in the actual level. So that's when you see they hit the
Yeah.
flower and all of a sudden the world changes.
It's so creative. I love that
It
he
is.
is pushing their studios, right? Go ahead
100%.
and give me more. Give me
100%.
something different. And
Even Nintendo's pushing harder than Sony. There's like, just do that
That's what's up.
again.
That the fact that they are going ahead, they're adding Daisy, they're adding the different toads as well. They're adding a bunch of Yoshis that you can play with. They have Toadette, right, as well.
Yeah.
They're using the Flower Kingdom, and then on top of it, all these new freaking power-ups that we've never experienced before. The wacky boards that like it turns really wacky and unique. You can push the pipes because elephants are super strong, obviously, and they're aware of that. They're portraying it in the game. Dude, I
Absolutely.
am so hyped for Mario Wonder. Even you said this is the game that we're all gonna play together, and then
Yes. After that last
you're like,
direct,
nah, I'm playing
I'm
this
like,
by myself as
I'm
well.
gonna have to play this.
I'm pumped. I'm excited for it.
I think so. For
It
sure.
definitely hits a lot of creative elements.
So, fun fact, they're actually going to be doing a little bit of an Elden Ring style of situation here.
Okay.
Okay.
So they are saying that they're going to be, so they wanted to design to give players more freedom to explore and tackle the game how they want,
Yes.
such as the introduction of difficulty ratings for levels visible from the world map. If you think it's a bit too difficult, you can leave it for later and move on to a different course.
Oh, I like
So
that.
this is
Oh,
aided
yeah.
by the world map now being freely explorable. It's a mini open world of its own, which you can roam around to uncover later levels or bonus style stages to try instead. If you're stuck, you can take some time out with a break time course, a mini Mario level that feels like a brief snatch of a brilliant idea, allowed to exist as its own little gem rather than being spread out over a full course. And he said one that he played saw Mario hopping over musical notes on a keyboard to defeat enemies while
Damn.
unlocking a familiar tune.
That's so
That's,
cool.
that's
pretty
pretty
dope.
bad.
But this is so dope because this is the type of thing that happens, right? If you start playing something and it's like it starts kicking your ass, like for whatever reason you can't beat it or whatever. I mean, Mario games are not super difficult, but still, if you get tired of trying, then you could just move on.
Yes.
Like you can go as far as you want, try a different board.
And what's so genius about what they're doing is that if you're stuck, instead of saying, okay, I'm done with this for now, let me take a break and maybe come back to the game, what they're doing is giving you a break in the game. So you're going ahead and you're having that moment, doing something else to kind of relax your mind, take a different approach when you come back. Like, that's super cool. I love that.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's really dope. That's really dope. It's really that freedom is what we're kind of craving as
Yes.
gamers now. You think about Elden Ring, you think about Starfield. It's just go do.
Yeah.
Right? Like go do what you want and then have fun.
That's a huge
Right?
step for Nintendo.
Yeah,
I feel like and again, this is all looking at the times and what's happening and kind of evolving with the situation.
Yeah,
I'm happy that they're doing so. And you see, we were just talking about you saying, don't do that. You saying that Nintendo doesn't change with who they are and how they do things.
Yeah.
They do. This is a perfect example of them evolving with the times. Yes.
They are evolving. They're doing different things, and they're going to sit down and say, yeah, that next Switch is called a Switch 2.
Uh-huh.
That's what's gonna happen.
Madman.
But I mean, it really is a big difference, especially for me, right? Because
Mhm.
you know, again, I normally don't play a Mario game, a 2D Mario game on my own. Mario Odyssey, I played all the
Yeah.
way darkest,
Yeah, 3D, of
darkest
course.
moon. So good, loved it, like was obsessed with it. But this, even I didn't know this part. This makes me feel like I'm gonna play it myself even more
Yeah.
because I love the idea that if I'm not feeling a board, then I just
Move
go do
on.
another one.
Yes.
Like that's what happened in Elden Ring. I'm not a Dark Souls kind of guy. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like I don't play Dark Souls because I don't like the idea that I have to beat this boss. And if it's annoying to me, like Bloodborne, I was loving Bloodborne. The whole beginning of it, I was like, oh my God, this is amazing.
Yeah.
That's so good. This is finally gonna be a game I get to do. And then I got to the first bridge where the first boss was. I couldn't fucking beat him, bro. Like I couldn't pass him. I tried over, couldn't do it. Game was dead to me.
Done.
I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
And then you
It was
end
just
up
over.
finally beating him at one
No, I
point.
never beat him. Maybe if I go now, I might be able to beat him.
Yeah.
You're better
Because
at the game.
I'm better and I played Elden Ring and I understand the type of games now. But still,
It'll be
I'm still holding out that
hilarious
they just do a remake
if you do
or
go
a remaster
back,
and get my ass beat
get
again.
your ass beat, and
Maybe
then
I'll
you need
stream-
another
maybe
like.
we'll do that stream.
Oh my
I'll stream
gosh.
Bloodborne and let's see if I can beat the first guy. Let's
And
see.
finally
Oh,
continue on
Eric,
with your game.
welcome, my friend.
Eric
Eric,
Reed,
He
welcome.
said that he would call it the switched.
The Switch.
This is the switch, and this is the switched.
Oh, I thought I read Switch D.
The Switch D.
Switch D.
The Switch D. Oh my God. But Shintaro before he said the Legend of Zelda on Unreal Engine 5.
That would be gorgeous.
That
Yes.
would be fire. And then he also said Metroid on Unreal Engine 5.
Holy cow.
What if the new
that would be pretty dope.
What if Metroid Prime 4 is on Unreal Engine? Oh my God, that'll be
Holy
so
shit. Metroid Prime Remastered looked beautiful for a Switch game, even though it's a
Yeah,
remaster
absolutely.
of a GameCube title. So,
Yeah.
Jesus.
Absolutely. But yeah, so I think that this is going to be a big difference for somebody like me. To
Yeah.
be able to kind of play it how I want. I think that's going to be a big deal. And then this is another thing that I just picked out, but it's about Daisy.
Yeah.
So, oh no, wait, I'm looking at a different one. Where the hell did I go? Sorry.
I know the story, so I can say
Oh,
it.
okay. Well, no, he was just saying that Daisy will help resolve fights within his own household because his daughters,
Yes.
they don't ever have like you pick.
It's
Peach,
true.
and it's like,
It's such
you
a
have to
big
pick a
deal. Uh-huh.
right?
Wants to be
One
a
person gets to
toad.
be Peach, one gets a Toad, right? Or Mario or Luigi, right?
Yeah.
So you know it's rough. Like we have girls, they want to be girls in the game, and
Yep.
then there's no girls available.
Funny is, I think Peach. I'm the one who wants to be Peach because she does the flutter shit that makes it way better.
Repeat everything, holding that mic right up.
I think Princess Peach is obviously the go-to, for my opinion. She floats, and I
I
think
do
that's
love
a huge
that.
help for me.
Floating that
Yeah.
she's got
Yeah.
going on.
Yeah, that's a great
with the
perk.
dress.
She
Yeah.
goated.
That's a great perk. Eric says Bloodborne really is overrated anyway. Dark Souls 3 was better. I mean, I don't know because I never got further, but I take your word for it. Dark Souls 3 I did not play.
Guys,
do
that's
have it.
beat, Eric.
Yeah, I played Bloodborne and only that first part, and I liked it. It could have turned trash after. Like I don't know. I never got
Never
very
got
far in it.
past that
But
first
it's always a
boss.
game that I wanted to kind of
Yeah.
to be able to say I played and beat,
I
especially
beat
since at the
Bloodborne.
time, you know, I was watching a lot of Podcast Beyond and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And Brian Altano, which is the guy who we just talked about last week, who went on his tirade trying to defend Dan Stapleton. He's changed completely. He used to be like a rapper and shit, and
Yeah?
he turned into like this tight ass whatever. But he talked about how literally every week he would come in talking about Bloodborne because
Yeah.
he never liked Dark Souls, never liked any of those games, and Bloodborne got him into it, and he like platinumed it and loved it. So I was
Jeez.
like, man, I want to have that moment.
That was-
I want to be like.
Maybe I will, you know, play it.
Yeah.
I just couldn't pass that first part.
Who knew that would happen 7 years later?
Yeah, I know. Eric says Bloodborne was better than Dark Souls 2, but that's not saying much. LOL. Well, you know,
Listen, maybe I'll beat that boss for you. You know
You're
what I'm
gonna beat the
saying?
boss for
I
me.
got you.
Dark
And
Souls
then,
2 was like
you
that
know, you'll
weird
take it from
black
there.
sheep for some reason because the first one was M rated, part 2 was T rated, and then the third one was M rated. What was so babyish about Souls 2 that it was not M rated like the others?
maybe they didn't
A
show
good question.
blood.
I don't know.
Maybe this will be funny
No.
to not show blood. Who knows?
You never know. So yeah, so those are just some of the things. Daisy gonna be in the game. That's a huge thing.
It's a big deal. Yes.
So that's a win.
It's their second canon appearance in Mario, which is wild.
That's pretty dope.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty dope. So yeah, so Wonder's gonna be dope. That's gonna be really good. It comes out October
20th.
20th.
Yeah, the same day as Marvel Spider-Man 2.
Yes.
I wonder what you're gonna play that day, Starfield. Wow.
Oh, I'll have it.
Yes.
I bought the collector's edition, all 19 inches of Venom, baby.
Delicious Venom. What?
So yeah, that's coming. All right. So in that same interview, he kind of started talking about some other things too, outside of Wonder, because they asked him. And the next Zelda is not gonna have. I mean, not the next Zelda. The
Tears of the Kingdom.
Tears of the Kingdom that just came out is not gonna have any DLC.
Let's go.
Unlike the first one, which had 2 different
paths.
I like that actually.
Yeah.
So it's a contained
kind
game,
of chase,
and it's done. And what they're saying is that the next Zelda is going to offer a brand new experience. So
I think that means that they're going to move off of the Breath of the Wild universe. Like, remember, it's probably going to be the next reincarnation of Legend of Zelda.
My God, I hope they don't.
I think it might still be open world, but it'll probably be a new Hyrule. I mean, to be fair, they did the same damn game twice and made it amazing, even though it's the same world.
Well, yes,
that's
but
impressive.
See, these games do change.
Oh shit!
What happened,
Eric? He says, "Tears of the Kingdom." We're talking about that.
Yeah,
they're not gonna do a new DLC. He says, "Well, because it is DLC."
It is.
Damn. Roasted Nintendo.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
They literally took the same
identical
world,
made
it
it
above,
prettier,
made below,
and added a sky world,
and just changed some things.
Technically,
so
you're not wrong.
I believe you.
$70.
100%. I could see that this is a DLC that got bigger than they anticipated.
Yeah, they added.
You can throw $70 on there.
A little pepper. We've got.
Yeah. However,
Okay. So my question, guys, is Zelda.
Yes.
When they say new experiences, do you take that as they are leaving behind the gameplay style of Breath of the Wild, or do you think that just means they're going to a new location, expanding what the game is and not kind of keeping it tied to that Tears of the Kingdom, Breath of the Wild, same layout situation?
Yeah, that's the thing. So the way I think about it is I think the next Zelda, they already have 2 back-to-back, there was a remake of Link's Awakening, but there's 2, the main lines were back-to-back open world Zeldas. I think that what they might do is make a traditional Zelda, like a smaller but not huge, like Mario Wonder style. Like it'll be like that traditional Zelda that they drop, because there's still fans of Zelda that prefer traditional Zelda over open world.
When you say traditional Zelda,
I'm sorry, I mean like dungeon based, like how you play the classic Zeldas, like that style.
What does that mean to you? Like 2D, like the old?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm thinking about like Ocarina of Time, like that kind of, like it's still 3D. Linear but dungeon based. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they try to throw in one of those.
So you think that they would go back?
Not like completely. Then maybe like after that they'll have like the next open world Zelda, but it'll be a new reincarnation. Like, it's not gonna look like Breath of the Wild. It'll be a new world, its own cast of characters that are in like Rivali or Urbosa. Like it's gonna have new characters in a new world, but it's still Hyrule, because every time you reincarnate like Zelda, it's the essence of Hyrule, but the world is different. The lore is very different, sort of thing, Like it has its own history in each Hyrule. It's interesting. So yeah.
Well, they still make different versions of like Zelda games, right? They go ahead and they release other types of games, even though they are making that Breath of the Wild open world type of style. That's the style that you do love. Before any of the Zelda games you never really beat, right?
They always would CMoney. It's weird. You always pretend it's like Zelda, because you'll be like, I have this Link statue. Oh, I think Zelda's super cool.
No, I never pretended.
No, I don't think it's pretending. Liking the characters, yeah.
The way he looked, like the way his suit was, the way his badass sword, like the Epona. And then I was always been. I mean, he's right there. I got a big ass statue. I don't know if you guys can see it.
And I like a lot. Sometimes you love what the merch that they make, and you're not necessarily into the things that they do, right?
Yep.
So, because I'm guilty of that personally. I'll see something and I'm like, oh, I'm not into that anime or I'm not into that game, but this is just freaking stunning. I want it.
Yeah.
So I do understand for you, like, I feel like, damn, I really hope they don't go back. I feel like they found a better way to make the game, and I think that this is gonna be the foundation going forward. I hope
Absolutely.
that they don't go back to what they had before.
I mean,
I think that they experiment a lot with things until they kind of find what works, and that's what happened with the Switch. This is what works. They were trying to get to this point. They went ahead. They had the U, they had the Wii U, and the Wii U was a version of what we have now. We have the Switch. I do think that they're going to go ahead and do the same things with the games.
here's the problem. I think that with Zelda, if I had just played Breath of the Wild and been like, "Yep, this is the way God intended," but I think when I played Skyward Sword and I beat it, it put perspective because Breath of the Wild is not simply just the next step for Zelda. They're two different. Because Skyward Sword plays extremely differently from Breath of the Wild. They feel like very different games.
But this
I
is
like Skyward Sword.
yeah.
Obviously, I prefer Breath of the Wild in the more open world style. However, I still think traditional Zelda has its place. It's like
I agree.
it's like with Mario. I prefer 3D Mario by far, like Galaxy, Odyssey. I think they're definitely much better than the 2D offerings. But they're never going to kill 2D Mario because there's always going to be that audience to Doodle. You understand that?
I do. Yes. I prefer the 2D Mario versus the 3D. And I do understand there is a place for everything. I just don't think they will drop.
They'll never drop
open world. Yeah.
They'll coexist. It's that simple.
I mean, I guess they would have to find a way to make it approachable and make it work.
I mean, I'm sure they might do like maybe they'll have hints or something like that in certain areas that'll make it a little easier.
But then the people who like that type of game are gonna be like,
I mean,
this
is
not what we signed up for. Yes,
Twilight Princess, that was a complaint because they made them very. It was definitely the easiest traditional Zelda apparently by a long shot.
Yeah,
and we were like, well, there's no challenge and shit like that. Despite it looking the grittiest, which is weird. So
Well. Eric says, I would love them to go to a more narrowed and concise story. I just can't stand that weapon fragility.
That's my one complaint with Breath of the Wild. I feel like everything was top notch, but the weapons were annoying. Like I tell you, there was a story so many times where I would be in a boss. Maybe I'd have been almost done with the boss. I literally run out of weapons and I got nothing to do but just die. And then I have to leave the area, find more weapons and pre-prepare or get stronger weapons and then come back and then I beat them. And it's annoying.
Tears of the Kingdom fixes a lot of that with being able to combine weapons to make them stronger, combine weapons with the environment. So you can have your sword and then see a rock and then just turn it
add it to it. Yes.
Boulder.
All right.
I mean, but it works and it busts his ass and it makes it stronger and makes things last longer.
All right, that's cool.
But Eric might have just explained why I don't like the original Zeldas, because I also don't like Dark Souls. Well, we'll see. I haven't played them since I played Elden Ring, but he says Dark Souls is just Zelda in a grim world.
Skyward Sword was easy as shit apart from that last boss. Like there was some tricky puzzles, but combat-wise, it was just. I mean, the problems I had Wii remote controls in mind. So it was just hit him this way, hit him that way, you beat him. It was just like a pattern, and you always followed it, you beat him, you're done. The only time it was difficult was the last boss. And that's because I kept dying nonstop, but you can get the Hyrulean shield, like his blue shield and shit like that. The thing about Zelda games is that you never get it naturally. You have to like complete some side quest that you find under a cave somewhere. You're like, you want to get a shield, huh? Well, do this series of events. They're overly complicated. You get the shield, it's easy as shit. Yeah, that's the problem.
Yeah, I get that.
So Eric says Twilight Princess was the easiest because it was designed for the Wii controls.
That was my point. So
yeah. So when he was saying that Zelda was, Dark Souls was Zelda in a grim situation, he's talking about the other games that were hard, right?
The harder
Zeldas. He wasn't talking about Twilight Princess because Twilight Princess was designed differently
for the
Wii and for the grandparents
with the controllers.
For the GameCube, but they adapted it to the Wii.
What I'm saying?
Like, I'm gonna get you.
Oh, my finger cramp. Oh.
But yeah, that's I don't know. I feel like I'm thinking in my mind that now that they have the winning formula for Zelda, you got to remember this is all about money. No matter what, it's entertainment, and Nintendo, they love the craft, but they love the craft with the idea that hopefully
they'll make money.
It's gonna hit big, right? They've had those big crazy successes that nobody expected, like the Wii and the Switch, right? So the question is, are they going to be willing to say, let's create a whole different type of Zelda? Or are they going to say, okay, the Zelda format that we have now works really well.
Yes.
Somebody who picks up Zelda right now is going to walk to a mountain and try to climb it. So if I can't climb it
It's
because
gonna be a
you
problem.
decided that the new
Yeah.
game he can't climb, I'm going to be mad.
Yeah.
I think jumping is the one thing that has to stay, because with Skyward Sword, what bothered me a lot was that I always think, like, I see a legend, I just click the button, I'm like, ah, damn it, you can't jump.
You can't jump.
Dude,
That's
the
so
ability to
annoying when
climb
that happens.
Zelda created ruined Horizon for me.
Like
Horizon
you
had to
can't
go
climb.
back. Well, most of the things, no. Like you'll be at this little ledge and you're trying to jump. And it's like it can't happen. But the new one, was it Zero Dawn?
No.
Forbidden West. That one you can climb, but even that is you can only climb in like specific places.
Yeah.
Like it's like they were afraid to let you actually go everywhere because they didn't build the world that way. They broke up the world so you could only go certain places. And they were afraid that you'll get stuck or shit like that.
Like
So
with
they
Yeah.
Zelda,
blocked a
you
lot
can
of
climb
stuff.
like 99.9% of
You can climb
surfaces.
literally anywhere that makes sense. You can't climb upside down,
You can't
right?
climb on a house or
But
something.
you can actually now because there's something that you can clip up if you have it. I'm pretty sure to climb on surfaces that are.
I think climbing
like
was
that.
a big part of the freedom that the game gave
Yeah,
you.
it changed the game like completely. The
Yeah.
ability to go anywhere, literally, not like just walk and be like, oh well, I gotta try to find a way around this. But
found a
like, no,
forest.
if you have enough stamina, you can climb up this damn rock face
Yeah.
that's like straight up. It's crazy. You know what I'm saying? I'm really pumped for
Excited
it.
about the idea of
Yeah.
what they're gonna come up with.
All right,
next.
Eric, appreciate it, bro. Hey,
Have an awesome
See you,
night.
Eric.
Thank you.
Enjoy
don't
your
worry, it won't be
bowling.
marathon. We changed it. We're only doing gaming topic now. It's gonna be shorter. We probably got another hour or so.
Yeah.
But thanks for stopping by, my friend.
Thank you.
But yeah, it was really a big deal when they brought it up. When they brought the new Zelda into the world. So I don't think that they'll go back. I think they'll push forward.
I agree. I think they'll push forward. I think they're gonna add more to this stuff. I do think that there is a space for these things, though, as MADMAN mentioned before, and that's why they continue to make them hand in hand, right? Like they go ahead and they make one, and then they give you the other version, right? And there's a market for both.
Yeah, they'll never abandon that market. Just like
if it's
Mario
not making
3D and
any
2D.
money, they'll abandon it.
Yeah.
You know, if people are not buying it, they'll abandon it. But if it's working and it has its fan base, then they're going to continue to do so. It's like the Pokemons too. Don't they have like different versions of this game as well? I know there's like
Arceus was very different from traditional.
Yeah,
Pokemon.
you like a very specific version of Pokemon. Like
I
you
still
don't
wanna
just
play
like every
Scarlet,
Pokemon
play the
game.
other one.
I mean, I think Let's Go Pikachu was the gateway. Like, this is easier, but then he got into Shield and then like Scarlet, and I think he's evolved. Like he's graduated into a more mature Pokemon. And Arceus, that's basically like it's Breath of the Wild, but it looks shitty. So
yeah, that's the thing.
Well,
like, even a Pokemon game with that power now. Let's see them do it. Remember, we still haven't seen that game. Remember that game that was like Pokemon with guns?
Oh my God! Yes.
We still come out.
Yes. That's gonna be something.
That's gonna be wild, dude. That's gonna be wild.
That is.
That's funny.
Breath of the Wild. Okay, that was unnecessary.
What?
I'm hopeful. You know, one thing that they haven't done in Zelda, in either of these games so far, is that they haven't done real like towns. Like they have smaller towns.
Yes. I agree with that.
Like sprawling towns, like
like civilizations.
Yeah, like you should be able to walk somewhere and there's like a little city,
not gorgeous city.
Not like
yes,
modern or whatever.
Like,
but just like
you mentioned a modern Zelda, that'll be interesting.
I agree because they're trying to give you that style, that feeling of back in the day. You make your own.
Witcher. They need to make Zelda
you make your
the
own
Witcher version.
You make your own tools. You climb trees. You get you cook outside, right? You make your own food. But you should be able to walk through like villages and be able to find a more full environment.
Yep.
When we were playing, I did say this is like empty, you know what I mean? And then it's just him running around. You run into a few bad guys here and there. Then you have the dungeons that you go into. And I would love to see that, as you said. Give us that open world.
Yeah.
Start giving us some villages and
Maybe
fill
that's
it in.
What they say new experiences.
Yeah.
They're gonna take this and blow it up, because this is like not really open world, right? Because
It is and it's not. I
it
agree
is and
with
it's
you.
not, because the world is not really a world, right? It's just like the
Grass.
same thing spread out in different directions with a different, hue.
That's
or
just
go
what
up or
Nintendo
down.
does. They give you the same shit, and people are like, "Oh my god, 10 out of 10." Essentially,
It's like an illusion of
It
But
an
it
open
works.
world.
is,
That's
and
the
I feel
problem.
like this is their chance. You know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and take Zelda to. Obviously, we like it, right? We want the freedom. We love riding our
Yes,
horse. Great businesses,
100%.
do all this stuff. It's fun. So give us the world.
Yeah.
Go bigger.
Go
Give us
And I
bolder.
Excel
think,
graphics.
listen, I
Get back
think
to
that
high-end
should be
graphics.
where they're leading to. If they're not stupid, I feel like that's the only thing that makes sense.
Absolutely.
Now, even if they don't go all the way with traditional Zelda, I think that seeing what they did with Link's Awakening, they might remake at the very least one of their older Zeldas before we get our next major Zelda. Like how they remade Link's Awakening, they might remake a Link. They already
based
did.
off what we just saw, it seems like they're trying to remaster Breath of the Wild
Yeah.
to get it,
You
either remastered or again just upgraded if you own it. But it looks like that's what they're aiming for.
Yeah, we just got Tears of the Kingdom. I think Breath of the Wild might be too close. I don't know if they
Well,
would.
again, it's not like remaster, like, hey, I'm reselling this game. It's like, this is the new Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
If you own a Switch 2, this is the game you buy. And if you already had it, it just upgrades. Like, that makes sense to me.
It does.
Shintaro asked, CMoney, did you like Horizon Forbidden West? I did. I just had to go back to it like a year after.
Tell him the story,
And
though.
even then-
Every time he goes to try
it's
to play
doomed.
this game.
Like, Horizon
Yeah.
has such
It's so fucked.
it's so bad luck
Mhm.
because Horizon Forbidden West was the first one, and no, I'm sorry, Forbidden
Zero
West was
Dawn.
the second one.
Zero Dawn was
Zero
part
Dawn
one.
was the first one. Forbidden West, I did like. I went back to it again, but just like this one.
Yeah.
But instead of the week
That's so
after, it
silly.
was Elden Ring that came out,
Yep.
not Zelda. And then I finally picked it up like a year later.
And it's funny
And I'm
because we
loving it.
saw some flaws in a couple of situations, and you were kind of really excited
Yep.
when you were going to play it like not long ago, right? You were
Yep.
kind of like, all right, well, they've patched some things up. It runs better. It because it was a beautiful game, but it did have some, smoothness situations
Yeah.
going on. So these things were fixed and patched up. And you said this is the perfect time for me to jump back in. Picks it up, goes to play, something else comes out.
Zelda.
Voila! Again.
Tears of the
Zelda.
Kingdom came out
So it's
and snubbed it again. So
It
it's like,
can't catch a break.
it's like, all right. And then
now
after Zelda,
Starfield is out. I don't
I
know.
don't know how I can go back to that
Yeah.
game. But I also haven't finished God of War Ragnarok. I also haven't finished Ghost of Tsushima. I also haven't.
That's true.
I haven't.
This is why I try to
done
finish
Days
games
Gone.
before I jump into other games because I know I'll never go back. Most
With
likely.
that
but
said,
you also never moving
Horizon
forward.
Horizon does have one of the most stunning collector's editions.
Yes.
And it came in such a
It's so
beautiful
dope.
presentation when you open it. It's not like just a random box that you're wrestling
Very
and open.
un-PlayStation like, to be honest with
Yes,
you.
very refined, very beautiful. It was one of my
It didn't come
favorite
with a
ones
disc for the
to
game for
open,
some reason. That's weird.
by
It's
far.
good.
I find it really weird when collectors just don't include the game, or if they
Um,
do, it's like a slip. Like, oh, by the way, don't throw it out, but there's a napkin that has a code on it.
Yeah, that's all I want.
But it's so
There's
Digital
a
only,
napkin
baby.
with a code.
Digital only. I want 2 copies of the game, not 1. Right? Digital, I get 2 copies. I could play on my home console and another
I
console.
get
logged
that. That
into
makes sense.
This one
But
games be like
you have
movies
to-
where you buy the game and there's like a slip in there, like get your digital code. And
See,
you know,
the only way that'll happen is if GameStop goes out of business. GameStop disappears, they'll do that. The reason they don't give that to you is because if they give you the code in the box, then you'll just take the box back and trade it in.
Mhm.
Sure.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
And
saying?
keep the code and
So
play the
you
game.
can't
Yeah.
trade in a movie. So you
Yep.
open the movie, you can't
But
return it.
Xbox used to do this thing where you would put in the disc and it will download the game.
Well, all the
from-
systems do that now.
It's
Yeah,
like,
because it's like the disc only holds so much, and then
yeah.
if it's a big game, it's all downloaded. So, but the original plan Xbox had was for that disc to have nothing on it. The disc
Exactly.
was just an unlock key. You
Mhm.
put it in there, you download the game, and then that's it.
The disc was worthless.
But the disc was worthless, so that means you
Yes.
couldn't trade it in.
Yep. And that
that
was
ruined
the
the economy.
problem for people who want to go ahead and
Yep.
sell
Or
the
they
game
were going to
again.
work something out where that key is connected to the internet and you have to check in. And if you trade in the game at GameStop, they were gonna have a way
Of
to
seeing
inputting
whether
that key
yeah,
into the games thing, and then that will go online and
retrieve
like
the game.
take
That's
it
a
back
lot
from
of
you.
That's a
it's a lot
lot.
of work,
Well,
though.
it was all it is. It's not really, because if they just had a direct signal to the server, and then when you logged in on your Xbox, it was going to be once a week that they would check the server, make sure
Mhm.
you still own the game. Then you play the game, it checks in, and it's like, hey, you traded this shit in, you don't have access anymore.
Yeah.
Douche. Like, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Don't try to beat the system.
Don't try to beat the
Right?
system. Let the
But
system beat you.
Nice.
Go
But-
ahead, see.
but that didn't happen, right? So we don't know what's going to come from that. So all right. So the other little bit of news that came from that interview was Pikmin 5. So
What?
yeah, so basically
Cool, everyone.
it took like 10 years
Yes.
Like
for
a
Pikmin
stupid amount of
4
time.
to come
Yes.
out. Like,
Oh, I remember.
they did
We
an
were
interview like back in the
wondering,
day.
Like
is
2015.
this game still
Yeah.
being made? Like, what's
Yep. They
going
were like,
on?
hey, the game's almost out. It's almost done. You know, we'll be putting on the finishing touches. And then it was like 8 years
Nothing.
later. And then we
Yes.
finally get the game.
This was like the
So-
Five Nights at Freddy movie.
Yeah, I
It
know.
was announced, and then
I
like
know.
we don't
Almost
even
this
know.
long.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
But Pikmin 5, they're saying that he says we'll try to make sure no one has to wait. So
Oh.
Try. Keyword.
so that means it should be relatively normal, right?
Yes.
3 years,
Mhm.
right? 3 years for a new Pikmin game sounds about right.
Yeah.
Right?
Good.
Get up to a normal cycle, and that's it, right? This game has obviously been in development for a long time. Let's go ahead and bump it up for the next Switch. Be a launch title.
Yes, I would love that.
Oh, well, no. Because
Well,
it'll be
no,
next
it's
year.
next year.
Damn.
So that's really damn tight.
Yeah,
So
that's
this
really
is the
tight.
thing. I think that they were trying to figure out where they were going to go from Pikmin 3. And now that they figure that out, it's kind of like, Zelda, the Zelda Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. It's like, okay, so we have a new formula over here. This is what we're working on. The next one should come a little easier and a little more smooth. So I think that's the same thing with Pikmin 5 at this point, that they already made Pikmin 4. They ripped that Band-Aid, they figure out where they wanted to take it, and now it's just kind of like a little bit of an evolution from that. Expansion from it. Thank
instead
you.
of having to find a
Exactly.
whole nother base.
Yes.
Makes sense to me. 100%. I know you're excited for Pikmin, so I want to make sure that was there.
Oh,
And
thank
then,
you.
now, to be fair, I didn't watch this because I didn't feel like, I don't know if you watched it, man, but there
Mhm.
was a special video.
Oh, the
from
Mario ambassador,
Shigeru and
Charles.
Martin.
Oh, of course I watched it. Yeah.
So how was it? What was it?
It basically explained Charles's role as Mario ambassador, because apparently even Charles Ronde didn't know what Mario ambassador meant. So
He's like, I'll
basically-
take it.
Yeah.
What do I gotta do?
Where do I
So essentially,
sign?
what this means is that Charles Ronde will appear in big gaming events, like maybe like PAX West or East.
What's up,
or
Tiger? How you
Nintendo
doing, buddy?
Conventions or something like that, and he'll bring the joy of Mario to people around the world, do impressions, do autographs, do share the joy of Mario.
So basically a clown.
Essentially, yeah, he's
A mascot. I did say that's what it sounds like.
Put him in a
Hey,
suit.
kids, this is who. Oh my gosh, it's crazy because it's like, it's not for kids.
to
It's more for
conventions.
adults. Yes,
Like, if I
it's
met
for
Charles Ronde, I'd be
adults.
like, oh, make the voice.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, make the voice, take a picture with me, sign an autograph. That's what this is more about. This is about him connecting with the fans that have been playing Mario for years and years and years, and they want to meet the face behind the voice, and get to connect with Mario.
What's up,
essentially.
John? Welcome,
John,
my friend.
welcome.
Welcome.
Hello
So
there,
yeah,
John.
I think that's what it's more about. And I'm excited.
I mean, I think it's a nice thing,
I'm
man.
excited
I think
for it.
Nintendo could have just been like,
Yes,
all right, you're
that's
done.
why.
Like, what's that? The lady from
Bayonetta?
Bayonetta.
Yes.
They were like,
Get
Yes.
the
all
fuck
right,
out of
you're
my
too much
office,
money.
you little.
Get out of here, right? Whereas this, they're like, listen, you gave us basically your whole life as
Mhm.
Mario.
That's very nice.
Right. So like, listen, we're not going to just let you die because you have no other skills in life because you dedicated everything to Mario.
Mhm.
We're going to pay you and you're just going to live your life on a plane going from place to place until one day you don't wake up.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know what I'm saying?
he was in Dragon Ball Superhero last year. That's something for some
Yes.
reason.
I mean, he'll obviously still do other things, but I think that it's just cool that they're saying you have a paycheck. Don't worry, just be at our beck and call, and you're going everywhere we tell you got to go.
It's like if the day Master Chief's voice actor steps down. If he does, then
Hold the mic, my friend. Hold it.
it's like if the day Master Chief's voice actor steps down. I'm sure they will be a little kinder than just be like, "Well, off you go." Get out of my
Yeah.
office.
I mean, I really don't think that that's going to be the same thing. I think they'll be like, all right, Steve Downs, it's been good.
It's been good.
Go
Get out of
do
here.
other jobs. We're done.
No, it's
That's
very
socialist.
nice of them to keep him going. They know he's older, right? But again, when it comes to like the thought is like with him,
With fam.
Nothing. Just embracing Mario. Wait, what?
Leave the mic
the
alone.
thought of him needing like going out there to you think of Mario, maybe essentially in your mind you think little kids look at like it's kind of creepy the idea, but those when you go back and you're like, okay, so those hardcore fans that we've been playing Mario since it freaking started, it's like meet him, take pictures. But again, it goes back to kind of being a mascot, right? But it's really nice that they didn't just let him go and they give him something to
I can
do.
tell you that I never once in my life said, man,
I wonder
I
who's
really
saying these
wish
little phrases.
I could
Yeah.
meet the guy who says Wahoo, and it's a me,
Ooh,
a
yeah.
Mario.
Yeah.
Like, I
Get
really wish I
that.
could. Never in my life. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure, I know there's many people who do. I wasn't like a hardcore,
Yeah.
Mario
I mean,
fan,
hypothetically, if we went to like PAX West or like even E3 in the future, and there was like a booth that said "Meet Charles Martinet, the voice of Mario,"
I'd be like, all right, that's dope.
Yeah. I know
Take a
MADMAN
picture.
would wait on that
I mean,
line
now
for
I would. I'll be
sure.
like, hey, I want you to say that you love OnPoint for gamers. In your
Oh,
Mario
like
voice.
IGN.
Say it, Charles.
Say it.
Charles Martinet.
We'll start every show with him saying
Yeah.
it. That would be great.
That's funny. That's really funny.
God, that's funny.
But yeah, it's again, it's nice of them. I did see him like all happy and
Yeah, it's well because he can do the voice perfectly, so it's not
Right?
like his voice cracked.
his
the
voice,
voice,
man.
made the voice.
No, but what I'm saying is that it's not like he quit because he got so old that he was like, my voice doesn't work anymore.
Well, it's
Or
just that
something
they
like
want
that.
to move in a
wonder-
new direction and they want to
Yeah.
make it more youthful. And
And
they don't
that's
want
what's
that
so
voice because that voice was
nice.
always a mockery,
Yeah, it
right?
kind of
Like
was,
as much as
right?
it was the
Yeah.
voice that you identify with the original Mario
Yes.
and such, it's a mockery. It's making fun of the Italian.
I mean,
like,
that sounds,
Yeah.
that sounds
language,
noble
right?
on the
I agree.
outside, but if you listen to Mario Wonder and all the
I'm not
things
gonna
he
listen to you at
say,
all unless you hold the
it is
mic.
close. If you look at the trailers for Mario Wonder and you hear his voice, he sounds like he's clearly trying to make his voice. Like his new character is, wow, Zowie! Like that's how he does.
Yeah.
what
I
he says
haven't
now.
heard enough yet or pay enough attention, so I'll see what they're delivering. Maybe I'll take a look and see
Maybe
if
they
it's
have
enough. But
bigger plans
I mean,
because
now
now
you're
Mario
having-
talks. The world kids know Mario can talk in the
Because of
Mario
in the
movie.
movie,
So now
That's-
that Mario can talk in the movie, I don't see a world where they think, you know what, maybe let's go ahead and let's make Mario game that he talks in,
yeah.
that we can actually have
You did
conversation
say
and
it
dialogue
after
with.
we saw the
Princess
movie. You were
Peach.
like, "This is what they need to do. They need
Yes.
Mario to go ahead and talk, give him more story in the game."
Absolutely.
and
He
they
has a
should
cool
use
story that
Chris
you can
Pratt.
expand on.
Look, those are the
Supposedly the
seeds
one-
that the piranha plant spit
Yeah,
out.
Speak
It
of the
just,
devil. There it is right
yeah.
Supposedly,
And
the
Huckleberry
one-
says,
reminded
I
me
agree,
for some
see.
reason
Thank
Yeah, I
you,
get it.
Huckleberry.
I get
about
it.
sunflower
It'd be cool.
seeds.
I think that the problem with the story aspect is that Shigeru Miyamoto, the creator of Mario, does not like storytelling in video games. And he still
Shigeru
has like a
Miyamoto
thumb
is
over
going
it.
to die soon.
That's the thing. Maybe
Damn,
after.
This is
Yeah,
not like a
shit.
hit.
Like,
This wasn't a
No,
threat.
I was at his
I'm
day.
saying you up
Good
there.
enough.
I've seen the
Yeah, my
pictures.
son.
You're old, right? I get
like
it.
Shigeru
You're
Miyamoto
dope.
before he dies. That'd be cool.
But like he can't dictate the future of Mario forever.
Like when Mario Galaxy came out, the
Yeah.
director had a very strong, like he wanted telling like a really big story in mind. But Shigeru Miyamoto was like, no story.
Okay,
Keep it
but that's what I'm
simple.
saying. Once the old guards go away,
Yeah.
the new guards come in and say, you know what? They just made this movie, right? There's a story in
Yeah.
that movie. Obviously, Shigeru must be thinking something different than he did. How long ago did
Yes.
Super Mario Galaxy come out?
2007.
When?
2007.
So-
I was born.
So 16 years ago?
Yeah.
Maybe Shigeru Miyamoto doesn't feel that way anymore.
It was
That's
like,
true.
storytelling's pretty high. I
You know what I'm saying?
I
Oh,
played the last
no,
one.
in
It was like
order
when
for-
Mario was
in-
12.
In order for things to evolve, you have to be willing.
You
have
have
to be
to. You
willing
have
to make the
to. It's just what
changes.
it is,
And
man.
for them to see the success of this movie that they made, I mean, that had to be eye-opening, and that consequently will have consequences with how they do the games.
It's not a question on whether,
in my opinion,
if there'll be another Nintendo movie. It's when they'll announce the next Nintendo
that's for
movie.
sure.
Okay, so the
100%.
question is, when are they going to decide to make a video game that is more like the movie, where I can hear him talking, get characters, get funny, make Toad funny in a actual way where you can hear his voice, Luigi. You know what I'm saying? And that'll ripple upon everything. The new Luigi Mansion,
Right?
Have him talk.
It will
That'll be
allow
great.
people to get even more attached to these characters.
Absolutely.
You give them more substance. You give them more to tell us and give us, and we're gonna go ahead and get even more attached to them. I mean, it's inevitable, right?
Agreed.
So,
all right. So let's move on from Mario.
Yes.
because this was exciting. But next topic.
let's go.
Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah.
Okay. I titled it here, PS5 is the weakest link. Because
Why?
you know that we had this whole big discussion. Game can't come to Xbox because the Series S can't handle.
Yes.
the
I
split
remember
screen.
this. Yes.
Okay. Now, the PS5 during split screen
Yes.
ranges from 15 to 20 frames per second.
No.
on
That's
split screen.
literally disgusting. Literally
On
Get the
disgusting.
hell out of here. Are you serious?
Yes.
That is abysmal.
Okay.
So they're out here talking hella shit about the Series S. Meanwhile,
That's
the
how
PlayStation
it's
5
running.
can't even handle that shit.
Okay, so but I also now understand that they couldn't. Maybe there's truth to them not being able to figure it out. Now, what I do believe that the approach, I think the approach they should have had was, we're trying to figure this out. Not that the Series S is too weak
Too
for them.
pathetic.
Yes, like they put it on Xbox, so now we're seeing it run 15 to 20 frames per second on a freaking PlayStation, and it's like, come on, man. Like, I can't stand the fact that Xbox is always the scapegoat. Like, it's what they put things on that they can't figure out or they don't want to do.
Yep.
That's annoying.
100%.
So I love that this came out. I love that this is happening. Sorry, it's not a good thing, but I'm enjoying it because of what they did and what they said.
It's true. It's bullshit. And I love it because this is the thing you got to remember. As much as you may think, well, if it couldn't run on a PlayStation 5, then it damn well can't run on a Series S. Not true.
Mhm.
PlayStation 5 targeting higher resolutions.
Yes.
Xbox Series S it's been happening all generation. It plays the same games as Xbox Series X does. The
Mhm.
games play everywhere because they're the same system. The difference is that the Series S lacks the graphical capabilities to push 4K.
Yes.
Okay, but it can
Which
100%.
potentially makes it easier to go ahead and put a game in there if the game is not trying to push to 4K,
Exactly.
which the PlayStation is trying to do,
And
right?
the Xbox Series S has a constant CPU speed
Mhm.
versus the PlayStation 5, which is variable.
Yes.
So you're getting all type of inconsistencies over there where you can actually build it to the box and make it happen the way you need to. So I do believe that they probably looked at PlayStation 5 and said, shit, this is barely running
Here,
the
what it's
split screen. What is it going to do on
the Series S? Yep.
But now it's not oh my god, it's so weak that it can't handle it. Because look, PlayStation can't fucking handle it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? You scale that back, it would have probably been the same thing. It probably run in the 20s or such, but you're gonna complain about that when the PlayStation can't even do it.
So we're looking at Final Fantasy trying to blow up the whole system. We're looking at BG3 running 15 to 20 frames per second.
Split screen.
Split screen. So Spider-Man, what you got, baby?
Oh my!
I mean,
it's not split screen.
I'm not
I mean, to be fair,
I'm not trying
Insomniac
to
is a different beast.
listen,
They're such a good
and they
studio.
are, but I'm just saying, like,
I don't think it's split screen though. It's
Xbox-
We
just
gotta keep our fingers crossed.
listen,
that they don't do
Xbox
something
and
crazy.
Philly everybody was ready to freaking crucify, trying to get Phil fired for,
Poor
you
Phil.
know,
He did nothing
Redfall.
wrong.
And then we have these things taking place, and it's like,
Did he really
guys,
do it? I
you
mean, I
know?
don't really know.
John, thank you so much. He says,
I
really,
don't really
real
know.
cozy show,
Thank
guys.
you,
Aw,
John.
that was
Thanks,
very
We
man.
love that you
sweet.
stopping by. Thank you for
Appreciate
hanging
it.
with
That was
us.
Thank you so
beautiful.
much. So, but yeah,
Mhm.
it's just really it's good to see it. Like,
Yeah.
it's like, that's what you get for talking on a lip. But fun fact, right? We started this, podcast talking about Starfield, right?
Yes.
And how big it is and how it's essentially destroyed the Baldur's Gate
Mhm.
narrative. And, again, I was loving Baldur's Gate
Yes.
going in. I'm not a CRPG guy, so it was doing some amazing stuff to make me love it.
Yes.
And Starfield just sucked the air out of the room. I have Baldur's Gate 3 is not even
On your
I don't even
mind.
have
Yeah.
a slight thought, except for when we talk about it, and I don't think about, I wish I was playing it. It's just
Yes.
Man,
like,
it is so much more
That
inferior than
happened in my
Starfield.
yeah,
life.
I had that moment. But Starfield is just like, there's not even a competition here,
Yeah.
right? So I love the fact that they were kind of able to come out and really be like, this is Starfield is what's next. Okay, Baldur's Gate is in the past.
Yeah.
That being said, we are still getting that game. Remember,
Yes.
they worked it out with
Yes.
Phil. The game's coming, and it's gonna. So they essentially said it's gonna be between September and November, right? They say 2023 is narrowing, so it's already a pretty precise time frame in my book.
Yeah.
Between September and November, so as fast as we can, honestly, because remember, they're not going to. They're not having a split screen on the S for now, but it
Yes.
seems like it's not even worth it because it
No.
looks like it runs like shit regardless.
Exactly.
Right? I only
So
wonder how it's going to run on the X.
yeah, that's
Can you
true.
imagine?
The split screen
At
won't
30
because
frames per
yeah,
second, if we're lucky.
it might really mess it up. But we go back and we were talking about I forget the makers of Final Fantasy, and
Square Enix.
I believe Square, they were saying how it would be so much simpler if we just made one general game for every system,
If there was just
right?
one console.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
it comes back to the idea of like, this is when that comes in handy, right? Like if we make one system that every game runs on,
Yes.
or if if we just had designated games to particular systems and the version and that game was only made for that system, like it will make things a lot easier for
Well,
sure.
that's the situation when you look like a company like Larian, who made Baldur's Gate 3. If they were a first party studio,
Mhm.
they would be a whole nother level.
Yeah.
Because then they could just focus and build the best
Exactly.
game possible for that system. When you're doing this generic, game has to go everywhere stuff, it's not good. That's why I always say it. It's just what it is. I love exclusives. I want you to be exclusive. I would love if every single game that existed was bought up
Belongs
and
somewhere.
belonged to someone.
Yeah.
Right? Because that game is going to be infinitely better than it would have been had it been spread out.
And that's what I feel is the easier route to take, because realistically, these like Xbox, Nintendo, PlayStation, they're not going to make the same box. They're going to go ahead and want to make theirs unique for people to want to go ahead and buy the games and have it look or run a certain way. But the focus, it does changes when you're able to go ahead and make Starfield just with the specs of an Xbox, right? For the Xbox and for those players. Like, you're able to adapt everything and work on something right from the bottom up, and it's made for that. It's a perfect fit, and that's the trouble that we're having when you're trying to make a game that is general for multiple systems.
Agreed 100%.
So I don't know.
Well, I mean, as much as it's a great game, it's funny because leading up to Starfield, all you heard from PlayStation people were that
Very
they were
true.
getting Baldur's
Yes.
Gate. Right now, guess
Yeah.
what? Guess what happened? Baldur's Gate is out.
Yeah.
I know you guys must be like, what do you mean it's out? Like, what are you talking about? That game's not out, because I haven't heard anything from PlayStation fans talking about this game. That's because they're not talking about the game.
No, they're busy talking about
talk
Starfield.
and they play Starfield
So
only.
but that's the thing. If you're playing Starfield, say I'm playing Starfield, say I'm loving it, say I'm enjoying it. If you're playing Boulder's Gate, like go and play that. Go post the pictures. Talk about your experience. Stop trying to knock another game that you maybe haven't even played.
Agreed.
Like that's the problem.
Agreed.
And you're correct. We haven't heard. It was everything we heard. We heard nonstop about BG3.
Yep.
You literally were not planning to play this game, right? The FOMO got to you about how amazing the game is. And it's been just flatlining like a week before or so from when
people are still playing it on
Steam.
Yeah.
So it's actually like at 450,000. Like there's a lot of people still playing it.
Yeah.
On Steam though. It's a PC game. That's where it was made for originally. That's who's playing.
That's where it's popping.
But again, nobody's talking about it on PlayStation.
Yeah.
It's non-existent.
Which
nobody's posting screenshots.
Yeah.
Nobody's talking about how dope it is. Nobody anywhere is saying anything about it. But fun fact, all the issues with the PlayStation 5 version with the FPS dips and everything,
yes.
game still has like a 90 something Metacritic for the PlayStation version.
Yeah. See, that's where the problems come in, right?
Watch the with the Xbox version, like 85.
Right?
85.
Give that.
I gives it a 7.
65.
It's a very different game on Xbox. Very different.
Whole different experience.
Whole different experience.
Maybe because we played it for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You know.
But
I score the game.
I love that. And honestly, that's one of the things that I'm gonna ask King David.
Yes.
When he comes. What does he feel about the whole Starfield is out and nobody's talking about
BG3? Yes.
That's going to be a fun one. Guys, if you don't know, Tuesday,
yes,
4 p.m. Eastern time, him and a guest, new episode with King David from Iron Lords Podcast.
Woo!
It's going to be fire.
It's going to be so
make sure
fun.
You're here. All right, moving on from BG3. Forza.
Yes.
Motorsport coming this October. It is going to be a big deal in October.
Yes.
Monday. The embargo is gonna drop where everybody can talk about it. So boom, dealer.
Yes.
A lot of people ran. I think a lot of people went down to the Microsoft store and they had an event and you can play Forza, and those same people are playing Forza right now.
That's
they
awesome.
but they can't talk about it.
Yeah.
But they can say that they have been playing it. And come Monday, they're gonna have this big embargo lift, and there's gonna be tons of previews and people talking about it. So that's gonna be a big deal.
I'm excited to hear.
Yeah, Blue's whole show on Monday is gonna be.
It's gonna be about Forza. That's awesome.
He was there, so he has footage that he captured himself, and he's gonna be able to talk about his experiences. So that's gonna be dope.
It is. And the thing about Forza is that for me, it's like one of those games that it never misses, right? It always just continues to do better, to look better. So I'm excited to see what elements they've added and how people are feeling about it.
Yeah.
I agree.
I agree 100%.
Do you don't really play driving games, huh?
Not really. I mean, I play Mario Kart, that counts, but simulators, not really.
Or Horizon.
Not driving simulator.
Yeah. Not a car guy. I feel like this generation is different. Like I feel like cars are not like a big thing to like younger people these days.
Maybe I feel like we in our time.
Back in my day.
I feel like, and I don't know, maybe it still applies, but there was like this sexiness to a car, and I still love like the grill, like this being, a certain way. But yeah, like the color and the smoothness of a car, it was a big deal for us. And we love, because remember, that's where those Fast and Furious movies started. We love the speed, to be fair,
they still do
those
crazy
numbers of the box
office every time they come out. So, but I think it's more like maybe the older dudes.
Maybe,
yeah, because the movies review worse and worse every time, and slowly they don't just flat out bad, but They made a bunch of money.
Could you imagine
Your
what?
family. Once your family.
What's your review? Bad.
No going back.
That's it.
Absolutely.
But yeah, these games were popping a lot, and there were a lot more games when we used to play racing games.
That's true. Racing
Yeah,
games were popping back in the
they're
day.
very like
Now it's been
there's
like almost like survival of the fittest.
exactly.
Where Forza is essentially the racing game. Need for Speed is still trying to be around because it
Yes.
has the name, but it still doesn't measure up really. Like they're desperate to figure out one that hits. They keep changing it every time to make it something different.
I reboot it,
Even this
reboot
new
it.
one, Unbound, is actually pretty dope. But
No one's
Yeah.
talking about it.
I'd rather play Forza. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like they're still around, right? Forza's still coming out, but it kind of happened kind of like with the fighting games, right? They kind of were from that time. I remember we used to try all the fighting games, and it was so cool. We used to go to the arcade. They had the freaking fighting games there too. The racing games, you'll sit there and you'll race around. Like we grew up with that, and that was like the thing for us. But these fighting games too, I'm happy that they're like coming back
We're having
now.
like this resurgence right now.
Yes.
Which is
So
dope.
it's like
Which
they're
is
all
dope.
popping back in.
Yep.
We're
I like fighting
trying.
games a lot.
Yeah, they're cool. So I'm excited. It's
Yeah, I agree.
refreshing because like we have like Shintaro loves the fighting games, and it's really cool to hear other people talk about these games that we were so like ingrained in.
Yeah. We had that fight night, and that was super fun.
That was a
Being
lot
able
of
to
fun.
play and have everybody watch all the different fighting games we were doing. It was cool. I can't wait to do it again. And
Yeah.
now we have Killer Instinct coming back. Tekken 8 is next year. Beginning
my
of next year.
God.
That's gonna be dope. So we have some other ones. So it's gonna be really good. I'm
I
excited
agree.
for it. And we're like, when did Forza Horizon come out? 2021?
Shoot, I
It
don't remember.
wasn't last year, it was the year before.
Maybe.
Yeah, so I think it was 2021 because it
Probably.
came out the year after the Series X came out. So it's been 2 years. But they're still going. They actually have a new update, Event Lab 2.0, which is their basically like a creation suite where you
Okay.
can go and create obstacle courses and do different things. They have a whole new island. That one comes out September 12th. But just kind of keeping with the Forza feeling, it's like they're like Forza has like cemented themselves as the racing game, and it's not like
I agree.
they're not disappearing because the other one is coming out, right?
So
it's like Motorsport is the simulation racer, Horizon is the arcade, more
They're
arcadey
wacky,
racer.
goofy, you know,
Well, it's
racing.
not wacky or goofy. It's very based in reality, but it's just more forgiving.
it's kind
not
of like
about the simulation track. It's about driving in a world, right? And the love of racing events and things like that. So they've essentially just dominated that whole space for
Yeah.
so long. But there are some other racing games coming out. Again, Need for Speed just came out. It didn't really hit that hard, right? It didn't really do that much. But you have Motorfest, which is Ubisoft. They had their
The Crew
Motorfest.
Motorfest.
This is like the third one.
Yeah.
Part 3.
And the first one came out, it was all right. Part 2 came out. They tried to do like air, land,
Like helicopters.
and
and all that
Yeah.
shit.
and that was okay, but again, didn't really make too much of a mark. And this one, supposedly from the people who played it, they say it's like super, like
Really good?
Horizon like.
Yeah.
Like even like the box art is like copying it.
Yeah.
They're like, all right, let's just try to copy it more. I think they still do like the air and the sea stuff, but I just feel like everybody's trying, but it's not working. So you have that one trying, and then there's the other one, Test Drive Unlimited or Solar Crown.
Yeah.
Which is again supposed to be like this island, and you're supposed to be out there, and you're supposed to be.
So
able to do
listen,
whatever.
not every car racing game could be a Forza, right? But that doesn't mean that there's not a space for you. Like you should be able to make these games. You should be able to give it your unique take on
There
it.
needs to
And
be, right, for competition, right? Because then Forza would not feel like they had
like
to do
you,
better.
you've seen what I could do. Imagine on ramps.
I saw
Like,
it.
I
saw your
do
driving
these
skills.
tricks, and I don't even need the ramps and stuff like that to make the car flip over. I could do it right in the middle of the street. So imagine if I get those, ramps and the leaves and stuff like that. I'll be unstoppable.
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Forza's a good time.
Yeah.
Okay, so now this is this is a question that we have to
To
kind
be or
of
not to be.
put out there.
That is the question.
E3.
Yes.
So we have just heard that ESA and ReedPop, the people who do
Yes.
PAX,
Okay.
they broke up.
Damn.
Remember, the whole big thing was that the PAX people were going to go take
Oh.
over E3 and make it something, and then this year it got canceled, right?
Damn.
Wow.
And now it was like, oh, we'll be back, but then now they broke up, so we have no idea what's going to happen.
Damn.
I think E3's
breakups
dead.
are
Some
tough.
Games Fest is the new E3, I think.
Well, not really, but I agree a little bit. We'll talk about it in a second. In the meantime, you have Xbox, who's been all over the place with shows, right? They had their Direct in January. They did their Xbox Showcase in June. They were in Summer Games Fest. They were in Gamescom, right? So they've been killing it. Now they announced that they're going to be at Tokyo Game Show. So there's going to be more games that they show over there, but more Japanese based. So
Yes.
whatever partnership
Like
they
Japanese
have, they'll show
developers.
it there. And then you never know, maybe Tango Gameworks show us something new
Maybe.
that they're working on. People who make Ghostwire Tokyo
And
maybe
Hi-Fi
they got
Rush.
something else cooking that they're
Yeah.
gonna show. But they're gonna be there, and everywhere they've been, they've done it pretty big, right? So it's not have been just kind of wishy-washy. So
Mhm.
I think we have stuff to see from there that's gonna be dope. Meanwhile,
When is this taking place?
September 21st or 23rd,
Nice.
if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Well, I hope that they have, a lot of stuff that we can come back and talk about that we can be excited for.
Yeah, this is
You
gonna be
know?
updates from Xbox and Bethesda there.
There we go.
So they're doing a broadcast themselves, which is dope. So it'll be 5 p.m. Eastern time on the 21st.
Nice.
So yeah, we're definitely gonna watch that. We'll check it out, see what it is. But I think they're gonna be doing big things. And then you have Summer Games Fest saying, well, we're coming back in 2024. So obviously they're saying, oh, ESA and them broke up. We'll be back
Yeah.
next year, right? So I guess like when I was watching E3 this year, well, obviously it's not E3, but
Yeah.
Xbox Showcase, banger, right? I was like, man, this feels great.
Yes.
But like Summer Games Fest that happened before was pretty much whack.
Yeah, I
And
didn't
then
care for it.
that time after was also kind of whack. Like they had little things
Mhm.
be announced or whatever, but it was kind of boring. Whereas Gamescom actually felt like E3 this year because they had the opening night live and then they like announced so many different things. And, like,
Yeah.
Starfield took over, and it's like every day we're getting new news and exciting updates and all this stuff. And it's like, yo, this was dope. Like that's the feeling that we used to have with
Mhm.
E3. So this is my thing. Like when we say E3 is you think is dead, right? I feel like E3 the brand, like those
The
people,
brand,
I think
yes.
that's dead. But the feeling of E3 it needs to come back.
Agreed. And
Gamescom
listen,
gave that to us. We need that for
Mhm.
summer.
It's
here.
who's
I
gonna
feel
give
like
that
E3 has
to
become
us.
so synonymous with gaming events during the summer that I feel like even if E3 officially dies, people will still probably call this summertime
All
of
the
gaming
old heads will call
E3.
it E3, and then people
Mhm.
who came up after
Be like
just call
Summer
it
Games
whatever it is.
Fest.
So, and I agree. This is what's happening. You were very upset actually that E3 was done, right? That they weren't
Yeah.
having one this year. And I did tell you there'll be fillers, right? That's gonna give you that feeling. And essentially what's coming next year, in my opinion, because it's just, they said we're not having E3 this year, and it was kind of like, boom, okay, so what are we getting? So this now whoever's ready to come and step into that spot is gonna really come in next year. I feel like that's a spot that's open that people are very used to. E3 in that time, that week, you go ahead and you see so much and it hypes you up for the games that are coming. That's not something that people no longer want.
Yeah.
People are still craving that, and it's who's gonna step up and who's gonna do it better and who's gonna take that spot. That brand
That's
may
my
be
concern.
done, but that doesn't mean that we don't need that and that's over.
Yeah, because we need some place here. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? Like Gamescom is dope, but that's over there in Germany. Like
Yes.
that's cool. Maybe one day we would go. That would be epic. But
Mhm.
like right now, like I want something here that we can go to. Like, we have PAX in Boston, right?
Yeah.
Like we can go over there. That's
And I
dope.
do love the fact, thank goodness you went that
Yo, thank
year and
God.
you got to
That was
experience
my dream
E3.
coming up. I was like, man, I would love to go to
And it
E3, and I
happened.
finally
I'm
did it because of
so
you.
freaking happy because, like, look at it gone now.
Yeah, man.
And then
It's
COVID
wild.
hit, and obviously it wasn't the same, and now it's not there anymore. I feel like had you not went when you did,
You probably would never went.
never would have experienced that.
Agreed. And again, I'm so thankful to you for allowing me and pushing me to do it.
I will
because
never something
dope.
like that means so much to you would never stop you from doing it or say like there's too much going on to not do it.
Yeah,
Like that's something that you make
I appreciate
happen.
that.
Period.
I appreciate that because I'll always remember that. That was amazing.
Yeah.
Umbra, what's good, my man?
Umbra,
Sup,
welcome.
in
How you doing,
Umbra.
player? Welcome. So, yeah. So I don't know. I think E3, I think it is dead, but I think we need someone to fill that space. And Summer Games Fest did not cut it. It did not give that hype.
I agree.
Gamescom brought super hype. Like that shit was crazy.
Yeah.
The funny is, I remember the opening night was kind of underwhelming. A little bit.
I mean, Xbox, the showcase was amazing.
Yeah, it was.
Like it was amazing.
It was.
But everything that followed in all other gaming, like was just not there.
I agree. They
not.
took that trophy for sure.
All right. So this was just so Minecraft, there was like a rumor.
Yeah.
I don't know if you remember. It was like a while ago, but back in like 14,
like a while ago.
They did like a super
pack.
Probably 2017. I think when the Xbox One X was coming out, they had like this big dance routine at an E3, and they were announcing that they're making a super duper graphics pack for the Xbox.
Was it make it look hyper detailed?
Yeah, way more detailed, all this stuff, and then it like disappeared, died. Like nobody knew where it was or what's going on.
Where'd it go? With Pigman. It was a Pigman.
Yeah, it's wild. So it just kind of disappeared. But then, like, I was under the impression that it was coming soon, but it just was gone. And it came out on PC.
Yes.
Right. So PC, they have that super duper pack. Right.
Yeah.
You got ray tracing. You got all that stuff over there. Looks like a different game on PC. It's insane. Like it doesn't look like a kid game on PC. It looks like a grown person game that you actually want to play. Not that grown people can't play Minecraft.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
I understand.
Just the whole community. I get it.
What is up, Johnny Boy?
Johnny Boy.
Appreciate it, man.
What's up, love?
So there was a rumor that it just got rated for like the Series X. So people were like, oh my God, it's finally coming back.
It has to happen.
Right. But remember, they don't have PlayStation 5 dev kits for Minecraft. So on Minecraft for PlayStation, you have to play the PlayStation 4 version on your PlayStation 5. There is no native PlayStation 5 version. And they have that parity clause. So you can't make the Xbox version look better than the PlayStation version. So there was a rumor that this was happening and people were kind of getting pumped about it. But Just Corden over at Windows Central,
the facts.
Yeah, they got the facts, and that's not happening. It got
They
rated
shut it
over there
down.
because every so often you have to rate it.
Yes.
So it's rated, but no, it's not happening.
That's a shame.
Okay.
There is no such thing. So do you feel like Minecraft is kind of like done for you guys? Like, do you feel like if they came out with like this dope ass ray traced version on the Xbox, that it would be something that you would like kind of dive back
I would
into?
probably want to at least try it, but I never see myself diving into Minecraft like I used to again. That was
you guys
did
time. You guys did some gameplay, right? For
Madman and Purple Berry.
2 episodes, and then that's where it ended.
Playing Minecraft, but it was fun while you guys played it. But it's like a very different type of game.
It is. I had trouble with Minecraft with the motion, like feeling kind of motion sick. Madman and Purpleberry, they build these beautiful places with so much in it. They will make roller coasters, like all these different worlds essentially. So they got very into it. They did a lot with it. And then kind of it died out.
Yeah,
So
maybe
I mean, they were
once.
on it for a
For
while.
Oh
years.
wow,
Like
maybe a little
3
too long.
years they
Maybe a
were
little
doing
too
it.
long, but yeah.
That's like all they wanted to play.
I don't
I
know.
remember we were trying like
You
to get them. I was
yes,
trying to get them off
you
of
were
that shit.
like,
Like,
"Listen,
come on, man. There's
guys,
other games in the world, bro.
play other
That's
things."
fair. I don't know.
I
Maybe
think
one day we'll conclude the co-op quest Minecraft trilogy.
You're not
But
gonna
for the
conclude anything if you
meantime,
don't hold that mic.
the co-op. Maybe one day we'll conclude the co-op quest Minecraft trilogy. But for now, I don't know. Probably not.
So I think that when you're immersed in that world and you kind of like, oh my gosh, Minecraft consumed by it, which is what happened to them, and they were creating their own little world in there. They had
Yep.
restaurants, they had schools, they had farms, roller coasters, all this stuff. And it's like when you're in it, it's like you kind of can't think of anything else. And you're like, all right, what else am I gonna make today? What else is gonna happen? Let me keep on working on this. And when you kind of step back and you unplug from it, which is
It's like,
kind
what
of
was I
like
doing?
exactly.
Like, for what purpose? It
Exactly.
exists only in this place, and there's nothing to do there except pretend.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
I remember Madman used to go and like go online and like find buildings and like
Yes.
make them.
Yes.
And he'd
That's true.
find
I
'em
did that a
online.
lot.
That was
That was my
cool.
entertainment.
It
Cool
was
to see it
really
happen.
cool, and it
but
was nice to see
a
it.
time and a
Yeah,
place.
when
Time and a place for sure.
have it see it all together. They had like the glass that you can see through the buildings. Like it was really good. You guys made some really good stuff.
Survival's still fun, but I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
All right. So moving on. I thought this was interesting. Like normally it would be like whatever, but Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant
Oh,
Mayhem
okay.
Ooh. Yes,
is
yes.
getting a video game sequel.
It's acting as
Really?
a
So
canon
the
sequel.
game
But it's a game.
is a sequel to the movie.
A canon one at
Oh.
It
that.
takes place 5 months after the movie.
I kind
That
of love
is
that.
dope.
Yeah.
They used to do
First
that.
off,
Like, remember way back in the day, in like the PS2 era, they did that with like The Incredibles or Finding Nemo. Like, they made like little sequels as games that were side stories more so, but they were canon apparently. And some of them at least. And this is cool. This is something that you see back in the day, but it's
Yeah.
cool they're doing it now.
right?
It's made by Outright Games.
All
It's
right.
coming in 2024, consoles and PC. I think that's epic, dude.
Right?
Because then you just like it almost like bridges the gap
hmm
between the movie, which I loved. Have
I
we
can't.
still got-
No,
have we still
I
watched it? We
cannot
have
wait to see
watch
it.
We have
that
to get
shit.
it.
So,
It's digital, bro.
You
Yes, you
guys,
can.
yes, it's available digital
will
now.
watch
They
it
have
tonight.
the steelbook.
should.
It's beautiful.
Oh, Steelbook is fire.
But it's not available yet. So I do want to see it. I have to get a chance to, and then we got to come and do her, him, and a mic if it's as impactful as you said it
Dude, I was like,
was.
well, that was mid. Oh my god. Nah,
We'll
I like the
see,
movie a
we'll
lot.
see.
I like the movie a lot. It
It
was
was
very good. It
amazing.
was really good.
Listen, let Doodle know because she don't believe me. If you see it in the chat, have you seen it? Put it in the chat. Right?
Yes, let us
Teenage
know.
Mutant Ninja Turtle. Put it in the chat. Give thumbs up and let her know that it's awesome.
All right. All right.
That's what it is. But yeah, so I'm definitely excited for that. That's pretty cool. And then very briefly, there was this idea brought up, now that we're starting to see all these handhelds come out, and we've talked about it in the past, and it's come up in the past, but Xbox, they've been making it pretty clear that they don't really have an interest in making their own handheld. They love handhelds, and they are backing essentially every single handheld that is coming out. That's why they're all running AMD, because they're trying to like keep in that same spirit as an Xbox. But
I'm so freaking impressed. Yes, he's not interested in that. He goes ahead, he says it, makes it very clear, and then he backs everything that's coming out for the love of these games. And like he uses the stuff. I think that's the biggest difference that we have with Phil. Phil is a gamer. He plays his games. He wants to bring it kind of all together, wants to see what works best. Especially with Game Pass, what you can grab and go and play with.
Yeah.
I love that they're not trying to, they're like, we're not interested in that. We're not trying to come out and do it and compete in that element, right? Because
why battle them?
But when there are
doing it?
others available that you can go ahead and have your games in.
So real quick, we were talking about it before, but John comes up with the hard facts. The Series S has the same CPU as the PlayStation 5.
Oh,
So
damn.
There's no way that they could say that the Series S couldn't handle it.
Exactly.
No
They
way.
just,
No
again, This was a fear of Starfield that was
They were
daunting them.
super scared. Super scared. But yes, so I think what's happening is now the narrative is kind of pivoting a little bit from Xbox making their own handheld to making their own software that works best on a handheld. So they already make Windows, right?
Yes.
So obviously when you play the ROG Ally or when you play the new Lenovo Go, that is going to run straight up Windows. So it's Microsoft system on there.
Yeah.
But it's built for, the PC, like a big screen or a laptop, right? You want a mouse and keyboard to function on the Windows thing. And then you grab your controller to play. Like right now, if I had my controller, I would not want to navigate Windows, right? I want to play the game with my controller and navigate Windows with the mouse and keyboard, right? On the handheld, you can't do that. So you have to touch, but it's not like great, right? Like or you use the thumbstick to like move it around, which again isn't great.
Yeah.
Right. So the idea is, can Xbox make something that is universal on Windows, that if you make a handheld, you can just run that like layer that's over Windows, right? So it's almost like Steam and like big picture mode on Steam, right? On Steam, you use mouse, keyboard to do everything. But if you have a controller, they actually changed the whole layout of Steam so that you can use a controller to navigate easily, right? And essentially, that's what this should be. Like, that's what they should do, right? That's what essentially people are calling for. So, I mean, do you think that, if Xbox goes ahead, does a software layer that works better, do you think that kind of makes it so that they don't need to, make their own handheld?
Yeah, I think I'd say so. Like, the handheld business, stuff like that, like, you can tell that there's, like, so many companies that are just, like, throwing shit out there. Like, you see like how there's so many handhelds coming out. Like, feels like every time you open a news page, a new handheld announced, and it's, like, wild. It makes sense for, not everyone's gonna be able to compete. Applications work too that will, work on these handhelds. It's taking advantage of the technology that we're making and making software that is kind of like making your own handheld without making a device, sort of, you play on your turf kind of thing, but it's on someone else's. It's weird, but it works. Makes sense.
Yeah. What about you, Doodle? What do you think?
I think that it's what's out. The last thing I need them to do is go ahead and make what PlayStation made. Right? Yes. So let's not jump into that if there are other things that are working, and they have other things to focus on. They have their studios running well, making games like Starfield. Like, let's not jump and start taking more than we can handle, right? So ease up and know your lane and know what you're not ready for, or maybe don't want to do. Like, why invest that money, right, when there are other companies investing in it that are running your games just as smooth as you would want them to run on your own, right? On your own portable system. You know what I'm saying? Like, why go ahead and tap into that? Find a technology that works. Get the people to work on it. Like, to go and compete with people that already have it running. I'm not saying that they can't. I'm saying I'm sure they did the weighing, right? They were thinking of, what are the benefits? How much are we going to spend trying to figure out this technology? What's it going to cost us versus what we're going to bring in competing with the people in the market doing so? How about we just support the people that are making them and go ahead and put our games there and have, everyone pick what they want to play it on. You don't need to be a part of everything.
Agreed.
That's it. And when they're ready or they want to go ahead and be a part of that, then they'll do so. But we don't need to jump on everything because everybody else is doing it.
Well, exactly, especially when you have great partnerships like they do, because again, like the ROG Ally just feels like even the color feels like a small Series S that I have in my hand, except more powerful, right? And I get to play all the games I want. We have to give a shout out to Steam.
Yes.
To Valve for going ahead and pulling the trigger and making the Steam Deck.
Yeah.
Because there was other studios out there before that were not studios, other companies
yeah.
making these handheld PCs that are like $1,500, $1,200,
Ridiculous.
$2,000
Yes.
handheld PCs.
Thank you for pulling that trigger
And-
and giving us something that, you know,
Yes.
we're actually using and that it works and we're enjoying,
So
you know?
they took the bullet because
Yes.
they lose a lot of money on each device they sell
Mhm.
because the way they designed it.
Yes.
But you know, they are obviously ushering in a new era of handhelds.
Mhm.
You know, something that the Vita did back in the day. Right
Yes,
now,
I remember.
it's the Steam Deck who did it. You got Infinite out here on the
In the chat.
talking about loving the ROG Ally.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's amazing. You know what I'm saying? Like it's literally changed so much for me because I'm able to play more than I normally would
Yes.
because I can, you know, take it with me to the bathroom, for instance. Right? It's just
anywhere.
you could go anywhere with
Yes.
that. Not, you know, but it's just cool to be able to have that ability.
Mhm.
And like I foresee now getting even more use that you're playing Starfield, that you could be playing Starfield, I'm playing Starfield, sitting
Which we
next to
did.
each
Yeah,
other.
that's
Yeah,
what
which we were
we
doing the
that's
other
what we
night.
were doing. And it's like, you know,
that's dope. You know?
it's okay. So this is the thing. That's how we used to sit down and play the Switch,
Yeah.
right? And we
Animal
would go
Crossing.
ahead and play Animal Crossing, sit next to each other. We're still kind of playing together, and we're not. Well, it's the same thing now that we're doing with Starfield.
Yep.
We sit next to each other. We're playing the game, peeking around, and you know, it's
dope.
It's
It's
cool.
dope. And this
And
is
Xbox didn't have to go and make their own
Exactly.
situation
but they
happen.
made it just work on this device, and it's wonderful.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited for the new Legion console to try that one out, the handheld Legion,
Yes.
the Legion Go, because that one's going to be more powerful with the bigger screen. That's dope for me. And you know, I love this whole scenario that they came up with. So I've always, since before when it was just regular PC, like I just wish that Xbox would make like I want my like an Xbox on my PC. Like I want to click the Xbox button and the screen just goes zoom, and then it's like literally just all my games on the tile.
load
Just like
all
my
my stuff.
dashboard on my
Yeah.
Xbox. Just give me a PC version of that I could just click into. You know
I
what I'm
get it.
saying?
I agree. I agree.
That like that's
That's the goal.
that's what I
That's
want.
what you're hoping for. Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I just want to be able to do that.
Give him what he wants. All right.
Absolutely.
Give my baby what he wants.
Thank you. Thank you, baby. John says Xbox folk know if they want to play Spider-Man, they got to get a PlayStation.
Yes.
Just some pony shit. It's true. It's true. And that's exactly what it is, right? Like, if you want to play Starfield,
get a
buy
freaking
an Xbox.
Xbox. Go on your
Get Game
computer.
Pass.
Get Game Pass.
Use
That's
your
the
laptop.
thing.
Use your, you know what I'm saying? Like,
that's the problem, right? I don't hear anybody saying, so when are they releasing Spider-Man 2 on Xbox?
Yep.
Like
We just accept it. It's a way of
Nobody's
life.
wondering.
No
Nobody's
one's
questioning,
confused
nobody's
about the
pissed.
situation. Yeah.
Exactly. All right. So moving on. Stalker 2. This is a little bit
Yes.
sad news.
Oh.
We already know that it was delayed. They
Yes.
were strong
Oh.
at Gamescom. They showed the game. Looks amazing.
Canceled.
But no, definitely not canceled. But their offices in Prague, there was a fire that
Oh, wow.
destroyed
No.
one of the floors used by the company.
Wow.
Oh, that's sad.
Damage is about 1.5 million crowns.
Oh, wow.
Crowns.
We
What?
don't know if it's going to affect the release date of the game. But I mean, obviously, it's
What are
already
crowns?
it's delayed in. It's just a different
Money.
different type of
Oh,
money,
so they're
bro.
not American studio.
No, Prague.
Yeah.
Prague is not in America. No.
Geography.
Which one?
Yeah, let's good old
Yeah.
school system. So yeah, so we don't know if it's going to affect the actual release. Obviously, I think the game is pretty much like just in the phase of like bugs fixing and fine tuning because we're pretty close.
Yeah.
I doubt that they're working on anything outside of just making sure.
But now
runs
they
good
just
and
have
works
other
good.
things to
But now they
deal
have more
with,
stuff. So
and
hopefully,
yeah,
Xbox says, "Hey, we
I
got
got you, baby."
How many crowns you need, baby girl?
Yeah, I know.
You know what I'm saying? Hopefully, Xbox
Make it
pulls up
rain.
and does it the way it needs to
Yeah.
be done, right? But yeah, I just thought that was you know, that sucks, man. Like they
Yeah.
can't catch a break, bro. They have all this shit happening. They're finally getting out of it, and it's like done.
Yeah.
All right, so we're wrapping up, man. We have just 2 more little things, but this one is like about time.
Yes.
So Roblox
Ooh.
has
Yeah.
announced that they're no longer an Xbox exclusive.
Console wise.
They didn't say that, but that's because they're coming. They announced that they're coming to PlayStation and the Meta Quest, so VR and the PlayStation. So Roblox is
Riz money.
Riz money.
See Riz money.
But yeah, so they're bringing it to PlayStation after all these years. It's essentially been an Xbox exclusive, that
console.
Microsoft never talked about. Which
No,
if
I
was
didn't.
them, I would be
So
like, yo, just so you know, it's exclusive,
Yeah,
guys.
I didn't know. They didn't ride that pony, huh? I
did
didn't
not.
know that
They
it
did
was
not.
exclusive to Xbox. Now I know that it was, but that game is so big, so it's a big deal. To have it on PlayStation.
Yeah, it's huge. It's funny
Mhm.
because before the girls got into it,
Yeah, I had no clue.
I did not know.
No
I just
clue
thought it was like
about
some
it.
stupid game.
Mhm.
But like, there's so much to do, so many different games in the game.
Yeah.
Honestly, I love like when they do those platform challenges.
Yeah, I
Obbies. They're
know.
called obbies.
Those are so dope, bro. Like they're crazy. You look at them like, how can anybody do this? And then you could do it. Like
Yeah,
it's wild the thought and skill that goes into making
yeah,
some
it's
of
really cool.
these maps. I mean, it's really dope. And
Mhm.
then I don't know if you remember, but somebody had made a game in there that was
Like a
essentially
first-person
Call of
shooter?
Duty, and
Yeah,
it played like a first-person shooter, like realistic graphics and everything. It's like, holy hell, man!
right?
Like you could do so much in there. So obviously, going to other places is great, right? Like
Mhm.
that's a nice thing. Expanding out the reach. But yeah,
I
I just
agree.
thought it was cool that
I think this is a great
moving.
move for PlayStation. This is going to be a good thing. It's going to bring a lot of people in to go ahead and play it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
so many people.
Yep.
So
It's
many
like
kids
getting
are finally gonna be able to do it.
honestly, it's like Minecraft, right?
It's not that level, it's true.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
literally
it's at that level when
literally
it
on that
comes.
It's just free. That's what keeps it from being on the top charts and sales. So, you know.
Yeah,
Yeah, but so many people spend money.
buying things
Spend
for
money
it.
on
That's the
that.
thing. And listen, Fortnite is free, and I've spent so much
Moolah.
money in Fortnite. The dances, the skins, like
Yes.
man, and I don't even care. Like, 'cause some of them are so damn dope. I gotta have it. Gotta have it. And
they are dope though.
there is a possibility that what's coming potentially to Fortnite.
Oh,
Persona
yeah.
5. There's a
Yo,
leak that apparently
you-
that's gonna be there's gonna be apparently a big crossover because of the heist theme. You get
I
like
am
Joker, Catchy, the
in it,
boys.
yo.
Keep it in front. If you put the mic in front of you, but then you turn your head this way,
The mic is no longer in
it's not
front of you.
So it has to stay
but
with you.
You
Got
guys heard me talking about Jujutsu Kaisen when it was in
Yes,
there.
that was
I
so good.
ran ham. I got all the characters. I actually did all the
Unlock the
missions.
other
Yes,
clothing option
so
for
that was cool
Yuji.
for me.
Do you think you would do something similar for Persona?
I would. I feel like these characters I would want. So
They
I'm
put Joker as
yeah.
I mean,
want
Joker could look really cool.
Yeah.
So John is definitely catching up, which is cool. So he says we need to bring back Midnight Club.
Yes, I
Ooh,
remember
yes.
playing that,
Rockstar used to
dude.
make
That
it.
was
That shit was so
It
fun.
was
I
so
remember
dope.
Dub Edition.
Dub edition?
Oh my god, yeah. There was a moment in time where like the car scene was crazy with like huge rims and
Yeah.
big rims and like spinners. They used to have rims that when you drove and you stopped the car, the rims kept
kept
spinning.
spinning.
You stopped the car, but the rims kept spinning. It was so dope.
It's funny because when I met you, you're like, I want some spinning rims.
Yeah, I know.
Like
dude, that's
you
18
love
years
that.
ago, fam.
Yeah.
That's wild. But yeah, Midnight Club was the shit. Rockstar, man, they cut us deep, bro. Give
They
us
did.
Midnight Club. Like they basically they took all their driving stuff, put it in Grand Theft Auto.
Yeah.
Right. But like,
but we don't want that. We want it separate. We want a driving game. We want to have that, you know. And I told you, there's more than just Forza. Forza is like, man, that delicious, top-notch freaking meal. But sometimes you want a burger.
Facts.
You know.
Of course.
Now that we just mentioned Grand Theft Auto, I really, really, really hope that they take some of that son of a damn money that they have,
Yes,
and get some licensed vehicles. I want to drive a Mercedes, or a BMW, or a freaking Ferrari, or whatever the hell I want. I don't want to buy,
Oh, so they're like generic Hot Wheels looking cars.
Some like Hot Wheel name shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like I want to feel like I just pulled up in my S class. You know what I'm saying?
Let's
like,
pimp it out, bitches.
Like
Let's
I want
go.
some
Yeah, I get it.
Shit. Let me drive.
I get it.
A real car.
Let me get the real goody.
Damn.
That goody.
Is it that hard?
The
You know what I'm
goody.
saying? The goody.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
I do want the goody.
You want the good. You always want the goody.
Always.
Yes.
For sure. Facts. For sure. But yes, Midnight Club would be fire. Absolutely. Okay. This brings us to our last mini story.
Let's go.
But before we do that, we have
to hit that like button.
Well, first of all, Infinite says he freaking loved Midnight Club. Yo, it was so fire.
It was popping, yo.
I know you played Dub Edition, bro. Come on, man. That shit was dope. That shit was so fire. And then John says he loves Forza, but my biggest issue coming from playing F1 is just how slow the racing is in Forza. Beautiful game, though. So I can see that because obviously F1 racing is like super speed.
Yeah.
Like it's so fast. But I think
it's about F0.
No. F1 racing. So like it's the racing. I don't know if you've seen them. They're like the cars that are really low on the ground and the wheels are exposed. They're really low.
Yeah.
Those are F1 cars.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, I've seen those.
So yeah, F1 is crazy. Like it's so fast. So I get that. But maybe you never know what they bring to Forza.
We'll find out soon.
They can do some
we'll find out
if they really want to get. They want to get gangster. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So start eating other people's lunch. Infinite says Dub Edition was fire. Yeah, it was. It was so dope, man. I still honestly my memory of Need for Speed Underground, the first one, graphically, when I close my eyes,
you can still see it.
I still think that it's the most realistic car game I've ever seen in my life. Obviously, it's not.
Yeah.
But at that time, when I played that game, I thought it looked so real. And again, in my mind, if I close it, I just see it as the most realistic thing ever. They need to bring that type of game back. Underground was fire. Infinite, I know you had to play that shit. It was like it was a what do they call those games when you're that type of racing? Drag racing.
Yeah.
There was a drag racing situation, right? Where you can just go, right? And you would switch lanes, but like you would just press the button, right? So you would just kind of go into different lanes or whatever. But it was all about the timing of your
movement,
of your thruster, like the nitro or whatever. You just hit it at the right time and like burst. Man, graphically, it was so amazing. Oh man,
aww.
I wish Need for Speed would just make a new one.
And that's the thing, like now we talk about this, right? And if you're into gaming now and you didn't grow up with all the changes that we got to see and experience, you know Forza, right? And that's kind of like all you know, or most of what you know when it comes to racing games, and driving games. Or Mario Kart, right? But there were others, and there were so many, and they were so fun. So that's the excitement about the idea of bringing back these games. And that's the excitement about the idea that we're now going to get those fighting games back.
Yes.
And it's going to be as cool as it used to be.
New versions. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shintaro says, I love Need for Speed. Well, that's because Need for Speed is really good, man. It's really good. All right. So the last topic.
Let's go, baby.
This is not, it's not actually a topic.
Damn.
But it's just some
Demoted.
dopest shit that I'm so pissed that when I clicked it, it was gone. I don't know if you've seen this.
An Xbox 360,
Oh my gosh.
360 Mega Block
the
set.
Xbox 360 mega set. I don't think they call it Mega Blocks.
It's Mega
but-
Constructs or
Holy
something like that.
crap.
Bro.
Yo, so they were selling a quarter scale 360 with the controller and a Halo game box that you build out of blocks.
Wow.
And it looked fire. I
What
went over
the
there.
heck?
Yo, I went over there immediately when I saw it.
I
sold
want
out.
that.
Sold
Really?
out. Sold out right away.
Jesus.
I was so mad, bro.
I bet.
It's a 3/4, so 3/4 scale. So it's actually bigger than I said.
Damn.
But they said the pre-orders are now. Then I went over there
Where?
and the pre-order is
Gone.
October 8th it comes out. You know what that means, Doodle?
I got you.
I need you
I'm
to
eyes
be
open. I got
open
it.
see if it comes back online.
Yeah,
But if not, October 8th is going down.
it's going down. I
Be
got
at
you.
Target.
You
We're
know.
gonna be there. We're gonna get this damn box. It
Doodle.
looks so dope. It looks so dope. Like dead ass.
Yo.
It looks so
We're good
dope.
at it. We're good at it.
Yeah,
we
I
be
agree.
catching it.
You're good at it. You're
Yeah,
really
I
good
got
at
you,
it.
baby.
You'll be making it happen.
I make it happen.
But yeah, that is a really cool looking machine. If you haven't seen it, check it out. The Xbox 360 Mega Constructs or Mega Pack or whatever the hell. It's at
Alright.
Target. It's a must.
Yeah,
Must
we'll
get.
get it. We'll get it. We'll Ariana Grande this bitch.
We're gonna
You know what I'm
Ariana
saying?
Grande this bitch for sure.
I got it. I want it. I got it.
I
All
want it.
right.
I got it.
That's how it's gonna go down.
Oh, of course this died. Look at my mouse died. It's like, bro, you're not ending the show. You're not ending the show.
It has not been 8 hours.
has
You're
not
not
been
going
8 hours.
anywhere.
This is
Look at us
not
trying
like
to do
you.
right.
We promised that
Yes,
they were going to
we
be shorter.
promised that. And
I
look,
said
we're trying to come
3.5
through.
to 4 hour mark. I'm right there,
Mhm.
trying to end,
and the
my
gods are speaking
the gods
and
are like,
saying, yo,
keep
keep it going.
But it's gonna light up and we're gonna go. But no, we're done. We're gonna say our outros and then I'll actually click the button.
What are you guys eating tonight? I'm feeling sushi for tonight, by the way.
Sushi?
I think I want sushi.
That's
tonight.
random, but okay.
Maybe.
Maybe, yeah.
Oh, 67. I thought everything was shut down by this point.
I could see some
sushi.
Sushi might be good.
Yeah,
That might be
right?
good. Guys, listen. Thank you so much for coming to
Thank
hang with
you
us.
guys. You're awesome.
Thanks.
Our latest episode of OnPoint, the gaming newscast,
Yes.
episode 61, which we also didn't say at the
Right?
beginning because of the problems we had in the beginning.
That was
See,
Cocoa Puffs, baby.
It disheveled us.
alright,
It messed
it's
us all
alright.
up. So this was episode number
It was
61.
so cool. We got our what is that we have? Our Patreon. We got our first Patreon
yes.
today.
Our boy,
which was Jacob. That was
Jacob,
awesome.
oh boy.
the man, and he became our first Patreon ever.
Yes.
So thank you so much.
Thank
so
you
if you're
so
wondering
much.
what's Patreon, why is that happening? Doesn't YouTube have a way to make some money? Yeah, they do, except they hate us. Okay. So
The hate is real.
the hate is real. They refuse to allow us to do it, and they don't explain the actual
Why?
reason
really-
why.
Because
Yeah,
a piece
they
of shit. That's why.
So it was it's a problem.
Yeah.
They have issues that we don't know how to fix. We have to wait to November to try to fix them again.
But they won't tell us the
they
issue, so
won't
we don't
tell
know what
us.
to fix.
So
we don't know
we're
what
basically
to
gonna
do.
just put everything private.
We're
that's
gonna
not
remove-
a podcast
yeah.
and see if that works. But we don't know if it's gonna work.
Yeah.
And you
Because
know
we don't know what the problem is.
we have AMVs on the channels. We have a lot of shorts and like memes and stuff that we've done. And I would hate for them to have to go.
Yeah, me too.
Because that sucks, man. Like these guys put a lot of work into it. Doodle, Madman made some amazing AMVs. If you guys,
Purple Berry
if you
is
guys
very
are
involved
into
in
that
our-
type of stuff, you should definitely check it out. Or if you're
Yes.
just into music, go check it because they use some dope ass songs for their AMVs.
Yeah,
So,
we're gonna take them down soon enough.
Well,
so
we don't know. We'll
we're gonna
see.
make
We'll
them
see.
private for
Yeah.
sure. And then if we can get it, we'll see what happens. You know,
we'll see.
I'm not sure, but because of that, we had to find an alternative means. So we did start a Patreon. It is linked in the comment section. You know, for anybody watching later or whatever, if you ever want to be able to support us, we would really appreciate it. You can go ahead right into Patreon, help us out. That'll be dope. Aside from that, we have some shows coming up.
Yes.
If you're just catching us now for the first time, we don't just have this one show. We have 4 shows that we do a week guaranteed, and then other shows can come in and out depending on how we what we got going on. But the next show we have is Monday morning.
Yes.
With Doodle and myself. We'll be doing our morning quest, where it's 9 a.m. Eastern time. It's an early show. Start the week off right. Talk a little gaming. Have a chill time.
Yes.
So you should definitely check us out
The
there.
hangout.
Then on Tuesdays typically at 7 p.m. Eastern, we have a brand new show that we just started this past week called Her, Him, and a Guest. And we went around to have our boy, Mr. Boomstick XL. He was our first guest. It was an awesome show. We had some mic issues to begin with, but hopefully you guys hear us now much better. But it still was a great interview. It was a fun show.
We had a great time.
So if you didn't see it, you should definitely go watch it. But this upcoming Tuesday, we have our boy King David
Woo!
from the Iron Lords podcast.
Yes,
he's
baby.
gonna be coming by. It's awesome. This particular week, it's gonna be 4 p.m. Eastern time because he works nights. So it's gonna be an earlier show. So definitely stop by, show him some love. Because it's gonna be a wild time. You got King David in the house.
I know.
You know you're gonna have a good time.
Right?
So we're very
yeah.
excited about that.
He's awesome. Thing.
And
Right?
sub to watch more. We have basically the next 2 months are already pretty
Booked.
packed.
Yeah.
And we have some awesome guests lined up.
I know.
The week after King David, we have Mav from Fun Speculation.
Yes.
We're ending the month with Colt Eastwood,
Woo!
which is super dope. And then we got October, November starting to line up. So it's fun times, man. It's fun times. We have a lot of cool stuff coming. So that's our Tuesday show. And then Friday, last night, we had our first ever new show, which was OnPoint Anime and Beyond, which takes the anime and TV show part of this show that we used to do. We split it out. We put into its own show. So if you like anime or if you like,
movies and television, Marvel,
like
Star Wars, DC,
just go check out that show that we did last night. It was really good. But we'll be back on Friday. That's Friday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern time. Guys, that is it.
Yes.
We are done. Thank you all so very much for
Thank
coming
you
to hang with
so
us.
much, you
We
guys.
really
Thank you.
appreciate it. Also, as a side note, I'm also on Boom Show at 12 o'clock Eastern times on Tuesdays. So you can find me there. Along with Umbra, who is in the chat.
Yes.
So
Cool.
And listen, don't forget, we still do pop-ins. We still do pop-ins. Her, him, and Mike
We have Her, Him, and
gameplay.
Mike. Yep.
So
Never Have I Ever. We have a lot of different shows, man. A lot of different shows. All right, so Mouse is alive again, so I can actually end the show. But there's a few little things here I want to bring up. You got our boy John says Xbox future looking bright. Lots coming, not to mention ABK. Those are facts. Facts, my friend.
yes.
Factual.
He says, shame it ended at Doodle was the Gamers Rock Festival. Oh, snap. All right, that's what's up. Gamers walked around like CMoney with the shades on. Yes. Facts. Absolutely.
Yeah,
my
baby.
man. Absolutely, my man. Well, only a 4-hour show. What's going on here? I told you, Umbra. We're bringing it down.
We're
bringing it down.
We're doing it. We're sticking to it.
All
right.
We're gonna make it a more digestible show.
Umbra was like, I still got
4
hours here.
Nah. This is where we're at, my friend. So you can't. You gotta
always
be early, bro.
Listen, you gotta be
get
early.
early,
You
bro.
can always go back and listen.
Absolutely.
So we had a great time. Thank you guys so much for joining us. We love it when you're in there, you're talking to us, hanging out. It's awesome. You guys make it so much fun.
We do really enjoy it. It's like hanging out with our peoples. It's crazy because before YouTube, we didn't really understand that idea. But yeah, man, you become like really tight with like people that you've never
even seen
right?
outside of whether they're on cam or not on cam, like never seen in real life, and that's why I guess I see now why these guys get so pumped going to like E3, the game fest, they get to finally meet up. It's crazy. Like they just like basically these people become like your real life friends,
right?
Like it's like the people you want to chill with, people you wait to talk to. It's dope.
It's really awesome, and yeah,
And it's the best scenario for us because we make friends together.
that's true. Look at that.
That's the real
Look at
way
that.
couples supposed to rock. You know what I'm saying? You have the same friends, and that makes life way better. Guys, we're done. Okay, we're not gonna ramble anymore. We appreciate it. Thank you so much for coming and
Thank
hang with
you,
us. If you haven't,
guys.
hit the like button, hit the subscribe button as well, hit the little bell so you know when we go live. And we're wrapping it up right now. So Doodle,
Yes.
Madman,
Yes.
we are done.
Nice.
Until next time,
You're intruding.
You're intruding.
you're intruding.